It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
I started playing like when I was 6 years old. I saw my brother playing Counter-Strike 1.6 and I started at that time. And then I switched to more like the type of FPS games where you have like abilities. And then VALORANT came out.
Byl zábavný, byl trošku šašek. Byl to strašně hodný a dobrosrdečný kluk. Byl to ten nejhodnější a nejdobrosrdečnější kluk, kterýho jsem poznala. On byl strašně pokorný, takže jsem si ho vážila ještě o to víc, jaký je, a jsem ráda, že takový byl.
Já si myslím, že jsem říkal kreativní, byl hlavně hodnej. Všichni jim vzpomínali strašně dobře a byl to podle nich hodný kluk, skvělý společník. Já bych řekl celkem, že byl v určitých směrech dost odvážný.
On byl prostě bojovník, si myslím. Snažil se být nejlepší ve všem, co dělal. Šel si za tím, co chtěl, a byl schopný to dokázat a byl schopný to získat. Všema možnýma prostředkama, který měl prostě po ruce. Takže kdybych ho měl popsat tím slovem, tak bych ho popsal jako bojovníka.
Měl rád prostě fotbal, měl rád hudbu, měl rád přírodu, rád pozoroval západ slunce. Měl rád naše kočky, se kterými často blbnul.
Když mám dávny kočky, jedna se jmenuje Chelsea a druhé Messi. Takže já jsem prosazoval nějakýho Mikeše nebo něco podobného, takže to jsem byl přehlasovaný. Na kterým se skvěle naučil. A občas mi říkal, že by rád jel se mnou s bráchama na hory, ale vzhledem k tomu, že u toho snowboardu je...
Karlín jezdil na snowboardu. A nějaký videa máme vlastně, jak se rozsekali několikrát prostě. Třeba tohle, co mně přijde takový pěkný, nebo prostě. No tak videohry jako celkově to začalo hrát podle mě už jako v mládí, fakt. Jsme vlastně hráli společně i s starším bráchou. Tak dostal se k tomu samozřejmě přes nás. S Davem jsme hráli Counter-Strike a Minecraft, takový klasický hry.
Vím, že se to samozřejmě prali, protože byl nejslabší a nejmladší, tak se dostal k tomu až jako poslední. Tak jsem mu kdysi, a vlastně by mohlo být, nevím, 7 let, jsem mu koupil nějaký v úzovkách obyčejný notebook.
Začal tady s tím a vlastně postupně se dostal k jiným hrám. Vlastně, co si pamatuju, tak pak to bylo Rainbow Six Siege, se kterým i teda soutěžil a hrál. A pak se dostal k Valorantu, který se mu se nějakým způsobem zalíbil. Myslím, že to bylo od roku 2020 ten Valorant, tuším, že to tak bylo. A zamiloval se do Valorantu.
But at the last moment, they've stepped it up. A showstopper! It's fired out and it's found! Twisten saving Vitality's bacon. They get another OT.
Myslím si, že jsem byla opravdu tou, která ho od samého začátku podporovala. Strašně jsem mu fandila a byla jsem strašně moc pyšná na to, že chce jít za tím svým snem a že proto je ochoten v podstatě obětovat cokoliv. A jsem ráda, že jsem ho nikdy v tomhle smyslu a směru neopustila, že jsem vždycky ho podporovala.
I met him the first time when he arrived at the play apartments with his parents, and especially Twisten. He seemed very motivated and energetic and very happy from the beginning.
Awesome. What's up, brother? What's up? You gonna be donating for shorties this time around, or you learned your lesson?
Touch everything. Yeah.
I think to Twisten, Valorant meant everything.
He bled for Valorant. It was his life force, basically. Just the way he played in this unique, beautiful way that I've never seen anyone play like this, so yeah.
That's what I mean. There we go.
It meant everything to him. It was his love language. It meant more to him than it meant to any other player I've ever seen.
Let's go!
I think his energy was giving him a lot of confidence during the games. He had this mouse movement, which you can see like a fast person, in game.
Here on the B side, you don't get past it. What a round from Twisten.
Valorant for him was where he had a team, where he found purpose, where he had a skill that not a lot of other people could match.
It seemed like it was an escape plan from the problems he had or from the feelings that he was feeling. I think he loved Valorant dearly not because only the game, of course the game he loved as well, but I think it was basically for the competition, for the teammates we've met, for the just friends we got, and just overall the community.
Určitě tehdy, když mu bylo nám těch 10 let, nepřemýšlel o tom, že by se mohl někdy
Twisten was this kind of teammate that probably everyone in their team wants. He really cared. He had I would say the biggest heart of all the people in esports.
What would you say is the best thing about your teammate?
I think Twisten's energy. I think Twisten has this. What is it? When he starts out rolling, you have this, crazy energy aura around you.
One day he just messaged me and say he was thankful for having us.
After games, in our post-games breakdown that we have as a team, he kept saying, "You guys are my family and I trust you 100%.
We are just better than them. Even if you lose, we win on the moral side. Yes! This is what I needed in my life.
I had the pleasure to get to know Twisten when I was playing for Gale. Since then, I always wanted to have him on my team because I saw how nice and how talented he was. We kept in touch and we spoke now and then, and I'm very happy that I got to know him. He was a fantastic kid.
He was a lot of sparkling, speaking guy, motivated to play together even.
Let's go, let's throw them over now, this is our game.
When thinking about a story to sort of perfectly epitomize Twisten, there's one that springs to mind, and that was the first time he met my girlfriend. Now, she had basically done a drawing for him, knowing his love of Demon Slayer, and he was someone who was very insistent on paying her for that work, even though it was a gift. Just an incredibly sweet and kind-hearted human being, and someone who will be incredibly missed.
I think the team and the game really gave him a safe haven, a home.
He gave everything he could to the team, and he very rarely left things for himself to keep himself afloat.
He was caring about a lot of things. If something was wrong with someone, he was asking if he's good, I feel as a teammate he was really nice person.
He was the kind of guy that if he was having the worst day of his life, he only cared about what everyone else was feeling. So if he saw even the smallest frown on someone, if he saw someone was, tired, or if he saw someone was upset, he would start making jokes and start doing everything possible to make them laugh and make them happy. He would only care about everyone else.
Well, I'm the cringe lord of the team. I do it on purpose so other people feel better.
Hello guys, I'm today your Media Day recorder.
Twisten really was the youngest kid in the team that he needs a little bit protection on all the things, a little bit of life advice, but also the little brother that walks in and brings joy to everybody and, has this power to poke people and get them to smile even if they had a bad day.
I've never met, and I probably will never meet a person who is, in spite of everything, so concerned with everyone else. It doesn't exist to this level. This was pure.
I think what made Twisten special was, despite everything that was going on, it was this unwavering, like, aggressive level of positivity that he brought to it.
He taught me inside the game that never to give up, no matter the circumstances. So it's what he liked to say, breathe in, breathe out.
I would say Twisten's main phrase, and it's something that it's stuck deep inside like every one of Vitality players' hearts, is as simple as breathe in, breathe out, strong mental. Let's go, boys, basically.
If you had the chance to design your own spray, what would that look like?
Something about strong mental. Some spray out of the Helden to have strong mental during games.
Even though on paper it sounds really like obvious or stupid, but it grew meaning over time, I would say.
I feel like every person needs to take care about the mental health. So I would just say to all of you guys, speak to people and take care about yourself.
Jako myslím si, že Kája pravděpodobně i za ten krátký život, i ten vlastně profesionální v tom e-sportu asi zanechal ve spoustě lidí docela velkou stopu, veselý, zábavný a snažil se všechny kolem rozveselit, tak bych si přála, aby si ho pamatovali jako člověka, který vždycky dělal ty kočičí ouška při každém zápasu, kdy posílal srdíčka a kdy vlastně nedal nikdy najevo, že se třeba uvnitř trápí, tak aby si ho zapamatovali lidi jako člověka, který miloval život a miloval, opravdu ho miloval.
Se despide James de la competición.
This is the question, right? What is wrong?
Navi, you're gonna have to fly back playing LCQ.
I hope you're confident enough that we're gonna show the best possible level. And from my side, I can promise.
Everyone's gonna try hard. I think everyone should just focus on themselves and play the best game they can.
Never bring yourself down. Keep the mental high and you can just make impossible possible.
Gives everyone a chance to improve on what they've made wrong this season, so it's always good.
Even if we lost, they were like cheering for us and saying that we can get back.
There's still something we can achieve, and we're gonna try to learn from our mistakes here, you know.
Six teams competing for one ticket to VCT Champions Los Angeles. This is where the redemption arc for one of these teams will take place, whilst the remaining 5 finish their year of VCT competition. Welcome to VCT EMEA Day 1 for the LCQ live from Messe Berlin, where it's time to do or die. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the floor by Mitch and Zesh, and I just want to talk to management who put these two
Why
together.
is she complaining already?
It's been a while, brother. It has been a while. Last
Great.
time I stood next to this guy on camera, genuinely Bosnian Herzegovina. We'd taken 4 hours of a ride through the mountains
It was
to get
beautiful.
to the venue.
It was beautiful.
gorgeous.
I love it, but you know what? I like Berlin as well, to be very honest with you.
Yeah? It's a little more accessible,
It's okay.
too.
It's okay.
I don't mind that.
liking.
All right, let's jump straight into competition because we have the LCQ coming your way. We have 6 teams competing in a rather grueling bracket, but we'll head into that because you might be wondering, okay, how exactly did we get here? Because some of these teams, Navi, had a lot of expectations. Oh yeah, come on, please show us.
Second.
Yeah.
Second is a good placement, I would say, no?
I would say second's pretty decent, but it's
one
not
after
as good as first.
Yeah.
It happens.
That's my analysis of
Hey,
the
listen,
day.
I'd rather be second than 10th. That's a bit of a...
Wow. Whoa, whoa.
All right, well, throwing
That
the
is,
French under the bus right away, that's what we like to see.
I mean,
you
we
know,
got-
Casey had some rough times, okay?
Yeah, it happens.
Player changes, coaches in.
Warm
You know,
up.
I guess they did too, but they didn't come 10th.
This is why we have gentlemates now. We don't need to worry about them.
That's why.
we have to...
You want to swap them out? Is that what you're saying?
It's a little too
All
early.
right. Mitch must be really happy about Gentlemen's joining. I know you're like their biggest fan. but
There's no other team I would have let through instead. None.
All right, we got 6 teams competing in a grueling bracket, and you might be wondering, is double elimination Yes, but that is starting tomorrow. So the games that we're seeing today, you snooze, you lose. You're like literally outie. There is nothing else for you to compete. And that's it. Your year of 2023 VCT is done and dusted.
Literally outie, exactly. I think that's exactly what the teams are thinking to themselves now if they've spent as much time on TikTok as we have. I mean, it's rough because like you win that match, you have a whole lot of breathing room. Coming up against Navi and Giants, you'll definitely need it. But these initial games, honestly, I think it's the right format for this situation to have these teams going head to head. They've already had terrible seasons. They got one last chance.
It's true though. It's true though. I mean, most importantly, Mitch and I have focused in our preparation what kind of vacation you could take. It's July, right? It's still summer. It's still very hot.
Yeah.
So if you're being eliminated today, you can hit us up and we're going to find you a travel
agents.
Nice and cheap. We've got good flights, great accommodation. The only thing is you'll have to deal with an Irishman and a German in with you, but I think they'll get through that.
I mean, any place you guys are recommending for either one of these teams to be going to?
Los Angeles is nice this time of year.
Wow.
That's great.
I mean, that's probably the hope for the teams that at least are going into the grand finals. Get yourself a ticket to LA, but you gotta beat all 5 first to get there. Now, the first LCQ EMEA match that we have is going to be Heretics up against Koi, 2 Spanish rosters looking to carry the pride of their nation into the international competition. So, Heretics and Koi coming up next. Heretics up against Koi. A rematch from the regular season, as all of these matches will be, and they're here to stay in it for the long run. The loser of this game ends up going home, and the winner, well, they advance against Navi. So you gotta pick your poison, which one it is, but first to get there, you need to win the competition. So, Team Heretics, a little bit of a change coming through from them specifically. A lot of question marks as well in terms of how that's gonna be playing out.
I mean, a little bit is an understatement. They got the homie himself, Benjyfishy.
Hey.
He is the one who comes in and also, brings the team possibly a new energy, a new kind of vibe. The man seems to be so positive, so lovely, so nice. It is something that, when we talk about mentality, Heretics didn't have for a while, something they have struggled with. But with this guy, all sunny, all smiling every day.
Yeah, and I think
Benji fan.
Listen.
Who is it?
Where Benji stands over here.
Goddamn right, Sesh. All right, I briefed him correctly. I like it. Yeah, this is a reality. You've got a guy coming in here to a team that I think a lot of people had questions about the roster previously when we started out the season. There were a lot of rumors going around about toxicity, about how the mental of the team was. If you're looking for someone to fix that, Benji he's your guy. I mean, I've never met anyone with, first of all, as much success under their belt so early on in their career in other esports, yet still so humble. And add to that the fact that he is just, as you said, a completely different kind of person to be around. His energy is unbelievable. He will pick your team right up.
All right, he's that guy.
He's that guy.
Oh, 100%
He's that guy.
that guy.
All right, well, Heretics need a little bit of a pickup after the season that they have had. So looking at their results over the last weeks in the VCT regular season, it's not looking that great. That's why they're here, of course, but there is only the way up, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I think it's a fair way to put it, right? Most importantly, I mean, the one victory versus KC, I guess seems like a default for most teams.
Yeah.
Most importantly, the week 6 one is where they swapped out Zeke, got themselves good old legend Weber into the roster, and took a 2-0 victory against the top 4 team off the league at that point in time, right? And this was the mentality change. This is where everyone is having a great time, a good mood. Avova said it later in the interview as well. And this is something that seemed to be an issue for the guys of Heretics. Sure, they lost the other 2, but let's let that one. Let's keep the cool storyline.
Yeah, let's keep the cool storyline and stick to it. Because when we're seeing Benji added into the roster, I mean, some of you might have a couple of questions. Who is he? Where is he from? How's he feeling? Let's have an online meet and greet.
Hey guys, I am Benjyfishy, and I'm the new VALORANT player for Team Heretics. I am 19 years old, born in 2004, April the 2nd. I started playing VALORANT when the beta came out, but I wasn't like super into it. I mean, I played it every now and then, but I started really getting into it around a year, around a year ago, a year and a few months was when I properly started playing it. I'm a central player in the team, so I play agents like Cypher and Killjoy, and you know, sometimes I'll maybe play something else because I can play duelist too. So you know, if Mr. Kellogg's can't do his job properly, then you know I might take over. I don't really know. I mean, I was kind of just drawn to Valorant since, I mean, when I started playing in the beta, I did like it quite a lot, but obviously I didn't have the time to play it because I was still a professional in Fortnite. So it was kind of the natural game to me because I just wanted a game where I had fun, and I had the most fun playing Valorant. So yeah, it was an easy like step for me to take because I just enjoyed it a lot and it made me improve more. My current favorite agent is, I think it's Killjoy. I mean, it depends on the map, right? Because there's some maps where Killjoy's better, there's some maps where Cypher's better, but I think my overall favorite agent is Killjoy, which changed a lot because I used to be like a Jet one trick. I would interlock Jet every single ranked game. But now, ever since I switched to the Sentinel role, I've become a big Killjoy fan. And it's kind of because I can kind of just do my own thing. Like as duelist, you've got to go in, you've got to entry. But as Killjoy, you can kind of get away with just doing your own thing. So yeah, that's why I like it. Yeah, my best ever memory competing is probably the Fortnite World Cup. You know, it was the biggest ever stage for Fortnite. Had my family in the crowd, and there's so many people there, and everyone watching at home as well. The experience was, yeah, it was surreal actually.
Well, hoping that gave you guys a little bit of a rundown on what we can be expecting from Benji, particularly the Killjoy rather than the Jet Interlock. I respect that.
Yeah, I think it's a better move for the ecosystem here. Maybe for the roster he's moving into as well, it might be the perfect fit.
It is probably the perfect fit, right? I mean, you could very much make the point of, is it going to be a big adjustment over on the entire team side? Is he just, you know, just comfortable with that agent, so you just play that one? I think it's the most logical. He said it's his favorite agent. I don't assume that there's going to be a big change in that department, except that it's a big old bamboozle.
Yeah, as much as we've also seen him compete on the international stage when it comes to different titles, we've also seen him compete in the Valorant ecosystem as well, which is kind of where we're going to be able to get our first taste in terms of expectations to be set for the match today.
Yeah, so this is an interesting enough situation. Like Benji coming in, assuming that he's still playing the same role, he's one of the, I think, stronger candidates for this because he plays Killjoy in a way that I feel like it's a little different. You see it alone in like the opening duel stats that we'll expand on a little bit later. But he's certainly not afraid to get up in your face. And it's why I wouldn't be surprised if he does on one or two maps flex into a duelist as well.
And to once more quickly just put that one up, right? He didn't just play in any regional team, right? He just didn't finish somewhere in the midfield. He played for Enterprise. They got second, consistent. Played in the play-ins as well, where he didn't participate. But that's a different story, right? He was not in a mediocre team, performed mediocrely. He was doing a great job overall. And the ACS, you're going to be like, hey, hold on, this is not star player. This is not like your kind of kid that won $500,000 in a different game. No, but this is not his role. He's supposed to be supportive. He's supposed to put the team on track, hold sides, and also hold flanks. And therefore, he suits to be there quite well.
Right, it seems like both of you at this point are very much to Benji's stance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the script is going pretty well. When we're looking at Benji specifically, one of the things that we discussed earlier on before we even went live was the fact that he has a lot of calculation when he makes certain plays.
Yeah, I think some of the things we'll take a look at with this clip coming up is that Benji, we mentioned he might be involved in a couple more opening duels than some similar Killjoys, certainly looking at the league and then coming into this team. I don't know if it would be exactly the same, but there were some really cool setup ideas like this one here where he's baiting for Mafin the whole time. As you can notice that a utility gets thrown in, ults are coming his way, even with the paranoia that went through, he tries to capitalize and doesn't win the duel. But this is fine. Even though he ends up going down first, it's not the ideal scenario for the squad. They want him to get a kill. The player that he'd allowed to tuck inside of Tree was still able to do a lot. Now, they had seen him on site popping a lot of utility. They'd seen a player pop a paranoia. They knew there was a Gecko close as well. So at that point, it really looks like he's on his own there. Yeah. And once he goes down, that's your signal to just rush into the site, take your space, and fight those retaking players. So he sort of lets a man be behind enemy lines because of this fake information he was selling there. And I think that comes down to how he's playing a lot of the time, where you can look at the stats, and I initially looked at the stats and sort of thought, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of how many early engagements he's in, but when you look at the VODs, there's always some intention behind why he's doing that that's very much calculated. Now, whether if he plays this role, whether Heretics will approach the game in the same way is another thing, because sometimes you don't want to be Miffin tucked in on tree waiting for them to come. Sometimes you want to fight with your teammate, and that's a team philosophical debate to be had.
All right, well, that's getting very philosophical. I mean, it depends as well in terms of the mindset coming into this and how Heretics wants to adapt to the new player.
Right, it very much does. And you know what, we talked about it. There was roughly 4 weeks Heretics had with him. So this doesn't really allow you to reinvent the wheel, you know, come up with super new, weird strats. Keeping it simple and keeping it basic is one of the things. And when we take a look at what has happened over on the, you know, played agent side of things and how they used to have what the agents they played, Benjyfishy most likely would fit into exactly the role of that dedicated Killjoy. Otherwise, on multiple maps, you had different Killjoy players. You had a Vova doing it, you had a Boo doing it. But what I expect right here is keloqz is sticking to his duelist role. Vova is going to be the controller. No other role that I would expect from him. Mixwell most likely will start to be the supportive kind of role on keloqz, as we see, for example, on the Sky, right? Remember the good old G2 days. And Boo may be coming into the flex duty a little bit more, stepping away from the Sentinel. And this seems to complete the team a lot more in this instance, that everyone does not, oh, you play Killjoy here, oh, you play Cypher there, and so on and so on. They have a dedicated man for particularly that role, and I think it just benefits Heretics at this point in time.
Would you say specifically bringing in Benji as that dedicated Killjoy could potentially be that missing puzzle piece that Heretics needed to be able to go up against the other teams here at VCT?
I think at this point, like, versus playing with Weber, yes. Like, I think it's always going to be beneficial to get someone who's been grinding out, especially in a different scene. Like, that's a whole different perspective being brought to the table. We've already discussed maybe he's playing Killjoy a little differently. I think looking at the way that the team pans out, I think that graphic even had Boo at 21 plays. It's actually 12.
It's a lot.
Right, it's 12 instead on Killjoy. Still a decent amount, but it shows the amount of flexibility that the squad has in shifting around the roles. So I think he'll actually calm down some of the requirements that other players have, where they're constantly having to almost flex depending on the map. He might bring them into more of a concrete starting point for just to basically develop comfort on whatever they're playing and having the sort of standard play across each map.
Yeah, and that's a great thing to have as well when it comes to comfort. But as you mentioned it yourself already, Zesh, the fact that Benji has been picked up, it's been a total of 4 weeks at this point. They're going to be going up against Koi, which last time it didn't really go in Heretics' favor, but Koi had no roster changes. So they could have gone back to that VOD and be like, okay, yeah, this is what we're ticking off, but also maybe a little bit of a curveball.
I think that it's a bit of a difficult story right here, because this was the Weber kind of Heretics, right? Weber played great. I think that is a thumbs up for him. But at the end of the day, you still played with a stand-in basically who's a great assistant coach, but still not an ideal situation to be in. And it felt for me like, okay, you know what, Heretics, they just got to go for the season, right? There's nothing really to grab anymore. There's nothing really to succeed in anymore. So let's just try. And, you know, therefore, that previous game is not representative to me at all.
Yeah, but we're looking at Koi specifically, and that's one of those teams that there's been a lot of pressure on them to perform, not just within the EMEA region, but internationally as well.
Yeah, I think for this squad, like, you even just look at the players that they have. Someone like Cole Dementa is renowned as a top-tier IGL in the region. Shados, he's been there for titles. He was on mech. This is a star-studded squad. Starzo himself, he's been playing unbelievable. Wolf is the best Bulgarian player we got by a long shot, let me tell you that. But the reality is he has also, like, I don't think any of these players are bad. I don't think anybody is the sort of player that I look at a roster and go, that's bottom of the scoreboard. This is a contender on paper for the top of the league, and the results just have not been there. And I mean, we heard in the press conference earlier from Kolda that he thinks a lot of their issues were just that they were not playing for the players they had on the team. And that's something that a lot of teams got pigeonholed into. Like, this is the meta, this is how we should be playing. But in actual fact, if it doesn't suit your players, you might need your own meta. And I look forward to seeing what they've been cooking in the downtime.
Yeah, I mean, for VCT regular season, it really started off with a bang, to say the least. Being able to go 2-0 against Na'Vi, that is definitely not something a lot of teams have the claim to do so. But then, unfortunately, it just goes downhill from there.
Yeah, I mean, we were all like in week 1, like, oh my god, they've done it. They've done it. They beat Na'Vi 13-7 on
This is a contender,
This is a contender, right? This is good players, good team, experienced coach, all those things coming in. And ever since it plummeted. And that is the worrying part. Talking to Barbar previously, he just mentioned something along the lines, I wish we wouldn't have won that first game.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. Because, you know, they were also confident, like, we did everything right. This was good. But they really lost themselves later on in the game. And that continuous losing and losing and losing left them also with basically no confidence, right?
Maybe, and I bet if we ask Angel, this was all part of the plan.
Oh, come on.
We wanted to get their confidence up and break it down. But the reality is, yeah, maybe that was Navi coming in at a low point. Maybe that was Koi coming in at a high point. But whatever happened, the game plan did not work from that day onwards, pretty much.
I mean, they're still on the leaderboard when it comes to first skill, first death for the side of Navi. And then there's Koi. They're a little bit...
they're on the leaderboard.
They're there.
They're there.
That's a good place
Right
to be,
at the bottom.
right? Maybe not that good of a place to be, but they're there.
It feels more like a participation certificate than anything else.
Everybody's a winner.
Yeah, sure. Everybody's a winner, and there's all spots for Los Angeles. Most importantly, 0.8 on the first kills, first death. It looks dramatic, because one of the things that you don't want to see is continuously losing first duels, right? Except you're an exceptional 4 versus 5 team. Not necessarily the case for this team, just telling you that. And particularly the players who die first. That is a crucial issue, right? Because one thing you don't want is your support players dying first, necessarily initiators dying first. You don't want to see that. It's your duelist dashing in and being like, okay, I've done my job, now you get to decide. That was unfortunately not really the case with that team.
You know, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya kind of approach. Whereas when we're looking at the side
Literally
of
Audi.
Literally
I
Audi.
tell
I
you.
cannot believe I said that. But when we're looking at Benji specifically, the way that, yes, he might be that first death on the side, but as you mentioned and highlighted it yourself already, Mitch, there were so many calculated risks coming into that. So it brings the question in terms of balance. Can Koi take advantage of that? Or is Heretics just going to be one step ahead?
See, I guess the problem is, from Koi's perspective, how do you prepare to take advantage of that? Because, like, at this point, we don't know if he's even going to play the Killjoy. There's a reality where he comes in, he's locking Reyna. Now, would I be happy with that?
Yes.
God, no.
No, you wouldn't like to see Reyna.
Look, I hate Reyna. I don't want her played ever.
Actually, like
yeah. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a Reyna pick that I've went, that was better than anything else. Not any agent, but there's always an agent that would provide more for your
Spend
team.
a lot of time with Lothar, huh?
A bit too much.
You'd think so,
a
yeah,
bit too much.
sometimes.
They should just pick Yoru, okay?
Oh,
just pick the Yoru!
Oh, dear Lord. Okay, most importantly, right, when we talk about first kills, first deaths, we got to talk about captains as well, right? It brings me to that issue. Because, to be honest, first kills, first death. We talked about that. It became a problem in the long run for that team.
Yeah, we're looking at Grandpa and...
Come on, you want to say it? You want to say it?
No, the grandpa and the father. When we're looking at Mixwell up against Coldamenta and how that has been playing out on the server as well, something to really be taking into consideration, because again, that's going to be a very big part of how the match is going to be playing out today.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting as well, having just Spanish organizations against each other as well, but having actual figureheads of the Spanish community, the father, the grandfather. This is going to be a match for all the ages. And I think, you know, when you look at Coldamenta, he is playing a very, very different game than Mixwell. The stats might not be up there in comparison, but that's where the brain behind the brows really starts to come in.
And you know what? I got to be honest before some scoreboard Stevens are coming in and taking this one over. It is fine as an IGL to be not the top performer, right? Boaster's a great example. Exceptional IGL. I think he's 160, 170, 180 ACS because he got 4 great players on his team. So it's fine. You know, 120 isn't that great, but it's fine. What worries me the most, Mitch, is the entire situation of first kill, first death. Because he's playing controller most of the time.
Yeah.
And when you have like your Omen, your Astra, something along those lines, your Brimstone, one thing that shouldn't die first.
Well, it would be them, wouldn't it? I think, you know, it's reminiscent of, and I think as a leader, sometimes you want to be on the forefront of the action. You want to lead the troops in. And I think for Angel, thinking about Haven back in the day, this is something that he would do a lot. Your breach on Haven, he'd be jump peeking operators and getting taken down. Now you've no initiation utility. Then you look at someone maybe like Kolda, and it's a question that has to be asked. You know, are you losing out on a lot of that utility late into the round? I think this also comes down to what he was talking about, that they were not playing the way they should be for their players, for their team, and that will all be reassessed coming into this. Hopefully that will be changed as well.
And I want to reiterate that this team, for like when you talk to all the other teams, you talk to VCL teams, they're all going to say, we cannot beat them in pracs. They're unbeatable in pracs. They're insanely good in all those practice games. And suddenly when it comes down to actually bringing it to the server, boom, dead. And this is the sad part, because if you convert that and be like, okay, this is the one thing we got to fix, that setting got to adjust, and suddenly it all works in officials, that would be great.
And I have to wonder, you know, because when it comes down to practice, at the end of the day, you know, it's the same game that's being played out, but we do often see the results change. I think when it comes to the stage, though, you add in that crowd, it's a different environment altogether. And when it comes to important games, the pressure maybe gets to the players in a lot of instances. Then you have to ask, you know, we're going to have a crowd today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pretty important game, potentially the last game of your year.
Ooh.
If those cracks have been showing before, they're definitely going to show
You're
here
like
today.
laying it on, like, Vic, you know, just saying, guys, it is genuinely could be the last game for VCT for some of these teams. And we've already touched upon the mental and everything that goes into having a team perform to their best ability. So if you're wondering what Koi has been up to or what life is like in the Koi camp, let's have a look at Barber hyping up the boys for LCQ.
Hey guys, listen up a bit, guys. I have some things to tell you here today, yeah? Guys, I know it was a very, very difficult season for all of us. But I also know we're amazing, guys. If I slip up. We showed some greatness during the season, guys. We beat Na'Vi, one of the top contenders of the league, yeah? We showed hearts against Liquid, Fnatic, and we put Heretics in their spot. 3 things, guys. We won't stop trying, we won't stop working. Most important, guys, we won't stop believing. Nos hemos vuelto a ilusionar, tío. Shadows, you're the rock of the team. Our rock. Starkson, you're the heart of the team. Corazon, capi mi capitano Coldamenta, you're the leader. Lead them through all of the fire that we're gonna see today. Tricks, the talent, headshots, fast hands. Wolfen, chest out. You're the courage of the team. You're dashing to the fire and never looking back.
Guys, we said it in Brazil, right? That we were gonna make it to Champions. Well, now it's time to prove it, yeah? Let's prove it today.
Yeah. All right, guys. Before Tyler here goes through with the preparation for today, anyone have anything to add or? Starcito.
Oh man, I didn't even get a chance to explain the new bookie strat.
But you know what? At least give me something.
Should we have fish?
Let's do it.
All right. Do we want to do our own swear jar?
Sure.
Yeah?
Okay.
All right. All right, okay. I think that's a pretty nice thing to have on this.
brought cats
Maybe
to
we
the
could
desk?
just like bleep each other's ourselves out.
Oh wait, I thought you have the jar. I just actually want to pull out a bill.
Oh, okay. It's a cup, but
This guy's got stacks.
Okay.
Here,
Stacks
Mitch,
on
you wanna
stacks
help
over there.
out?
Okay, there you go.
What are you putting in?
There you go.
Just for the future.
Just for
I just want to have
I've never seen a €1,000 bill in person. That's impressive.
Okay, thanks, man.
That's
I'm just adding
impressive.
this to my
You got
donation.
more, huh?
You want some
All
more?
right, that's it. Thank you.
Fine.
You'll get that back later.
Sure.
At some point.
What back? Get what back?
Yeah. What?
Huh?
I didn't see
Anyway.
it
What was the jar actually about?
Yes,
Don't worry
so
about it.
Koi. I mean, they look to be really in the spirit in terms of making this count. They said it themselves at the beginning of the year. Making it to champs is their goal, probably for every single team, but it's really down to today because as we highlighted earlier, you're going up against Heretics. They had a roster change.
Yeah.
We don't know how that's going to be playing out. It's a bit of a curveball, and also, you lose this game.
You go on vacation.
Reality. You go on vacation.
There you go. It's July still. You know, most importantly, I think it is one of those things where it feels like it sounds stupid. I'm gonna be honest with you, but
I mean, you're saying it.
That won't stop you from saying it, though.
It will not stop me from saying it. Have fun. You know, it's one of those games where you're actually in the situation for Heretics. Okay, you know what? We had to get ourselves a player with 4 weeks' time. We're just trying. You know what? What can go wrong? Nothing can go wrong. With Koi constantly losing game one after another in a miserable fashion, whatever. What can go wrong? You see, and this is where I very much believe that both teams actually didn't show their actual strength. They're capable of doing so today, but most importantly, as we heard, from an atmosphere factor, this got to be up high there.
Absolutely. I think walking out onto that stage one more time when you've already counted yourself out, you've now watched Tokyo, you know that could have been you there, a few more results swinging your way, and it would have been. I think this is something that will fire these guys up as they walk out. It could be a banger of a game. I am so worried about what's going to be shown on the side of Heretics, because I think it could completely blindside Koi, who are coming in, trying to play a new style, trying to shake things up, and they're going to find out real quick if they're ready, if their prep's been working.
Yeah, it could be as well. I mean, having that fire for every single one of the players is going to be very crucial in terms of getting them ready to get into the game. You need to get into the headspace immediately. Last time they played the best of 3, it did go all the way to that 3rd map, but the results were pretty close as well. So it does mean that you want to hit the ground running, get that first map advantage as fast as you possibly can, because otherwise you are looking at a 2-0.
I don't believe in a 2-0. I'll be honest, with this game, I don't believe in a 2-0. I think we could go on all 3 maps. We're going to see some amazing maps. We might even see the great kind of changes in compositions. That is what I'm looking forward to with this game, because you had a lot of time, slight changes in the roster and also in the meta. It can only be great.
Yeah, especially thinking about last time. I think we got a decent veto out of it. Fracture Lotus Ascent was our last play over in week 7. A great opportunity for something along those lines to be repeated here and us to see exactly how these teams have adapted.
All right, that's enough from us, casters, because I know you guys are probably spamming. Casters, please start the game, and we will indeed. The first game, VCT EMEA LCQ on the way. 2 Spanish rosters fighting for survival, for a chance to go onto the international stage and make their dreams come through. Let's bring our players out. Koi up against Heretics.
Team Heretics. Koi.
Yeah. Wanna be a top boy, hot boy. Keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the block, boy. Keep your mind focused on the clock, boy. Yeah. Wanna be a top boy, hot boy. Keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the block, boy. Keep your mind focused on the clock, boy.
All right, El Clasico on the way. 2 Spanish teams up against each other. Why are you nodding your head?
Yeah, sure, El Clasico.
Yeah, you don't want to call it that? I mean, listen, for both of these teams, genuinely today, this is their last shot to prove themselves worthy to be going to the international stage, but also to keep themselves in the run during VCT. This could be the end for one of them.
Damn, Heretics brought even a second team in case. Well, most importantly, I think that, as you said, Rich, right, we will most definitely not see too much crazy variations in the map pool. I actually would expect that we see at least 2 out of the 3 maps of the previous game, right? And I think that is going to happen once more here. You don't need to recreate everything by scratch. Just fix out the mistake you had during the regular season. There's a lot of VODs to watch, and therefore I believe, you know, I see a Lotus, for example, God-given. You know, that would be one of the things. The Fracture they've played previously, also kind of given. I think we're going for the same maps pretty much.
it does bring the question though, because you have a new player. Do you want to stick to the formula that you had with a different team environment?
I think especially if you think you were onto something and there were just some small mistakes. I mean, I'm expecting, all right, so Bind already banned. Team Heretics last time they were banning out Pearl. It would make sense for them to stick with that. They've gone for Ascent, which was a map that we saw played out as the final. It made it all the way through the veto. Already big changes. Fracture pick for Koi, same as last time. This is Heretics map pick, and well, it was Lotus before. It was Lotus in pretty much all their series running up to.
It's Pearl. All right.
That's their ban.
Listen, we're getting curveball after
Last
curveball.
time.
As Mustard, as you were saying, Zash, that you're expecting similarity, you're expecting what we've seen last time. So far, that is not the case. And if we're surprised, imagine how Koi is feeling.
I mean, I just want to say one thing. When Heretics played this map the last time, they didn't even crack it. They had the Yoru on there, right? They had the Yoru, Astra, Fate kind of combination. I'm particularly excited for that second map. Most importantly, though, the Fracture. This is something that I'm kind of worried about if I would be Heretics. Sure, the last time they played against Koi, it was them playing with Weber, right? It was not the actual 5-player roster. It was with assistant coach in it. So I'm having higher hopes. Surely that's going to be better. I'm just curious if we're going to see big changes on the compositional side of things, because both have played it fairly standard when we talk about this map.
Yeah, it's strange, man. Looking at Fracture, I don't know how to feel about it. Obviously, the last time around, you see that Heretics victory, but the Koi victory, excuse me. But the reality is, I don't know how much has changed in the meantime that I can even gauge. I mean, the fact that Pearl previously in this exact series was a ban for that squad, and now they've come through and picked it, everything's flipped on its head.
Yeah, when we're looking as well at the map picks in general, Fracture, Pearl, and Haven included in the map pool, these are not maps that when we're looking at Heretics, they have been exceptionally good at, or something that has really put them in the lead. Specifically focusing on the first map, which is Fracture, they also like running the double duelist, so with Benji added onto the roster, is that potentially still going to be the case?
I mean, first of all, I wish I could talk about that any of those teams had an exceptional season or exceptional maps, but besides that point, last time around, Heretics had big struggles on the dev side, right? Won only 3 of those rounds. As we're taking a look at the kind of compositional changes, though, Benji is swapping over to the Cypher. This is a composition that the Koi side usually played. They have it on Wolfen now. Benji goes over to the Cypher, which makes it interesting. And also, if I see that correctly, that is Boo over on that Sky, which makes it once more very interesting, considering that usually we saw Mixwell on that duty.
Yeah, the fact that we've got Kellogg's playing a Raze here, we're not running the Jet comp. Mixwell was on the Raze previously, now taking up a Viper. Big fan of that change. I love Viper on this map. Trex and Starzo, though. You know, Starzo previously was the Raze, and he was looking unbelievable. Actually, I had in my notes, had a great season overall. Not that I think he'll have much of a drop-off playing the Sky. If anything, the flashes probably help him out more. Trex going in for the space taking. I mean, you heard it from Barbar in that interview, or in that behind the scenes in the coach's room, that, you know, you're the star, and this role switch is certainly putting him in a position to thrive as a star.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing, right? Because most importantly, this is like some of the best roles. I think in 2021 we had this big discussion. Okay, you know what? Starkzo is the best Sky we have, and you know, Solkaz is somewhere behind that. I think this is first of all one great thing. He plays that role particularly good. With Trex, on the other hand, this is his most played agent by, I think, 100 maps. Right? And he plays it so strong and so good. The mechanics so well versed in that department. The only thing that I find so interesting, which is kind of weird on the Heretic side of things, is an Omen and Viper. Right?
Yes.
It's not often happening, but when it happens, it's odd.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's actually just coming back to Avova. This guy from day one, he has been a menace on Omen. I mean, this guy was known for it back in beta days. So seeing him pick that through, I actually think this is exactly what we theorized. Benji comes in, he's going to be moving over to a role that he is comfortable on, but also offsetting other people's roles back to comfort. Avova is now on an agent where he will thrive. And I think that was my main feedback going through the season, looking at this guy who I've been a massive fan of since day one, was that I'm not seeing him play what I know he's one of the best in the world at.
All right, it's looking a little scary for Koi. They're going up against the unknown, as we haven't actually seen Heretics play this composition at all. With so much on the line, ending your run at VCT, qualifying for champs. Let's head over into the first map of our first game at EMEA LCQ with Des and Ender.
Thank you very much, Ginny and the gents over on the desk. Great first game coming up, Ender. I know we came into this and we were like, first day, couple of teams, one's got to go home, of course, from either games that are played. But this one, with Benji being in there, Benjyfishy, by the way, we've got to talk about that name in a bit. New player coming in, makes things exciting. Can Heretics break that curse from last time and actually beat Koi this time?
That's what I'm wondering, because there's so many changes, right? Whether it's the roster, whether it's the agent select coming in, that was a little bit of a curveball they threw us to what they were playing back with Weber. Of course, the last time these teams faced off, it was Koi's only second series win of the season. So they have the slight upper hand here, but none of that matters, because that was 2 months ago. Like, you can come in with whatever expectation you want, but these teams are different.
Yes.
Even Koi, where things stay largely the same, they've had 2 months to work on themselves and get ready to make that final push to champs.
That's the big one, right? Neither of these two teams have played really for the last couple of months. It feels like a lot has happened in that time, and a lot has. We've had Ascension and everything else running through. But for these teams, it has been 2 months of getting back to the drawing board and refiguring things out. Now, as we've seen, both in draft in terms of agent and map, things have changed massively for the side of Heretics. Koi sticking a little bit to what's familiar here, but you know there'll be some changes here, Prep. They don't want to walk into this one being fully counter-preppable by the side of Heretics.
100%. These two teams have a lot to show us right off the rip, just to fight to try and stay alive. And it is Team Heretics. I loved how the desk sort of touched on Ovova and that Omen he was pulling out. Right now, Koi just looking for a little bit of early aggression, but it's actually a north side arcade pinch. It looked like Koi, after only finding the Cypher, thought the hit was going to go over towards A, and now they're caught slightly out of position, all playing over towards CT, try and fight out of these smokes.
Yeah, heavy blitz on the way through, and you can just see Koi paying that respect as well, backing out. But there's still a little bit conscious, potentially a plant coming on the A side here. You can still see the sky hanging out that way, but surely the call comes in here that everyone is hard hitting their way through. Plants going down, still watching out for the flank, but now Koi have got to battle their way back into the site. They just conceded control of. Perfectly timed TP out as well.
A couple of kills being traded back as Heretics find a few. Benjyfishy showing up in the first round. He is silent and a killer. We're not even seeing him on the screens. He finds 2.
Just keeping himself busy for sure, but Heretics come out fighting in that first round. A real uppercut towards Koi, who, again, I think played the right move there as well, conceding side control, not wanting to stick it in the numbers disadvantage, but...
I'll translate 2 in my first round.
First round, 2? That's a record, surely? We were saying, it's really funny, you look at the names on the teams, right? You have like players like Wolfen, Starkso, Benjyfishy.
Benjyfishy. That doesn't tell you he came from Fortnite. I don't know what does.
The kids
but that aim
that.
right there, nicely done. He's able to finish off that second kill through the smoke. This actually gives us a little bit of time, I think, to talk about the 2 different comps, because primarily one of the things is the double smokes from Team Heretics. You just saw some of the value the Omen can give. It is terribly difficult to actually find a plant on Fracture, especially over on that B site. You're often just getting blasted by Breach utility on the other side, so having the TP to escape from a position where usually if you plant back slant, you're almost always getting killed. Makes it a little bit nicer to play the post more on-site over towards tower as well. But also with these 2 comps and the Cypher coming online, you're going to see a lot of play around the camera placement. Right now, it is just Wolfen playing solo over towards B with the camera on arcade, spot out lurk, spot out hits, and set up for the shorty gaming up above rope. But later on, you'll see that camera used in A main primarily for a lot of power of scouting and retake ability.
They know at least one's up in tower here at the back of the Sky Flash coming on in. But the dumpy utility coming in towards site surely says to Koi something is going down. You can see a real, I love this by the way, just holding up and camping. But pushed in on the backside as well, almost finds Kellox who gets the kill first. But look on the backside, 3 players of Koi are coming in Ender here, rotating their way back through spawn, but Abova's here to greet them. Flash comes through, but he don't miss those, finds himself 1, looking in for the next 2 as well. Abova finds 2, makes it 3 as well. Easy round for Heretics there. Koi with a nice little bit of play coming out towards the end, but not enough to upset the superior guns of Heretics.
Yeah, you know, we see the shorty gaming from time to time, and it'll always find you one, it seems like. You know, now we get to see the full power unleashed. It is worth pointing out, I think, that with the lack of Killjoy, with the lack of Breach from the side of Heretics, there's maybe a little bit less you can do in terms of setting up trap plays once it switches over to the opposite side of things. But they can still look to get very aggressive here on attack, especially Avova. There's a lot of options to teleport into sight. That Paranoia, really effective tool at hitting both above and below on that A side. If you want to take it from Dish, that's where I think a lot of Omen comps can thrive, is attacking more towards the north side of the map and using the teleport to use the verticality and the gap close.
Well, here you've got Benji all by himself on the south side, while the rest of the team largely working their way in from the north. So this is a small change of play here, change of tack.
Yeah, I think get used to it a little bit with this Cypher. In a similar way to that Killjoy, you are going to play usually 4-1. We're using the trip to guard one of the exits, maybe the camera to spot out early aggression. I think that's where a lot of the value of that Cypher cam can come in on attack.
Well, they had Dog coming in through spawn, so the Sky knows at least that up to spawn is clear and wants to try and push a way forward. So Benji's got to be mindful of that, but has a little bit of a backup in himself with the tripwire. All of them rotating underneath here, grouping up once again for a very heavy push together.
Because they know that camera spots above their Viper wall, so they actually just broke it there, went, played for the orb, kills traded out, and Kellogg's has ultimate. This is a very winnable round now for Heretics.
Sure enough, they're going to force sight here, commanding respect from the side of Koi. Showstopper not needing to be fired just to command space, but they've done just that. Out it comes. A freebie and finds 2 for the price of 1 himself on the back end of it, but it's still 2 falling down. Site control once again conceded, and Heretics have got what they need. Maybe not, actually, as Trex. There's a little bit of damage. Avova comes in with the trade. Called him enter into another. Avova's got it all to do. He found 3 at the end of the last round, but he's already so low here.
Spike planted.
Has that teleport to work with, though. Sky Flash actually does clear him in heaven, gives the sound out.
Wasn't worried about a call to enter off towards the side, but on the gun round, Koi are back into things. Now, we've got a game in our hands.
Yes, we do. That Razel was the ultimate bargain bin. You're like, oh, it's a buy one for the price of 2, right? Oh, wait, no, it actually backfired. Yeah, that's the reason it was in the bin in the first place. Of course, it got taken low from Shadow's, so it makes sense, gets traded out there. But I actually love the idea. Trex sort of playing on top of Generator there, hiding inside the enemy Omen smoke that was thrown on that angle. If you want to have full coverage, you do need 3 smokes, or in this case, the Viper Wall plus that high smoke from the Omen. But once it timed out with the mollies over by main, stalling out that side hit, Trex was in a perfect position to sort of look down from above, find a couple of cheesy kills.
Keep an eye on Coldamenta across the next couple of rounds. His ult's not too far away from being online, and we know, again, that's a massive space creator for them. Trex also not too far away. Does mean Koi should have the ability to deter, or at the very least slow down, a very pacey Heretics push that we've seen in all 3 rounds so far.
They're looking for some late aggression, but they should have heard that camera being tapped into. Still just holding that breach stun off of the contact, and they find the one. That's absolutely perfect. That forces Heretics to accelerate on the south side. They've already opened up the door into sand.
Yeah, I mean, they're pushed deeper in towards Dish here, which means Sight is slightly exposed. Bova's going to find a freebie, and that is Sight completely clear. They're in a spot here to get the spike down. Clearly not fully aware of that themselves, but Koi are starting to swarm back in.
Mixwell's so important here on the flank. The retake ult is coming in as Mixwell finds one, but Trex is already onto Sight.
That's it. Now look out towards the Scars come through. They managed to get in a spot where that spike is down on Sight. Not yet planted, so it's a lot of work for Heretics to do.
Mixwell just trying to provide some cover there, dropping down smokes, working together with Avova to give that coverage. Now A main has been open, though, so there's nowhere comfortable to play on site for Heretics. Planting back behind Pillar. It's just that first angle on stairs they got to deal with.
Mixwell's going to be the big factor here as well. If he can just give a little bit of relief to the 2 players on site, this could be huge. Sees one of the ropes as well, but not going to find him first. Wolfen connects, and now things are looking dire for Heretics. Outside of a hero play, Avova, he manages to get a trade, brings it down to a 1v1. Wolfen's just snaking his way around and finds it out. It's a big 3K for Avova 3 rounds after his previous 3K.
Avova off to a fantastic start here on Fracture. That's a way to kick it off with the comp change back on that signature Omen.
8-1, by the way.
Just dancing on him a little bit, isn't he?
And he just.
And it opens up right in a 4 versus 5, but Avova takes that chance, opening up door. See the player on site there, wasn't expecting anyone to go through it, but was able to find it. So desperately needed, and then fighting back into main, knowing that as soon as that neural theft is popped from the enemy Cypher, you gotta go.
Benji's already got the passion built up. It's funny, I was speaking to Neil, the coach, actually, yesterday, and asking, why Benji talks about why you got this guy on side. And he said, look, the stage experience is one thing. Like, he's going to come in, there's no nerves to really shake him off. But if nothing else, it's how coachable he is. He's like a dream teammate to have, apparently. Spends extra hours putting practice in, turns up to every single strat session. The guy's an absolute beast. And honestly, he was like, trust me, the world will see how special this kid is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure for like tryouts, they ran an actual battle royale. And he just came out on top. They did it in the gaming house.
And then tested the dancing abilities as well.
Yeah, that was definitely tested. That was how you...
I've heard it was the #1 criteria.
Yeah, it's like in Hunger Games, right? You have to get the sponsors,
Yeah.
So it's all about the dancing ability to get you the extra buffs.
They'd also say they've been watching him since January, so it wasn't like it was a flip decision in the last minute. They've really been working on this pick to make sure it was going to be the right one for them. Now, once again, Heretics have made a real thing this half of grouping up as a unit and pushing in with numbers overwhelmingly, especially from the north side as well. We saw one transition over, but now the Seekers are coming out. They see everything on the camera, and that's going to mean everyone scatters from the west side of the map over to the east, but they're not going to be able to stop this onslaught of red just flooding the site.
Poor dude's just sitting on site with a sheriff. He's blinded from one side, getting dove on by the other. It is not a fun situation to be in whatsoever, especially when the door opens and there's 2 Vandals just staring you down there.
Yeah, they're just ready and waiting. There's what, a crossfire of 2-3 players here holding down onto the top of rope, which is going to force them in towards main. And at this point, I'm sure there's a read coming in. Abova's ready. Out comes the dark cover as well, just to say, nope, also can't push in there. So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Push through the smoke or go back towards rope where you have at least 2 players watching you. It's not a fun time to be a Koi player.
Yeah, in Valorant too, it's not just a rock and a hard place. It's also like poison on the floor, birds that are flashing you, you know, just absolutely
everything that wants to kill you.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, you think birds are fine, and then all of a sudden you're in an Alfred Hitchcock film. They're just coming straight for your eyeballs.
Jesus.
It is not fun.
Dark.
It's only dark if you know the movie.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Bit of an old one, that one. Bit of an old one.
To get back to the gameplay a little bit, this dish aggression, I think, is something you're going to see. I think when you're playing these double dive comps, and, you know, usually you think about dive, that's like a raise a jet, but Omen can function like that with his teleport, you know, getting into a site very quickly. I think they're very well suited to this north side aggression, whether it's teleporting across fire lines over an arcade or getting onto that top of that A site. It can be very effective. The Cypher, too, doesn't have to be around his utility like a Killjoy, so they're more allowed to group up as 5 players, although you will still often see Benji going for that solo walk-up into Dish.
Again, another cam's going to tag out here and push through. They see it, sees the leg, and that's all he needs to know. A little bit of leg, and it's going to lead straight into an ult. And they burn through Mixwell on his push in. Great first find.
I think that was a stun off of Starzo's dog as well. You don't just insta-snap the ulti coming on through there, so a little bit of a trap play setup, and now the ultimate straight into sight.
Stick this as well. I think he's going to at this point as well. Immediately off the back of it as well. The paranoia comes across, but clearly didn't find Wolford at first. Finds one for himself. They flood on towards the site, and Stark, so finally on the board, had nothing to his name coming into this round, but has done a lot of work here to make sure Koi come out on top. Kellogg's all by himself. Trex with the close. Koi find their second of the half.
Yeah, the adrenaline may be pumping a little there for Benji. Shot's not quite getting in there.
He looks like he's played the whole series at this point. The dude's red in the face. He's like, yeah, come on!
The roller coaster of emotions after opening it up and having the highs and the lows. You gotta find yourself quickly in all of that, though. And yeah, I think that was a stun that came in on the end.
It was just a great little read as well, because they knew that it was either push forward and you're fully exposed and you're getting swung on, or run back, but you're having to run straight through the ult and you are barbecue as soon as you try and make that happen.
It's always nice, too, because, of course, the main comp switch up for Koi would have been to go off of the Fade onto the Sky, so you'd think less like actual util combo ability, because the Fade Seize is just so powerful, but you can never underestimate the ability of that dog, especially because I think the ult came out a little bit before it even tagged, so no one was going to turn around and shoot that dog. It was always going to get the bite off.
It's like a slower start to this round coming out from the side of Heretics, but slowly working their way up towards pushing on the south side. But look at the stack on the other side of this smoke. They're ready.
It's about to get real spicy. This dog runs into the Cypher. This went up rope, so looking for a fight down there. That's on Trex. Trex finds the first one as they push out through the smoke. A little bit of insanity, and through all of it, Mixwell lurked into arcade, got up onto site through tower.
I think that was so close there. You'd have lost the Viper and the Viper's Pit in one stroke, but managed to keep himself on side. Seeker's coming out on top as well. For Heretics, they're starting to get in, but Mixwell's gone down. Viper's Pit's offline. This is a good ender.
Yeah, looks like Kellogg's has to find this fight on the south side. No Starzo is in the area off the ult that came through.
Flash comes through. They know that he's here as well. Pretty much a guaranteed direct 1v1 to come through, though. Comes out on the swing, but we're still in the animation again. It's gone out. Tagged down as a result. Now Boba's got to do it again. His third 3K of the game is calling.
Shadows traveling.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go real fast, my friend. Spray comes through, but Stark, so with the pre-fire, was just ready. Koi up, another one, here to bring it up to 3.
Yeah, Koi continuing to look for this sort of delayed aggression. We saw a similar look up towards Dish earlier that wasn't super effective, but this one, walking out with the dog through A main. 2 players ready to push out of that smoke, right? Because you think if you get delayed contact out of the A main push, all of those Heretics players, they're trying to turn around and look back towards their spawn. Then the 2 players in the stair smoke pop out. So a really cool idea to try and find that little pinch maneuver. Ends up working really nicely at the start for them.
I mean, Heretics had that real, hit and run pace essentially at the very start of the game, just forcing Koi off site before they could respond. And even that round there, we started with 2 up on the north side. One was looking towards A south. You had 2 pushing in B main. It was like they're basically trying to do 3 things at once here. And it took them 20 seconds or so to really consolidate, and that's when we saw the action come out from the other side. So they got what they wanted, which was aggression from Koi. They just couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, I think in this timeout for Heretics, they're going, okay, a few rounds now between sort of 130 and 120 is when those actual pushes are happening, or even setting up a trap play towards Dish. So be ready for that. And maybe our Cypher scouting util needs to be a little bit better, because right now, I believe they're putting one trip and one camera on the same side of the map. But that round, A main was pretty wide open. It was Cypher north side, and there was 4 players all outside stairs, no one really watching that flank. It was the Cypher that was supposed to come back across the rope that was going to be their protection. But obviously you can't reliably do that, because if what just happened happens, you're going to get punished very repeatedly. So sort of tightening up their early round scouting, whether that means, you know, committing a sky flash on the strong side of the map towards the, you know, the A main you're not going to be hitting, or something like that could be the approach. Although right now all sort of scouting util is going to be north side, except they were able to put that trip to watch any B main aggression.
Doing the same again here. Look, 3 angles all being contested. You got 1 pushing through Dish, 2 pushing up towards Arcade, 2 pushing their way up through A main. Just really trying to feel things out. I think, like you say, the scouting game in that first 30 seconds or so is top dog for them. And here, straight away, the push is coming on the north side. We've had the Sky Flash come out towards Ditch. They know that no one's there, and now they've got to make it happen. Showstopper's out! Starkstone cannot get away from that one. Stopped in his tracks. Out comes the hack as well. This one should be a comfortable round coming out for Heretics if they can get away with this execute.
That was wicked from Kellogg, just putting the team on his back in that round. How does the retake come through, though? Shadows has just about full util, no Aftershock, but it's Coldamenta fighting into main that's going to be so important. I think calling Shadows into this is going to be their best way of battling back.
Oh, great flash sync as well coming out. Coldamenta on the swing off the back of the breach flash. Beautiful little bit of team play coming out from Koi, but Evova's here and waiting. Almost gets Shados, but not enough to put him down.
Through all of this, Benji was able to find a kill. There's also a late reflank coming in from Boo. Took the zipline from north side down here. Benji goes for the swing. Benji finds the 5th for Team Heretics.
He's loving it. He is lapping it up down there. Every single time there's a killer around, he's absolutely loving life.
Wow.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of players coming on their debuts, and it's not like a massive like flashbang continues forevermore. Like, he started strong, been a bit quiet for a few rounds, but it's really warmed up.
I love how Kellogg's there just uses the enemy boombot to open door. He's ready for that raise, knows the pattern, and just dumpsters on him. Has the ult coming out after. That was truly...
He's on his first game and he's always like, yeah, and what? Where are you? Where are you?
He's talking big. He knows how to play.
He was truly formed.
He's an entertainer, okay? You got to give him the respect.
Truly formed in the flames of British esports is the way I'll summarize it. Now, Trex there tried to go pretty big at the start. As you saw the double hop through to try and get aggressive on towards spawn, but Heretics, they heard those blast pats going off. They knew what was coming. They dealt with it well.
Trying to find this regress. This will be big if they can hold on to dish control. Mixwell isn't able to find it, so now 2 players sort of peering down on you as you have to get the spike out of main. Paint Shell's called in, but Wolfen does get a timing on it, not looking to take the fight too early.
Planted.
So the rest of the team's still rotating in.
Clearly skipped the tripwire that's on site so far as well, have very much worked their way around it, but spike is down, and Koi once again have got to fight their way in.
Kellogg's finds the first.
Sky Flash came in as well at a great time for the swing to come out. There's still one more there that I don't think they're fully aware of. Wolfen will find one, and that's a little bit of a stab in the back, but 2 more quick kills come through. Benji and Avova doubling up to close out the round. What I do love about Heretics, they've done such a good job of restricting mid every time the spike's down. Whether it's smokes, whether it's players, whether it's flashes, they are denying any kind of mid play from Koi.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kellogg's can be kind of a ballistic player at some times. Like, he just wants to, like, push. Sometimes gets caught, but he's always going to threaten you. There, though, I think he hears the Skydog. So he's anticipating, with a lot of pressure up towards Dish, hey, maybe there's only actually the Sky +1 here. I can take that fight. I can isolate those ones. That's why he goes to the push, finds his, and then some.
Time for a Koi, so I imagine here, as they have got some things to think about for themselves. They started to battle the way back in around rounds 4 and 5, but since then it has just started to feel like Heretics have really found their form again and are starting to pull ahead. 6-3 up, only 3 rounds still to play. It's far from over, it's far from a one-sided affair, but Koi can feel that this game is pretty much stacked against them right now.
Yeah, you know, it feels like Koi have been getting picked off a lot in the early rounds, right? First it was 2 rounds ago when Trex died with the alarm bot through the door. Then last round was looking for an early sort of embed play where he double satchels on top of the box, is trying to look over the smoke. He just gets spammed straight on through that. So sort of revamping the defensive approach might be the right idea for Koi here. Thinking maybe not the early explosive play, although they do have the Brimble. So if they wanted to default back into sort of playing around either the Breach stun or the Sky Dog stun and looking to catch out with Coldamenta's ult, that could be a good plan for them here. But whatever it is, they need to be getting Trex in better positions to be able to fight, because he's been fairly isolated, I think, in these openers.
Things do feel at least a little bit different to last time they played. I mean, Koi picked this map last time, let's not forget, they were the ones that started on the attack inside, so it has been a change in stance from Heretics to pick attack on the start for themselves. They had pretty good success, actually, winning 4 in a row in the second half, and then the next 4 they did get the spike down, but just couldn't quite convert the round. So we know they're good on the attack inside. Defense is going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, they're zooming on in here. They have the read off the Sky Flash and A main. The B is going to be soft. There's a judge up in heaven. Dog did scout that out, so here comes the pinch. If it comes at all, Heretics taking their time as he just drops straight on down. 2 players waiting for him, though. And it's all down to this double flank from Starkzo and Trex to turn it back in Koi's favor.
Lost the coin flip there, looked the wrong way. Could have been left or right. He chose left, and turns out it was wrong. They've got the site control, not yet committing to the spike plant.
They don't want to plant because there's still a Brimble. If you plant and slant here, you are literally cooked.
And just run. It's going to have to be the answer from it. Still, here we go on this one going down with Trex being picked off there. They're not going to commit towards an ult here. Now it's trying to see what they can do. Starkzo finds one for himself. All comes out on top. Suddenly, Koi start flipping their fortunes, but it's still a 3v3.
Yeah, the roast Sky for dinner there. Here we go. Benjyfishy flashed, has to fall back just a little bit. Both players towards tower. Pretty easy to isolate now for Koi. Another flash to fight on in.
Flash. Can they swing in and find kills? No, Mixwell's there to respond as well. The only player that wasn't flash goes big. Benji finds one. They pick one up for themselves all the way through. Heretics once again on the win off the back of a Koi timeout.
Boy, we're so spooked. There was going to be some kind of other late reflank, something like this after Avova went for the underpass push.
Oh, yeah.
But all 3 players were holding hands. It was a cute little family scene up in tower after they cleared it out from the judge. And I gotta respect it. Avova, I think, actually calling there not to go for the plant, because you notice the plant only went down the second he got that kill. That's when they committed the plant. He wanted all the time in the world to find that push down underpass.
I love those coach side by sides because you just see the disparity of man.
Yeah.
One being like, what just happened? The one being like, yeah!
Meanwhile, the coaches, use their timeouts. Like, we can't say anything else. We're just going to keep screaming.
And then you watch Mini, and his face never changes whether they win or lose.
Yeah.
Like the most neutral guy in the world.
Spike down.
A general air of disappointment. I feel that everything's not 100% perfect.
Even when he's happy, it's pretty chill.
Oh, the spike is in a bad
They are
spot.
trying. Oh.
Koi are sending it, though. Oh, my word. You guys have the spike, but they're still going ham. Shadows finds the kill.
I love it. They had the deep smoke against them, put one down themselves towards spawn side, and used that to push through the first smoke to actually aggress on the back of the showstopper. Really good aggression from Koi, and it's a great response to the aggression we keep on seeing coming out of Heretics.
A whole lot of time to work with. Here's Kellogg's fights back a little bit.
Jesus, honestly. This is a battlefield. Right now, Koi are coming out on top.
Didn't we nerf how many bullets are in the guns? I know we couldn't spam these quite as hard anymore. Watch spawn, though. It's a Viper. It's a Mixwell looking to find a lurk, but there was already a trip placed. Wolfen is so aware of what may end up happening, although looks like he just jumped over that thing.
He's got away with it.
30 seconds
I mean, I'm sure he can't get away with this, but they've got to do something. They're sat on the spike, all 3 of them, and somehow Avova and Mixwell have got to make this push work. It's going to have to be a joint swing coming out here, though, as well. It could go wonderfully, or it could go tragically.
Yeah, he has to open the door. He has to tell him he's coming on in there. They're pushing on forward. Shadows finds his 3rd with the Spectre.
Beautiful.
And it all falls apart there. Koi secure the round after just obliterating A main. They had a bit of a half funky, funky chowder buy going on, and they just full-on sent it and never let go of the spike.
I just thought... Again, the aggression they brought on top of the smoke, they saw the first one go down, we're like, right, no, we're not giving you that ground. And immediately here, with the contested pack, basically exactly the same time. Maybe they heard the smoke coming out from the Omen and instantly responded, but it was really good on their side to, again, match the aggression we've seen coming out of Heretics. And now, look, the disparity of coaches.
The little eyebrow raise there, you gotta love to see
He's like, cheeky boys, I like it.
Absolutely. All right, checking in the last round. You haven't talked too much about the ults this half. Boo has his, but Kellogg's and Shadows are one off. Those are the big ones here, especially on attack, so I'm expecting to see Kellogg's pick this one up here. As he does, just a little bit of protection from Benji from behind. Benji also has Spike, so potentially if he's able to find a body after planting that, he can get that online for some late round info.
Here we go as well. Showstopper out on top as well. Comes out with that one. Doesn't even find a target. That is not ideal for Kellogg's. Still, 1 for 1. In fact, 2 quick kills coming back the other way. Down to a 4v3 for Koi, and Tower's where it's at. Benji loves being in this spot. Another big 2K for himself. Now on the march on forwards, and they get the pings onto these last two players. A right time swing here could very much end the round.
Yeah, Smoke will block this off, but Sarso still has plenty of scouting options available. Finally, Evo was able to get back to the team. He gets ult, he has the spike now. He could potentially move over to the A site, and I think Kolda is kind of reading that. Kolda's already gone for the rotation over to that area.
They're all going. I mean, both of them by the looks are trying to step away.
I think it's a fake ult. It's a fake ult into a B plant again.
No.
No, he commits it. Oh yeah, see, he's gonna come back.
Bit of a scout. And now they're gonna go for it as well. At this point, they've got to hang around mid because they don't have any idea on exactly where the commit is.
Left.
Starkso could be the hero in this round, though. He's got to step forward and get a couple of big kills.
Aboba's got to be close to having a second flash. Yeah, 5 seconds back on that one. So 2 flashes sort of locks these players into main. Although he goes for the spike plant, or the site smoke. That's the one. Now he goes to the spike plant. He's doing it all. Very impressive.
I won't find the cross, but just in case TP's out safely. Right, 2 players hold up inside a tower. What can they do at the back of this one?
Oh, that's the last smoke used too. Nothing to guard off tower.
They've got 2 flashes to play with.
Just a molly and a bird.
And the bird might just be enough here to give them what they need, but got to try and find the man. They know that he's there, he hasn't rotated away, but it's the fear of what if he steps out and goes to the spray. There's no molly left here. There we go, Starkso finding his man. Koi, not actually a bad half, given the pace at which it started. And again, the last time these 2 teams played, it was a very attacker-leaning map. This has been a really good half for Koi, and I'd be a little bit nervous if I was Heretics, admittedly.
7-5. No one's feeling comfortable. No. Look, we're in the knockout stage. We're in uncharted territory. These teams haven't played in 2 months. And yeah, they are absolutely here with a lot of pressure on their back. It doesn't look like it if your name is Benjyfishy, though. This guy out to a really good start. First time on the main stage VCT here, but already slotting in very nicely to the rest of Heretics and playing with the crowd, too. You love to see it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't imagine with all the players, really. It's a little bit of readjustment at the start of this game, which is why I don't think you can put too much on the back of Koi for the slower start they had. It has been a couple of months since they've sat here in front of a crowd in a different environment to play in compared to what they're used to. But you have seen both teams now really get back to that old form, it feels.
I think you saw a little bit of the old form of Ova Omen, too, early in the half especially.
He was 8-1 at one point, yeah, flying.
Had a couple of fantastic rounds. I think now, though, the challenge is with Koi moving over to the attacking side. You know, there are some, quirks with running the double smoke composition here from Team Heretics. One is no breach, right? So right off the rip, sort of, snap plays are going to be a little bit tougher because that breach concuss is so powerful in areas, especially like outside of A main, for example, or up towards Dish. Very, very powerful thing. But at the same time, they do have the double smokes. That means almost permanent stall. They can cycle out those smokes very, very nicely. So it means that a lot of the time, you might not be as successful sort of waiting out those abilities. You're going to have to go through smokes at times if you are Koi on the attack and committing to those plays.
Also, you can't ignore the other side does have hold of the Brim, who himself brings a fair few smokes along. Some of the longest lasting in the game, I believe.
I'm sorry,
well, right?
Has it always said halftime heart? Like, am
where?
In the bottom left corner? Is that new? I swear that has to be new. The greater than 3? Or
I mean, yeah, but it really bothers me that the less than is so much lower down than the 3, so it's not dead center.
Yeah, it's a weird little carrot situation.
I've never seen it, so I think you might be right. Maybe production can confirm that's a new thing.
Why?
Do
we love halftimes?
That much, yeah. Everyone loves a halftime. Get a drink. It's a hydration break.
I mean,
you've got a bottle of water in your hands.
I do. That's very true.
Exactly. So you know that's what it's for.
This halftime brought to you by water.
That's halftime and self-care, self-love. Hydrate.
That's true. That's true. Get a little stretch in. Get a little snack on. Whatever you need. Keep yourself going here.
One thing I did notice about Heretics was it feels like a lot of their ults aren't exactly these big power ults, right? Whereas you look at, looking towards the Raze, really that's the one
Very true.
It's the one big impact ult they've got, which is why I think you've seen that pace throughout most of that first half is. We haven't got big ults to play off at the back of the Raze. We're going to have to just force this through straight up gunplay and pace and utility more than anything else.
No breach ult, no killjoy. You have the Cypher in that slot instead. You have the Omen instead of the Brim. Yeah, I think you're 100% right.
Use on the attacking side.
Yeah. You definitely don't have those explosive sight hitters.
maybe is why we saw that style of play. But let's see how the second half plays out. And again, you're seeing Koi coming in with their style of a split here as well. But I like, again, the immediate aggression coming in. But look at this coming in behind them as well. The pinch could be horrific here as well. Colder absolutely slaughters them. Wolfen in for the third. Heretics have crumbled here in round one.
Look at the smokes they put on site, too. They didn't want to deal with any site players. Pistol plan coming on through for them as Wolfen finds this first one. No, Benjyfishy is going to be taking it. A little bit isolated for now, but still a 2-player advantage off of a really nice play, kicking things off.
Here we go. Benji to be the hero.
He's fishing.
Benjyfishy. He's fishing.
Yeah, there you go.
Goes fishing pretty well, finds one for himself, but Mixwell's got 3 to find. He is on full HP, treks down to less than half. Doable, but extremely difficult, yes.
It's like some kind of a joke. A fisherman and a bartender walk into the A site. I don't know, and there's 3 players with guns there. Not the punchline I was looking for.
No, the joke gets cut short by the guns.
Bartender, because Mixwell. We did that beforehand. Don't worry about it. Anyways, this is what I want to look at, though. The double smoke. Actually, no. You're just going to see the kills at the end. The setup doesn't matter. Look, it's more exciting to see the crosshair placement, the double headshot onto the brimstone.
More pew-pew for me.
I like it.
Don't know if Heretics do. For Koi, that was very much a taste of what Heretics dealt to them in much of that first half again, with the aggression coming out. And despite Heretics trying for 2 players quite aggressively towards A main, still stung them.
Yeah, Koi playing all 5 on the north side. Again, because you have the Cypher, you can put the trips down south, not worry about the aggression. And when you're rocking, you know,
surely
a pretty heavy round 2 here.
Surely there's a read for Heretics. They've had the 2 players towards A actually push out quite far to fish and see what's going on. And now the read must come through that this is where the play is coming in. You'll see a couple of the players start to rotate over. Let's not forget, you are against a bunch of guns. It's not going to be a pretty round.
No, especially when you're flashing yourself. Poor Boo. Although it also, hey, it hit for a Vova, so he's able to get that kill with the underpass push. That's the power you get from taking B lobby control early on, is the ability to quickly reflank against the heavy north side setup.
Vova's taking a little bit of a unexpected angle here as well, but Starkso swings on him, styles on him. Kelos gets one back. It's an easy closeout for Koi, and just like that, everything has been drawn square. I said you might start to feel nervous if you are Heretics. It's that time.
All evened up. Need to check in on the ultimates because Kolda was farming them. I believe he was the one planting the spike. That would make sense to me, even though I wasn't specifically tracking it. Because having that on round 3 is real quick. Playing to min-max the orbs early on can be so important. Like, if you can swing this round, especially because they did go for the Bulldogs Vandals buy, like, you're always trying to sort of invest here, carry it on through into the third. Although Heretics are going to fight back north side. You have the Paranoia, which is sort of a quasi-breach stun. It's line control, you know. Big, powerful crowd control ability. Goes out in a similar line to the breach stun. But with just a smoke, they can make it so that if anyone was to go dish, there'd have to be investment. They hear that flash over towards B now, so they're going to rotate off a dish.
Smoke's down. It's that commitment.
Yeah, potentially they look for a reflank south side after the dog spotting nothing.
The breach splash was enough just to keep 2 players interested for long enough that they can now hit the site in a 5 versus 2. B site is gone at this point for Heretics, unless we see some real big hero plays coming out. He's in a good
Mixwell! And again, the man goes nuclear!
Man's out of his seat! They can't be sat down, someone give him a seatbelt! Arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times. This roller coaster is off the chains.
That's a classic curse as well. 5v2, sights lost, the man pops off a 4K.
But it was the position he had, right? Playing right on the outside of that smoke in just an absurd spot, holding dice for the walkout because he has the trip holding his right, dips in and out of that Viper wall. It's the power, I think, of the Viper primarily. When you're playing a little bit more aggressively on defense and you go on opposite sides. If you remember back to how Vipers would play the A site back on Icebox, you're always looking for timings to peek through, get a kill, fall on back. Mixwell has been a guy that's played Viper so long, alongside so many different agents, but has come back to this Viper and just knows how to dance around that util.
Here we go on the march underneath as well. Rather than going for the direct push, you've seen in quite a few of these rounds, instead working their way up towards top side. May well back away afterwards, but for now, they have no idea this is coming.
Yeah, someone put that dog on a leash. It's just going on a walkabout here. Out of control. Doesn't spot these players going into arcade, although as soon as you hear the boom bot, that is a big indication there's at least a breach, maybe a sky behind it. Ray's never really going off on her lonesome here on Fracture.
Oh, this could be timing. They're all around the corner looking the right way. Can't even find one, unfortunately. Trex Takes half HP, but he's not going to be too worried about that one. Now comes the full-on charge out towards A.
Yeah, I think that's why they showed the boombot. They were looking for a little rewrap, a little false information put towards B main. Now, of course, with those Seekers, they're going to realize the A site's open. Just the player of Boba they can look to trap in A main. They have double satchels, they do. Satchels into A main, they want to punish the Omen, and they do. Trex finds everyone, 3 kills before he drops, and Koi just terminate the round.
Who cares about a smoke when you can just power your way through? Raze making so much space for them, drawing so much attention, but the util dump was just far too much for Heretics to respond to. And I said earlier on, you'll start to feel worried at this point if you're Heretics. Sure, Mixwell had a big clutch, but outside of that, it's looking all things up for the side of Koi.
Yeah, right after showing that boombot, they're instantly running back towards Dish. And wow, Trex following those Seekers straight on in. There's nothing better, I think, playing Raze when you have Seekers or like Fade blood trails on the ground. Anything just tell you exactly where to path with those satchels. Here we go though, Heretics, they have an op in the hands of Kellogg's. And they're gonna run.
They're loving this satchel pushing towards site, and once again, space has been made, everyone scatters, and no one's here. Which really is going to be enough indication for Koi that, okay, site feels relatively safer now. Smokes are down, they've covered everything off. This is going as well as it could possibly do for Koi.
And they can hold post plant for a long time. Brimble, Mollies, paint shells, everything they've got it. Trex continuing to step on forward. Now the spike was canceled. The plant didn't go through, but they have the Cypher to reclaim. And now having to invest the ultimates, they don't just get spammed out on the opposite side. All that post-plant util is now being spent just to fight back against Heretics, who are finding ways back into this site.
Just one at a time, one at a time. Finally, the spike does go down, so now the pressure flips onto the other side. Heretics in a much better position here than what Koi arguably were on their previous retakes of this site. Again, think about the aggression we saw in towards mid with the util stacking. But here it's on the south side. It's an absolute demolition. Kellogg's still with the op in hand is hoping to find anything, but no one's giving him a time at the time of day.
It's all on Abova here. Find something. Sees Wolf in the corner, gets it. Can't quite turn around for the other, and now it's just the operator against the world. No time.
Finds one for himself, but still must know that there's one more here. Knows that he simply has not got time. Gonna have to let this one tick out, and understandably, would rather save the op in this round.
Wow. Heretics had the numbers advantage going for that retake, but the flash through the Viper, smoke in A main. Just crazy how the players got completely wrapped, tangled around one another. That really defined the round, because Heretics were in the right position. All the util was spent, but here, popping straight on out as both players turn around. There's no one to watch the other side of that Viper smoke.
You touched on it in the round as well when you had Trex going deep in towards Dish, right, getting aggressive. It's one thing I've noticed about Koi is when they take site, that's not enough. They don't kind of plant feet, hold and wait. They keep on going to push aggressive, get cheeky through smoke. You saw it in towards main as well, right? They always want to get up in your face and make sure there's no moment of comfort for those trying to retake sites.
I think you have a moment there where Trex realizes he's going blitzing into the site with the Raze ult. Everyone retreated. There's only really 2 places to retreat. You're either going Dish or you're going back into spawn. So it's very likely he's only finding one player there. That's a very calculated risk. And yeah, pushing through smoke can sometimes be absurd. Sometimes you're going to get punished by it. But he in his mind is going, okay, can we just hold out the 5v5 post plant? Maybe that's a little bit tough if we let them back in easily and only have control of main. If I can get control of Dish, even though this is a little bit of a risky play, we're going to win in this post plant almost every single time. That's what he's thinking. And by knowing that there's only going to be one, very low chance there might be 2 players there, he's able to find that moment where he gets the round in his team's favor.
All right, big couple of rounds coming up for Heretics. We spoke about the lack of these big power ultimates on side, right? But at the very least, we've seen it come out once. Mixwell has got the Viper's Pit. That can really shut down some of that aggression coming out from the side of Koi. But given the pace they've come at, I don't even know you have a chance to really deploy it more flexibly. You might have to just drop it at round start.
Yeah, what I'd say is that Heretics, what they do have is 2 really good information ults. So if they are able to find a pick or 2 with the Op or with the Sheriff, that's where those ults in a retake situation become very, very powerful. They can isolate angles, force players into maybe 1 choke perhaps back into A main or something, and then use what utility they have to fight that attrition battle to get a fuse off.
Here we go, the Viper's Pit comes out, actually used quite adaptively here as well to straight on side, but Trex is on top in one of the only few places that's actually safe, and even through the Paranoia manages to get himself a kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, it's all raining on through for the side of Koi. There was a lot committed in this round as well from Heretics, and it feels that this may have just really buried them for a round or 2.
Yeah, they came flooding out through the smokes. No one was in Mixwell's ult. He's like, how's my team dying when they're above me on site, they're outside of my ult? the way Koi pathed on in there didn't really give Mixwell much of an option other than just to run out himself. So looks like it should just be another round with the op is saved, but Koi already have the read. Look down at B main, trying to find the wraparound, using a flash just for scouting. It doesn't matter if Starzo reveals his position. The money is good enough for Koi. They want that op out of the equation, and they're not gonna quite get it just yet.
kalox got a little bit of time to shine if he can find himself 1 or 2 more. He might have the breach coming up behind as well, but Wolfen's a little bit too close for comfort. Koi really starting to pull ahead here because Heretics starting to look a little broke. They lose this round, I think they're buried until game end.
Yeah, I think it depends if they're going heavies or light armors into this one. And at this point, when these rounds are getting very, very close down towards the end, you need just about as many buys as you can get, especially if Koi continue to get these wins going for themselves. So yeah, will be light armors on many players, although as you say, it is going to be a little bit tough. Avova best suited into the next, but they've got the ultimates this time. For a retake, Seekers to give info for kalox to get back onto site, and honestly, no op in question makes it a little bit easier to look for aggressive plays. Although this time around, it is a very early Skydog about towards Dish, and Koi just blitzing into site. They already have tower.
That's it, Molly's in, smoke's coming out, everything they need to really make their march forward work. Wolfen's in, all comes out on top of it as well. Dream start for the side of Koi, Showstopper comes in over the top. Not going to find the man, but Heretics really trying all they can to push back in. Seekers also came out on top of that one as well, but look at this. Shados is ready and waiting with that rolling thunder to come rolling across, and sure enough, there it is. Catches out 3 players, finds one for himself, but can't quite find the last. It's a 2v3 for the side of Heretics.
Not unwinnable. kalox is very low, but Boo has a couple of flashes here. Gives the heal over to kalox. They're not even going for the flashes. They just want to find some kind of a fight. Real nice end early. The triple swing around the corner, and Starzo carves out 3 on the round.
Koi truly fully in control. And I said off the back of that last round, they lose this one, they're pretty much broken till game end. It's definitely going to feel that way here. This is going to be rough.
It just felt like the util was out of order for Heretics on the retake, right? The Sky ult is coming in the Raze ult comes in really early, then the Sky ult, when there's nothing really to follow up behind it. They can't get back out into sight. The Raze ult missed, as a matter of fact, because they were looking just to, snipe off a kill as opposed to actually diving in. And then Shadoff with his ult in the post plant, just absolutely unbeatable. Heretics need to come up with something better, and that better thing is just a Bulldog in the hands of Avova. Koi are very likely making it to 12 here, and Heretics don't have ults, won't have power ults, they won't have the Raze, probably for the rest of this game, even if they start to win out.
No, it's a real tough battle back at this point, and again, it just feels a little bit limp in the ult department overall. Here we go with that pressure we keep on speaking about. Wow. Literally flying in from above. It's Trex, it's not quite Superman, but it is the Grim Reaper. Once more, Heretics being absolutely slaughtered here. 3 are down, site control conceded. We're going up towards match point.
Koi's adaptation to attacking this B site after the round where Mixwell just, hunted them around his own Viper wall has been really nice. They've realized tower's been left pretty unguarded. Mixwell's like to play directly on site on B, so they are just flying into the site at supersonic speeds, knowing there's no early fight going up against them. The Heretics are fully entrenched, and they are not concerned whatsoever. Heretics' best hope now, a glass cannon operator in the hands of kalox, but he had that for 2, maybe 3 rounds this half, and it didn't really get them anything.
Extremely dominant on the attacking half, as they were last time these two teams played in this map, let's not forget. 9-3 was the score after the first half with Koi on the attacking side, and here it's looking to be even one better, potentially going up to like 8-1 here across these last 9 rounds. It's scary. Looking very good and improved.
Coldament and Trex both with ultimates here. If they don't have to use them in the plant, the post plant, the retake, just not gonna happen. Heretics have to get out in front of it, but they played B site so passively, so on site, now playing off as a matter of fact.
Here we go.
Oh no, Trex has the read!
Finds his man as well, Boo down below. That's all they need though, that one entry's enough to give them site control once again. Heretics, they struggle to win these retakes as we've seen all half long.
We'll give it to Benjyfishy. Has that north side flank coming, but he is zooming in. Starkso hurt him. Has to
towards his left. Starkso has been on fire, but it's Wolfen. Even cancels out the opportunity for that 1v1 and gets the close down. Koi, they are absolutely demolishing Heretics here. They'll take the first map, 13-8.
Koi's attack looking nigh unstoppable from the pistol round, crunching down into A main. to those B hits over and over again. Trex was just on a rampage round after round, topping the leaderboards for a 13-8 finish. That was 7-5 going into the half, only allowing the one over. And all of a sudden, it mirrors almost exactly that matchup they had back in the regular season.
Just one of those where they came out looking like a bit of a different beast today as well. But, and I'm not trying to say that it wasn't Koi winning the game, that it was Heretics losing it, but we've got to talk about that whole composition as well. Not really the strongest coming out. That second half, they were being dragged from pillar to post, not really sure where to stack players, stack utility, and they were being bitten for it.
You could see there were a couple runs, like especially on their attack, Benjyfishy had a couple of really nice moments where he made it work out. And on defense too, when they
I'll never get bored of hearing that
when they
name.
were able to play around their utility, I bet he doesn't either, being on the stage up here for the first time. But honestly, it felt like they couldn't be nearly as proactive with that comp. And that's how it plays, right? Like that's something they were prepared for going into the match, but the attack and the executes were so efficient, so precise from Koi that they exposed exactly what could have been the weakness there.
Well, still plenty more to come as a reminder, of course. Like all things, it is a best of 3. This is still Heretics' opportunity to fight things back here and force it through to a third map. Back after a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Koi have put themselves in the lead by getting Fracture under their belt. Although it was a close affair the first few rounds, I mean, it did look like Koi's attack was no stopping them.
Yeah, I have to say, kicking this one off, I was sort of feeling like the changes were there for Team Heretics. Avova looked unbelievable. I think he was reaching here, but 16-5, something in that region at one point. And that's when they're coming close to neck and neck. For the recovery to happen, I had to rely on Koi really knowing this map, picking it for a reason, and I think we saw that they did.
We definitely did. There's a lot of changes to talk about from a compositional perspective, from a play approach perspective, but most importantly, reiterating a few things here. Team Heretics on their attacking side, previously against Koi, they didn't look great, but it didn't look miserable, right? It didn't look like, all right, this is down the drain, you're outie. No, this was not along those lines. It was, though, something that really basically broke their neck and saw them fall down 6 feet deep. Basically, their death side, right? It once more was literally them falling down on that defensive side, not finding any structure, not finding any room, not finding any success in that way, where Koi was like, free real estate. We're going to take that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. I feel like the ideas on the defensive side just were not there. Like, there were no reactions. It looked initially like there was a lot of promise for Team Heretics, and I think you can look at a lot of different aspects. I think for Boo, obviously, you can't undersell the performance here. Like, that was a really rough opening map for him. I think it's his 4th career play of Sky, and this is also the downside of what we discussed earlier on. You have Benji coming in. It means there's role swaps, and it means for some people, like Avova, you get to go to an agent that you're super comfortable on, that you've historically been one of the best at. And on the other hand, it means for some people like Boo, you are going to have to go out of your comfort zone, try something new. And whilst I have no doubt my guy knows how to play Sky, it's not like he was flashing himself into angles and doing nothing. The reality is, though, when it comes to a difficult round, when it comes to a team pushing you and you have to make the reaction, you just don't have the experience and the protocols on that agent because you haven't played the officials with it. And I think that was an element of what we saw here.
Yeah, that was a couple of question marks in terms of introducing Benji into the roster and how that's going to change up some of the rules that some of these players are going to be going on. But Benji himself was also a question mark that we had, because of course we know he has that international experience, he has a LAN experience, but not so much in this game specifically, yet he was actually very much living up to the hype.
He was very much living to the hype. I mean, first of all, he played an okay game, right? He was not the star player in that sense, but you don't expect it from your Sentinel, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It still didn't feel like, oh, this is his first game ever in VCT. That's, I think, the upside of all of that. He didn't look too shaky. He didn't look too unfocused or any of those kinds. He was ending the map with 15 kills, which is fine for considering the scoreline. But at the end of the day, it still didn't feel like, you know, it's one of those cliche sentences, was not enough, you know? It generally was not enough in the sense of, all right, you're playing your Cypher here, but particularly on the dev side, I didn't feel like that Cypher had this major impact in the sense of, oh, this stopped the execution, this stopped them taking, all that information. That didn't happen really, but it was just one piece out of many that was missing.
Yeah, I think there were a ton of really nice ideas with it in the first half on attack, with having the traps to cover off Mixwell's flanks, so he had a lot more room to go around and lurk, even though sometimes like the round he's lurking up on Dish has good timing, but they swing and check him, it's unlucky. And I guess Mixwell on a Viper, you're going to think the guy's lurking, that's what he used to always do. But yeah, I very much agree. On the defensive side, it was just standard. You're popping down traps, you're hoping they get caught by them. They were aware of what they were running into, and that's what you get. Ultimately, this is a map that was picked by their opponents. On the Team Heretics side, they came in, they showed us a good first half, not a great response to it, but I have a lot of hope considering how the veto went, because this is somewhere that I can see them winning their own map picks and ending up on a 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so, at least, especially if you're a Heretics fan today, because otherwise it means that you only get to play these 2 maps and that's it, you're done for the year. But when we're looking as well at Koi specifically highlighting players like Trex, they have had quite a big impact on this first map specifically, so that's something that you're hoping they'd be able to carry on to the next one as well.
Oh, I mean, particularly because we've mentioned this on the desk, right? The Starkso and Trex kind of mix up in the roles, and Trex was showing why his most played agent is Race. He played it perfectly. He was absolutely he was doing the right kind of job on the entering department, right? Really displacing a lot of players who wanted to have their setups right here. That was one thing that was particularly great. But even the side switch, right? When he started to become that absolutely attacking tool, I loved it. I mean, he was definitely a key component of that success of Koi. And I think Sure, he plays that agent on some maps, not on every map, but I think if there's one thing you might take away from this is like continuously put him on the race whenever you can, you can. Don't let anyone else do it.
If I'm reading that stat correctly as well, first blood percentage, so he's a participant in winning rather, 38.1% of the first bloods that were given out in this game, and you could see it. There were a couple rounds, the straight dash outside of main up on top of the box where Vova caught him that, you know, maybe it doesn't work out, but this is exactly what we were hoping for, seeing those comp switches, that he would be empowered in this role, and very much so.
I mean, I can tell you to be accurate, 21 rounds we've played. Out of 21 rounds, he was involved in 11 entry duels. Quick maps, and even winning 8 out of them. So that's a great percentage,
huge.
isn't it? I did math. I can't believe it myself.
Let's go. A round of applause.
Okay, everybody, let's give this man a round of applause. Did you graduate high school?
No, but he actually studied maths.
Wow.
For a bit, and then I'm telling you, I was literally outie after 2 years.
Literally,
so.
okay, I'm never gonna live that one down. It's gonna be literally outie. But the thing that we saw as well from the side of Koi players, they very much had that fire going into this game. Maybe that first half didn't go as planned. Maybe it wasn't as explosive, but Barbar definitely had quite a big contribution to that.
I think we've reinforced the tables. I didn't see the camera shaking quite as much as before, Zesh.
I mean, the great part about him is I think he really starts to embrace
Why did they turn off the mic? Why would they do that?
But he's one of the most key components for the pen industry in Berlin, right? Because the amount of pens he has destroyed, surely he always has to buy a new one. I don't know how million ones he has right now. But I mean, it's great. Barbar has always been that entertaining factor where he's always cheering on the team. And it's nice to see. Even though the players can hear him most of the time, it tells you a bit of how much this guy can give it a vibe for that team.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you also know that he's back there in the back of your mind. You've been through your scrims, you've seen back the streams, you know that when you're winning that round, he's going ham.
Yeah, you gotta have that in the back of your head, and Koi did so indeed, 13-8 to close out Fracture. Pearl is coming up next, and this was another one of those maps where we're like, oh, hold the phone, that actually just happened. So it brings a question in terms of seeing a curveball already being thrown to Koi from Heretics composition on Fracture. Is Pearl going to be a similar affair?
Well, like I have to say, the last time we've only seen throughout the regular season one pick of Pearl, one play of Pearl, and it was a pick for Koi, right? So they've only played it once. It was a 13-3 win over BBL. They dominated them. They picked it in that series, and it looked like maybe that was something they had up their sleeve, like a surprise for them.
Yeah, I mean, we got the warm-up on Aim Labs Plus here from these players, which is the map that we're going to be heading into. So you get yourself a little bit more in the groove of things.
Yeah, I mean, I love the matter of fact that you can actually play all those maps in Aim Labs Plus. Legit, like, it's actually one of the coolest things about that. But most importantly, I'm really looking forward to what this Pearl can offer, because as Mitch mentioned, right? You've seen it once as a voluntary pick. The last time we saw it from Heretics, they had this change of Weber coming in with the composition they've never played before, they witnessed before. So it makes it extra exciting, because Fracture, okay, we kind of had an idea, you know, they played a few times. But with Pearl, different story to me.
It is for sure, and I think, you know, for Heretics, we're saying Koi played it the once, Heretics played it a bunch. They got absolutely slapped around throughout the regular season, throughout Brazil as well. This was, respectfully, this was not a map that looked good for them, but towards the end of the season, up against Giants, their last game on it, they really did warm up, and my goodness.
They mean it.
They got the Euro. Yo, they were listening to you. You asked for the Euro, and they said, okay, Mitch, we can give you a Euro as maybe a goodbye present.
Okay, so the thing about this is they stick to that double duelist, but most importantly, they go to single initiator. Where Weber previously played that KO, this is where they put Benji on the killjoy duty. So they didn't have a single Sentinel previous, and it feels like, to me, most importantly, Mitch, you can hardly play this map without a Sentinel. It's near impossible.
Yeah, it's a really tough game. I mean, Heretics obviously had something up their sleeve up against Giants, and it's the same thing with Mixwell and the Yoru. I wasn't fully sold on it before. I think some good space-taking opportunities. I think the decoy is one of the strongest pieces of utility that you can have for entering in, but at the same time, it leaves me back in a position where I just think, like, Koi have to be caught off guard by it, and at this stage, I don't think they will be.
Yeah, another time, though, where we're seeing Heretics go for a composition that we haven't seen them run before. So, again, looking to play into that curveball.
Yeah, I mean, that composition, with the slight adjustment we see, right, is becoming a crucial part, because last time it was a little bit, you know, they were just winging it. This time they actually mean it, and I think this makes it much more exciting. You don't always play against the Yoru on this map in track, so you really got to be aware of what's going to come towards you. A few teams only did it in officials. They got to be aware. If Koi wants to have this 2-0, they really got to have something up their sleeve and be at their A game right here, right now.
Yeah, they might want to get the 2-0, but Heretics, they want to stay in it for the long run, because at the end of the day, losing means that they're out of the competition, and winning, you're one step closer to qualifying for LCQ. Koi up against Heretics, the second map where this is genuinely do or die for Heretics. They are on a lifeline right now. Can they close it out? Can they push it to the decider? Let's find out with Ender and Des.
Thank you very much, Ginny. You are absolutely right. It is do or die here for Heretics. Win this map and they get a shot at a third. They lose this one, they're out of LCQ, Champions, far gone dream, and their year in Valorant mostly over.
And the stakes for them high, the stakes for us also high, because if they win, Yoru is back, baby. We're going to be seeing more, but Lothar letting out a scream of joy here. But yeah, I mean, Heretics, the last time they played this comp, it didn't go perfectly for them, I think is fair to say. They mainly used the Yoru as a way to sort of like close short gaps quickly, similar to how we've seen some other teams incorporate the Yoru, sort of diving into sites with the Jet. There was a lot of play to try and maximize orbs because that Yoru ult is so powerful for clearing out a site. A or B, doesn't matter. You pop that ult, you're going to have perfect info. You can do some fun stuff with the shorties popping out behind players as well. So whenever that ult is online, or even whenever like Mixwell is 1 or 2 orbs off of that, Koi are going to have to be on guard.
Yeah, we were talking about this before the game, how most duelists in Valorant, you look at them either make space, either they jump into it and create space behind them, or they're really good at forcing space in front of them. Whereas Yoru doesn't necessarily match up to that, but it's the information that he gives that kind of force the threat, the potential respect that you have to show to him. I mean, straight away, here he is, and this is what I mean by the threat that he can present. Starts out pretty big, boos in for a second as well. It's a good start for the side of Heretics.
Yeah, sending the clone all the way through connector as well. That's a slow peek around the corner. By putting it into the wall like that, when you're defending against it, you see a shoulder coming around, it looks like someone's peeking you. That's a little bit less predictable that it's a clone as opposed to when it's just running out across the open up against you. And this spike should go down without much of a problem. Notice the Heretics have left Kellogg's in mid to be sort of a alert control and a late reflank. That spike is planted for B-Link as well, so Kellogg's is going to be a very big threat, even on 15 HP deep in the round.
Still a lot that can be done here. It's the battle back in from Koi once again. They're used to being choked out by Heretics, as we saw back on the first map, but they've really started to warm back up into the second side of things. Good spread being held by Heretics, though. 3 different positions being held here, all waiting down and ready for this push to come in.
And Koi won't expect a player down long either, because there's alarm there. They're going all the way back into deep sight. Mixwell finds one before being quickly traded. And Wolfen being so low HP here, Kolda has to go and hunt down for something, or the clock is not going to go with them. Wolfen finds one, finds two! That is absurd, but Kellogg's with that ghost makes it happen at the end.
Got rid of the 2 that was really critical there to get rid of. Dice the spike at the end as well. 0 complaints from Heretics. Really good first round to kick things off.
Very nicely done from them, and straight up that Yoru. This is exactly the kind of stuff they were doing, though. It's short teleports, short, like, more guaranteed teleports as well. Some Yorus you'll see go for, like, the sort of cross-map teleports to lurk or get good timings, or even, like, very deep TPs into backside A. Those can be pretty risky, because the enemy team can be holding on to those. They can hear them, they can see them if they get close enough. So what you see at this level of play in the hands of Mixwell is shorter range teleports. He'll send that TP back behind wood there. I've actually seen him use it where he just teleports right in front of it, then takes the orb like he does there. And Koi have the read. They want to contest against the orb here with those sheriffs, especially on this eco round for them. They were hoping to deny the orb farm from Mixwell, but Mixwell goes ahead and grabs that one, no problem. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him continuing to plant spikes throughout this half, maybe even rotating back over and grabbing that B long orb. Like, you get that ult online real nice and quick here. And you're going to be sitting nice and pretty in that third round.
It's one thing that I do love about Pearl is the battle over the A orb. It just draws attention at the start of every single round. It's guaranteed that there's going to be some kind of contestation happening over towards that side of the map initially. And like you see from Heretics, they pull back here, and this leaves Koi guessing, where is this push coming from? And I imagine with this slathering of utility starting to come out, it's very clear the answer is A.
Oh boy. All eyes on Mixwell here, where that teleport's going to be going. Just right on in there, tuck in and go for a plant.
He's in there ready and waiting for it as well, but Trex holding off just towards the side. They spray on the wall, so he should be able to get sprayed out of here. And sure enough, they get away with it as well, continuing to spray and looking for the man, but they're pushed right in towards the back. Heretics in a good spot for this round, 2 left standing on the side of Koi.
Yeah, it might look like it's 5 players alive versus 5 players, but it's actually 4 versus 2.
The UI is lagging behind. I'm sure production are on it, don't worry about it. We'll keep you guys updated on that front.
The quick skill you have to have as a caster is like, okay, let's check the mini-map. We can see how many players are up there. But, I mean, all
Producer
things
Sam
considered...
has told me he is aware.
All right, he's aware. Good, good, good.
Producer Sam knows what he's doing. He's on it. Kellogg's with one more. Easy closeout coming through here, I'm pretty sure. And there we go. A 3K for Kellogg's. Didn't catch quite the end of that one, but it went as exactly as expected. It's another round for Heretics.
Yeah. One thing to just track as we move forward into rounds, because that Yoru TP is going to be pretty consistent, whether it's the one over to the box in A main or onto site, right into default. If Mixwell continues to plant where he did that round, it actually makes it really hard to play the post plant from Art when he plants fully safe, as opposed to planting a little bit exposed, so that an Art player can easily see the spike. That's something we'll have to keep an eye on, because I think, you know, Heretics didn't have full control over Art initially, so they didn't want to plant there, but they played pretty heavily from Art in the post. They're going to have to be on guard of that, but Mixwell has that ultimate just like we were talking about.
And here we go, the info collection game begins. Spacey charges all the way through a dimensional drift and sees everything he needs to for his team to be able to make a play. He'll spot the ones here immediately off the back of this, and this is where he might spring out here and do a little bit of damage. Comes out with the one and baits out the flash, but nothing else really to come from it. Finds one at the back, but Starkso finds Mixwell first. But it has made room for the rest of his team to push up short here, and now we're seeing the execute come through.
Still plenty of Killjoy utility on site, just trying to deny a plant. There's 3 players back CT ready to fight on out. A late flank from Wolfen 2. As info goes down on Shados' position backside, they're just trying to spam all the way through that wall. The nano swarms on the ground too. Somehow Shados has danced around all of it throughout.
But doesn't dance away from the headshot coming in from Kellogg's. Side control once again in favor of Heretics here. It's been a good hold coming out from Koi. Burnt a lot of time away. And really got to keep an eye on Wolfen here, and the damage that he can do. He's working his way forward. I'm not too sure that Avova on the other side knows that he's coming either.
Still no spike plant. Benji's just waiting. Someone pushed through the smoke. It goes down. He sees it, but Starkso finds 3 on the round to secure for Koi.
Wolfen was there as assurance, with nothing else there coming in from the spawn side, but a really good hold by Koi, and I touched on it in terms of the stall they had coming out as well. Excellent use of the mollies coming out from both the Killjoy and the KO, just enough to give themselves time to get set up and respond. And once again, Koi do battle their way back in on the gun round, exactly the same way it started back on Fracture.
Yeah, I think that time we saw Mixwell go with the heavy fight into connector instead of fully clearing away sight. Didn't really run into anyone, was hoping to find the Killjoy there or something. And having to fight that long-range battle with the Spectre didn't favor him. So it'll be a couple more rounds before we get that Your ult online, but looks like Team Heretics want to show a little bit of presence over towards A. This teleport should end up landing, right behind Pillar. That's where he goes to take this fight a little bit faster than you'd expect. It's almost like Neon Light with the timing you can get running down long there. And,
makes use of the clone for the concuss to come out, found stuff and easy kill at the back of it as well. All now being brought up by Wolfen, who just wants to get out of dodge. He's trying to find his man and will finally pull down Mixwell. 3 huge kills for him in the round. It's basically locked this one down for the side of Koi.
Yeah, maybe there could be something found with Benji's lurk up through mid, but first Avova has to get on out of here. Just sprinting out of that B side. Now the Killjoy utility will have turned off with Shados rotating over. It's actually a little bit suspect that Starkso ends up being the site anchor over towards A. That util just not being online, so mid has been completely opened up. That's why Starkso had to push forward into A main. Benji, you can see very well aware that could be an opening.
Just waiting here.
We should know there's an alarm there.
Come back online. Now they know exactly what's going down, so this should be the response coming out from Koi. Still, not too worried about pushing in hyper aggressively here. Wolfen's on for an ace, by the way. Oh, Vova just shuts him down at the very last hurdle. Plant will get stuck on the back of it, but this round, I think we can see which way it's going with 3 players still standing, unless Avova can go massive, as we saw back on Fracture. No.
Ends quicker than it started.
Had a couple of big 3Ks last time, but it's not been carried across the Pearl just yet.
Wolfen just shuts it down long B. Now, I personally, I'm a big fan, when we're talking about like the duelist discussion, I'm a big fan of seeing like Rays on this map. I think there's a lot you can do to deny plants, especially just with paint shells over on this B site. You don't have to fight so aggressively over long control, but when you do rock the jet, you are looking to take opening fights. You're looking to make use of the dash to play a little bit more offensively, and that's exactly what we saw with that control down B. You also are looking to get the operator online. That's the real power of that pick. So Wolfen's going to hold that from all the way back hall, but you can do things like play with the elevation over the changes to sign, over to that deep box you try to plant on B.
Get out of my way.
A lot of different options to work around here. As against this eco from Heretics, looks like the setup is to play a little bit of a trap setup with that Killjoy utility in mid. That's exactly what Heretics are walking into.
Did expect we'd see Kellogg's bringing this out in an eco round, and sure enough he has. Will find one for himself, can't get the second. Shados just ready and prepared.
I think Heretics actually have a really nice read on how to play this map, especially because usually your connector players are the ones that have util in hand, whether it's a Harbor in that comp, or it's a KO in this situation, or a Sky. When you're playing that deep, you usually have util in hand ready to play off of the info of a Killjoy alarm, or if you have a player jump peeking down to the bottom of B-Link. So Heretics now 2 rounds, whether it was the Jet Dash there or previously with the Yoru teleport, are just looking to instantly snap on the connector players and beat them when they don't have a rifle in hand. And I think especially on these low buy rounds where you need to take a little bit more of a gamble, that's a phenomenal read.
Real good force of the space in mid. Looks like they're rotating out towards B. There are a couple of players hanging out, but you got this 2-2 split from Koi, which does mean, at least temporarily, Heretics will have a really good run at things. No utilities to slow them down or stop them. They can march on in, but Colderman has got a gun, and he's ready and waiting.
Trying to put down a star here, can get that grab well to go on through. He doesn't hear the players creeping on out just yet. Oh no, Benjyfishy out on site. That was a full walkout. And with the wall there were no comms coming in. The op left out to dry. Heretics might have scrounged together an eco win. They're up numbers here and they have rifles. Even the op in Avova's hands, who's fell back all the way onto long.
I was going to say massive round if they managed to pull this one off, and they're getting very close to doing it. Starkso coming up behind. Avova's ready, and he ain't letting him pass on that one. It's an easy shutdown, 2 left standing. The players that were out towards E side have pulled their way all the way over towards B, but yeah, by the looks of it, they want to hold on to what they've got here, just acknowledging this one cannot be won.
You hate to see 2 rifles saved in the anti-eco. That's not a spot you want to be playing from. Tough luck for Koi there. And Heretics, again, from the way they attacked connector to then refighting into it with a similar strat, right? That Yoru TP going right on in. And then committing the ultimate. Heretics is a team that will commit ults, even in bad buy rounds. They see the power in the utility and see the ability to almost swing those rounds right in their favor. They get 1 pick, that's all they need to commit the Astra ult onto the B site to get the walkout. And here you have that read once again. Wolfen has no idea. There's also Yoru teleport going to back sign there as well, so there's a lot they got going on here.
Just a case of being confident, I think, that you can
guard O Sagredo. I don't know how to say that. But
you know what it means.
I think be quiet. Be quiet, obviously. Come on.
Guard you just means guard or protect or something along those lines.
Oh, it says keep it secret, keep it safe.
Keep guard.
Yep, I know it. I know it. I swear that's what it means.
Okay, how do you know?
I don't even know if I can say. Am I NDA'd? I don't know. Keep it secret, keep it safe is all I can say.
Wow, leaks? What is this?
just move right along.
Let's move on. The round is playing Ender.
That's a great joke. All the rioters out there, they're cracking up right now, I promise you. Okay. All right.
Can't comment for this end up on Reddit later, but let's see how things go from here. Okay, Koi with the numbers advantage. Kellogg's the first to 4 in the rounds. Things have kind of slowed to a crawl here, waiting for the rechargeables to come back online by the looks of it. You should see movement starting to happen here very shortly as those initial smokes start to expire.
Ooh, this teleport doesn't commit to it, flashing himself in. That is a wacky spot to go into. A little bit shallower than you'd expect. And yeah, you're going to get punished if you're getting held from B-Link.
Yeah.
I think that TP, with the changes there, you have a little bit more area to play with, so you're not actually fighting backside. And with the Astra smoke they put down, you're not actually worried about getting fought from back CT.
Oh, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's tough.
Benji heard the jet.
This is all right, though. With the turret down and having this position in back sight, I think they should be able to get the plant down. Art is the main concern for them, or this op creeping forward. But yeah, they have 1 star, I think 1 more star on top of that for a little bit of control here.
It's a good case of holding up the ground here on Benji as well, so letting his team backfill in the space that he's created, finds one for himself onto Trex. Suddenly is it another one of those rounds that starts to feel winnable. No ults online to play with, but clearly they're going for broke here. They feel they can do this.
Wolfen finds that first with the operator, and it's all down to Boo on site. And he just gets Goomba stomped. Wolfen up and then down right on top, smushes his head.
Now, you have to explain this one to me because I was curious about why they donated the disable over there at the spike. Both were on about 4-3 points their way through, and normally you're looking at a Cosmic Divide. Really, this is one of the only maps where the Cosmic Divide really comes into its own and can be useful, for example, executing on towards the B site. Is it because of that you think they committed it, or is there another reason why you take it away from the Jet? Are you expecting the Jet to keep popping off here and getting their own orbs from getting kills?
Sorry, can you repeat the beginning of that question?
I'm just curious why they chose to donate away the disabling of the spike over towards Cold Dimension instead of giving it to Wolfen.
Right. I think that's because you already have the operator online, and you're expecting. I think like jet knives at this point become more of a economy tool.
Yeah.
So Koi would rather have the ults going over to a Cold Dementa for a retake, as opposed to the jet knives, where if you're confident, you're going to still have rifles. I think early rounds, like when you're looking like pistol round 2, those rounds, that's where jet knives is really powerful, because you probably might not have a buy around round 3, 4, 5, somewhere in that area. But outside of that point, especially on defense, that jet op is going to be exactly what you want. And in rounds you're losing, you're hoping to save it too.
You sated my curiosity. Thank you very much.
I got you. Thanks for saying it twice. My ears aren't what they used to be.
And apparently neither is my voice. Almost in Mars said, out comes you over the top. Nightfall has landed down. I believe connected TP in the back as well. Oh, but Shados gets the spin. Mixwell put in an early grave here as well. And even through the deafening, the decaying, the everything that's going on inside of sight, Koi managed to hold firm here. A 4v3 coming out. Sure, the Killjoy's coming down on top, but it feels like Koi have got this one locked down.
Benji's got a couple of mollies to play with, though. They have to play off-site. What does Boo decide? Had the option to go for a late reflank, but there's not nearly enough time to make that one happen. Boo's been spotted out here, though. Him versus Trex, that could decide the round as Benji finds one more.
Keeps on going, just dropping utility here, bouncing it around. One more to find. It's just Shadow standing here as well and wants to find his man. He's on the hunt, and I really thought for a second Koi could secure this one, but Benji with 2 kills coming in from A main has done all that's required. Sure, Shadow to step across, try and bait it out, but Benji finds a big 3K. Massive round for him, big round for the team.
Who would win? 5 Koi Fishies or 1 Benjyfishy? 1 Benjyfishy takes it any day of the week. I mean, Mixwell, that was the first time, or that's 2 rounds in a row, actually, where he started going for really aggressive TPs. I think sort of playing off the conditioning from the early rounds where it was those short TPs. And now mixing around hasn't really paid off, so I think he might slow down a little bit on that. Just showing it as a threat is going to be powerful, but hey, he can do whatever he wants when Benjyfishy is clutching up rounds like he just did there.
I just love the passion from someone in their first game. It's not often that you see that. You see players becoming more calm and composed in their first games on a stage like this, but here he is giving it large. I absolutely love it. Wolfman's posted and ready. Smoke just about cancelling everything out. Sure enough. That's a bit aggressive, but it works out wonders. Wolfman completely blindsided. Here we go on the march on forward. It's not the first time we've seen Mixwell do this as well. He loves going aggressive down B-Long.
Oh yeah, just going up into pillar, then flashing on past it, working on in. Cold Dementa has to do something here, and actually will find the kill. The Grabwell on the ground opens up a kill to be traded back, so 4-on-4 on the retake now. Astro Divide is going to be tough, especially with Kellogg's playing inside this pocket.
Can he stay tucked? Oh, they know. This is so hard because you have to swing on that super tight angle to get him out if he was to hold there, but he knows that his goose has been cooked and it's time to get away.
No goose, but how about a little bit of wolf there coming around the corner. Trex, Starkso find a couple. Both players forced back long.
Uh-oh. Goodbye. Out comes the molly. The op was there but wasn't quite ready. Koi with a brilliant retake yet again. All things even, 4-on-4.
Very nicely done. Even after losing their offer. Like, these are rounds where both teams, when they're the ones going on the offensive, they are finding every angle they can get into. Here, I think that...
He was flashed as well, to be fair,
yeah,
so we had no idea it was coming.
Not sure if that was Yoru flash.
That'll do.
Trying to call him Shatter. Or it was the, yeah, it was that came around. I couldn't tell if that was Starkso maybe trying to support him, but I think Starkso has been playing on A site, so I'm just talking straight out my bum. How was that?
I've never heard a Gassa say that on air before.
No? I thought that was, I don't know. I was trying to be like, I don't know, I was trying to make you feel at home. My bad.
You made me laugh, and that's enough.
All right, perfect.
All right, almost in Mars then. Mixwell's got the ult on side here as well. We've already spoke about this a few times, but intel gathering opportunity is absolutely huge. You can step out everything that's happening on side of sight. Not that it needs to worry too much about it just yet. Team actually opted by the looks of it to slowly back away and reconsider options. Probably more scared about the potential of a flank coming in, but Benji, he's got it on lockdown.
Those are fake footsteps, and that's exactly why the dog comes out. The flank has now realized, yeah, this is actually more of an A commit.
Cutting through. But Wolfen, he's working his way through slowly. He's got to respect Benji, of course, but well, it looks like they're getting ready for a hit here as well.
Oh no, he's cooking.
Did he intend? I'm not sure that was fully intended, but lands himself in hot water and is finished off. No questions asked.
No, he did. That's the normal teleport he goes for. Koi, they're pushing on in here, and Trex is lying in wait. Only Benjyfishy alive against 3. and nowhere really to go. Spike stuck out on site.
Can he swim upstream, or is he due for the fish market? He's up for the fish market. Hook, line, and sinker. Koi pulled themselves in the lead.
Yeah, that your TP, that's one he's gone for a couple of times here, but it was the counterplay is, hey, we're putting a nano swarm on the location. We know you're going to teleport, and that's a position that we have access to in the pre-round, so it's very easy to set that one up. That's what he ends up just flying on into. And that was interesting, because, right, he had his ultimate. He had the option just to run in full clear sight, was maybe using, or looking to use that for a post-plant push into secret, something like this to get really aggressive. When they played previously, when they went for these A plants, they would oftentimes like to sort of flip the map and push in towards defender spawn. But that time around, it does not work. And I think what we've seen is, for the first 4 or 5 rounds, your teleports looked really nice. After that, we saw a couple of really aggressive TPs that got punished. And apart from the round before that, where he got the pick going down B long, he's been getting cooked a little bit on those more aggro ones.
I've loved his plays down B long. I mean, even when you try to see counter aggression coming out the other side, he's always managed to catch them off guard. Playing off the back of flashes, real good team play coming together on the push through. It's been tough to deal with though. That round there, again, kind of stepping on the other side of smokes and being completely cooked by the Nano Swarm waiting on the other side for him. Means it's time for Mixwell to mix things up.
I see what you did there.
Thanks.
Then maybe he can then play well as well.
Oh.
As well.
Oh.
Oh, God. We're too deep in the sauce.
We're lost in it. It's gone.
Yeah, that's how to ruin a salad. Just too much sauce. Anyways, back in...
if you asked Hypoc, he would tell you otherwise. You see how much sauce he gets on his salad?
Hypoc is a sauce enthusiast.
Yeah.
But he's at the point where he can navigate the sauce at such a professional level.
Yeah, he doesn't get lost in it. The sauce gets lost in him.
Right now, we have no idea. If you asked us on a map, where are we in the sauce, I could not begin to tell you. I couldn't even tell you if we're above the equator. On the sauce map.
This is ridiculous. The sauce map.
Look, once I stop a metaphor, I cannot be stopped.
Wrong game you're referring to there, I think. On the march through, we look then towards mid. Everyone's stacking up on double doors, and Kellogg's is going to be their path forwards, it seems like.
I've seen this before.
Ready and waiting.
It's the dash into connector. This time, Trex is ready. Don't take out utility. Play inside that smoke and kill the Jet the second she dashes in.
Ready and waiting. They get the read. Does Trex dare to do anything here? Not stepping into the smoke. Prowler gives the position away as well, forced to move. Kellogg's has got nice and close here.
Yeah, I think Kellogg's was seen, though. That's why Cola is backing all the way off. I actually liked the change in pace on this attack from Heretics, where they're taking a little bit slower, not TPing in. This time, trying to mix it on up. But I think this round ultimately is going to come down to a Bova if he can find something down long.
Oh!
Because you know Wolfen's going to be finding kills with the off.
Oh, I mean, they make it look too easy. Cole's there for the swing as well. They find 3. It's an absolute slaughter in the back alley. Deleted. Wolfen with a 3K with the up 2.
You know, it happens.
Pain.
It happens.
They got lost in the sauce there in the alleyway. They weren't quite sure where to go.
They really, really did. All right, let's extract ourselves from the sauce.
If you're lost in it, you can't. That's the point.
That's true. That's true. All right, Heretics. Mixwell has the ult online again. This will be his 3rd of the half. I don't think, unfortunately, in the 2 rounds we have, he's going to be able to get another one. Last time, last time he didn't even use it in the round he initially had it.
I'll handle this.
But it's just going to be that fast A exec. You can see that Molly on default here. Deny plant, deny the TP, but yeah, he's going to track this one down and look for the explosion.
Uh-oh.
I think.
I mean, he's caught out of it. It's about to expire, and there's 2 of them here ready and waiting. Now rejoins himself in, TP's back out to safety. Nice little play there, just give a lot of information. But the team need to act off the back of this. They've half got sight, worked out towards the west side too. They've got what they need, but Koi here, Shados especially. 2 big kills, 2 more follow. Koi simply will not be stopped. It's a nice attempt coming out from Heretics, but Koi were ready.
Wow. I mean, Koi just all fell off of sight, and then we're instantly ready on the pre-take. Right, Spike didn't even go down. They're just flooding out from smokes. Mixwell ended up hitting the teleport that sent him all the way back into main, so he wasn't ready to immediately help out with the fight either. I'm not sure what delayed the sight hit so much, because the mollies weren't actually on site. I think they tried to wrap into Art to gain control of that, because that's what they were planning for. They were planning for Art and for main in the post. But it meant they spent so much time actually accomplishing that that Koi looped around and were just pushing out of flowers of 3-4 players almost.
It was strange. He must have got nervous of the smoke that was placed down, right? And just didn't want to go charging on through, despite having the info from the dimensional drift. But they knew there was someone pretty far on the angle as well. Maybe that also fed into it. Either way, Koi capitalized on the hesitation, and now it's Heretics changing tack here and looking to back away.
Heretics need kills before they actually commit to a site hit this round because of Astral Ult and Killjoy Ult is a deadly combo on the opposite side. Factor in Trex's as well, because Killjoy Ult tells you to play off-site, but then Astral Ult tells you to play on-site. There's no good answer with how much space that can cover, so the fact they're taking this round a little slow could be problematic.
Oh, I love how he's held that.
Yeah.
I mean, the smoke really should come out here before they try and push their way through. Here they go.
With the smoke, with options to teleport, Wolfen has to hold a much more passive angle here. This is the pathing Mixwell's taking, is around that right side. He goes to the swing.
That is such a killer because Benji just got orb as well, was in a spot to make use of the lockdown, but taken offline.
And he did it because he saw the Astrostar get put on his feet. He said, now's my time to go. Someone's going to be here. He snatches the opportunity. That sends Heretics sprinting back towards the A side of the map, where Kellex was sort of left as an embed. But he hears a turret down there. There's a second op in the hands of Shadows. He's probably got a rifle on the ground next to him. Like, what do you do?
I didn't even clock that as well. That's
They're getting pre-ulted. What is going on?
They're just ready. And it's the right play because it's forcing Heretics now to get desperate. They're pushing in for the ult, but they're being slaughtered where they stand. 2 kills come through. They fall into the Koi trap. This looks to be an 8-4 coming out for Koi.
Koi are looking solid, and Trex is on the hunt. The 8-4 is going to come through for them. I mean, we saw how Fracture turned around at the half in favor of Koi. Heretics are going to have to replicate something quickly here because it is slipping away, and it's slipping fast.
Something special I'm absolutely on board with. Now, 2 halves to a game of Valorant. Caught it back in the first map. Things changed a lot once we got past the half point. We may well see the same coming out here. But Koi were incredibly dominant in that first half, and much quieter on the side of Heretics than we saw back in map 1.
And look, I want to give some hope. I want to dish it out to the Heretics fans, but that wasn't just an 8-4 half. That was an 8-4 half in which Heretics won the pistol.
They won the first 2, yeah.
It was 8-2 in terms of rifle rounds. That is wild, wild stuff. And now Heretics, they're playing with the Jet, with the Yoru. We'll see what they can accomplish here on defense. Of vast importance, they win this pistol to get the op in the hands of their Jet as early as possible. And Mixwell, there's a lot of positions you can play to look for more aggressive solo plays with that, with the Yoru flash. We've seen it sort of in that pocket, up, down, B long. You can play outside very nicely into A main, out from connector. There's a lot of different ideas you have, but where the heat was for him at the start of the half, it definitely started to evade him later on.
It's unfortunate in terms of timing there to see some of the replays, of course, from that first half now that we are sat at the half time. Curious to get your take on how you think you can make use of the Yoru on this map as well. Knowing the switching sides here and going on to the defensive side of things, not quite the playmaker he normally might be on the attacking side. How would you see them making use of the Yoru?
Well, I mean, there's a few things. I think that setting up B long is a position he can play pretty nicely because he's allowed to go for very forward walks and then teleport out. So you know that cubby you have on the left side when you're approaching his attacker to the left of pillar. That's a spot that's usually a one and done spot. You know, maybe you're lucky to get 2 kills. Yoru can play tucked in there, get his 1, TP on through. He can also sort of like throw his own flash off the pillar there to find a swing out on the timing as the players are scaling across. Because a lot of the time when you are coming down B long initially and you're making that cross, you're worried about the Opper or the Marshal or the Guardian, whatever's holding you deep back towards back sight. And you can play those more forward positions, even on your own, because you have the flash and you have the dash, right?
The modern day chamber.
That's really what enables you a little bit more. Whereas like a Jet might want to have the Sky playing with her to sort of get her in if she wants to do something more aggressive. He can do it a little bit more on his own. He can also play inside enemy smokes, throw that flash straight off the ground, fight on out himself. So it offers a lot of versatility on the fly when you are in more spread out positions on defenses sometimes happens. Also, that's a wave and a microphone emoji. I think production realized...
That is high casters.
That's awesome.
Yes.
High casters.
Oh.
God, I didn't know you could speak a foreign language. You speak emoji.
You speak Twitch chat. We've got to have like a halfway ground somewhere here, and I'll go for emojis. That's okay.
Like
see, just seeing that reminds me of all the like stupid like things you see on like social media, where it's like basically every other word is an emoji or a string of emojis, and I'm just there cringing my skull out. This isn't so bad. This is manageable. 2, maybe 3 I can deal with. Any more? There's a problem. But yes, high production. Thank you.
Hi. Pearl. All right, into the second half here. Team Heretics. down for playing for their tournament lives. Everything on the line for them.
As I said a few times, potentially their last game of the year here in Tier 1 if they can't pull things back here. Koi continue into tomorrow. I believe, obviously, as we said, it's the losers today get knocked out. If you lose tomorrow, you go to the lower bracket. So really, this is the brutal game on day one.
Yeah, it's because their placement was so poor. I mean, Koi beat Na'Vi in week 1, and then Heretics in week 7, I believe. That was it. A really tough year for them. This would be the way to make that run go back. You look at over in Americas with a team like Crew, there are options here. It's why it's Last Chance Qualifier, and it's why Heretics are absolutely shredding inside of Art.
Deleted them on the push through, and they had the right idea. They had all the information, just couldn't win the gunfights. Destroys. 2 left standing, they find 1, but Benji, well, someone's fed in this morning because he is popping in this round here. Finds himself 2, gets traded out here as well. A comfortable round for Heretics. But this is how things have started in the first couple of rounds of everything we've seen so far, let's not forget.
Yeah. Another pistol round win for Heretics. And nice crossfire setup from them. A bit of a gamble pushing on through that smoke, and they got absolutely cooked for it.
It was well set up, I'll give them that. But again, the information was all there at the start. I love it. I just love it.
I mean, it's tough coming to a roster, you know. You don't have the history with the team of the defeat, right? Heretics were playing with Weber previously when they made that mid-season swap. But you can be the change that the team needs, you know, the honeymoon period, whatever you want to call it. It can just start working instantly for you. Although, yeah, like you're saying, just the Sheriffs is enough to find an opener.
A real donk from Wolfen.
Now, the position from Mixwell, this time he is playing in that cubby like I was talking about, has the teleport into back hall. I saw last round too, he put this clone here as well, so I think if he hears anything, he's going to put the clone there sort of facing into the wall, like so it walks up slowly. You see, I think it'll walk up slowly, so you'll see that shoulder, see someone holding, because it can't keep walking into the short wall there. So off of the contact of a Koi player fighting that's what he's going to swing and potentially flash off of. Z brings it out, now looks for the pop around the corner.
Beautiful.
That's a nice setup.
I love it. So simple, yet so powerful.
And in the future, that can be a real Yoru there. He's going to keep mixing it up.
Oh, yeah. The trickster strikes once more. Boo gets Starkso down into the 4v3. And a hard rotate away here. They're saying, yep, you know what? Far too much resistance on site. Let's get the hell out.
Now, Shadows has taken a little bit of space into Art. There's no alarm bot there, but enemy Killjoy not in range. Benji sees that and gets the timing. I don't believe he was heard. I don't think there was range on Avova to hear that one playing all the way back in spawn. So he's slowly clearing out main, looking for the pinch. No one's there. I think surely you're able to get a spike plant out of this one. Give it over to Shadows maybe, supercharge that ult, or no, it goes in the hands of Trex.
Got to get down at this point as well, which shall be buried firmly into the ground, and away we go. Heretics now in this retake position. They've been in a good spot throughout the start of this round, as we saw some great work by Mixwell out towards B. But now they've got to pull this off. Coldamenta denying Boo any opportunity, but Benji once again with the Guardian, doing a little bit of work.
Benji's been crisp with that one. He's forced to retreat back into main though, and now you're perma smoked off of the choke as it comes down. Mixwell finds a third on the round, but hey, you get a little bit of a taste. Benji still feeling himself, and
he's British, that's why.
Oh man. I just think this Yoru's has some options. If Koi can't figure out quickly enough what's happening, although now that you've seen that setup, you're going to be much better prepared for it coming around. Because I think the meta when it comes to how do you deal with a Yoru clone, or even when you don't necessarily know it's a clone, you almost always just want to shoot it and turn it, right? Because if it can be a real person, you don't want to give that up. And it's like, you 100% of the time, pro player can replicate turning away from the flash. So it's not worth really letting the risk out. And that's really what Koi need to be aware of, is when that will be an actual Yoru playing in the corner, because that is now 3 of 3 rounds where he's gone into this setup.
Keep tossing the knife out towards A as well. Normally hope to tag 1 or 2, but what you constantly see is just Avova lurking super close. As soon as they get any kind of whiff, there's any sort of pressure coming towards A, immediately dips back in towards spawn side like he's done here, playing behind the suck and the smoke that he's got positioned on the A stairs, while the rest of his team, as you've seen, aggressing in towards mid here, really trying to put some control up around the map in the early stages.
And look, while Yoru might not give information like Sky, sometimes he can, right? With the clone going out, it gets broken, so knows or knew that there was some presence outside of B lobby. early on in the round. Of course, if it runs all the way through, it doesn't guarantee no one's there. You know, someone might just not have shot it, but in the situation, it does give you that. It's a little bit of something.
Sees 2 on the dog as well, which is the indication that mid's being held apart, especially being held down quite aggressively here. So, thought for a second we're going to see a hard rotate out towards B, but they've changed their mind. They're all going to force in towards A main.
And the longer they wait here, the tougher it gets, because you already have a Nanoswarm ready to go. You also have an Astra pull, although it gets canceled out. TP into the side. There's 5 players ready to fight with only 25 seconds.
Can they force their way through? There's one of the very, very back shut down straight away. Mixwell taken offline. Heretics are good for 2 so far. Establishes some form of control, but Heretics have got a brilliant crossfire set up, so Koi are a bit stuck. Are they going to go for this, or are they just going to give up on it? That's a hard save, yeah.
That is rough.
Just stalled out a little bit too much there in the mid-round. Weren't quite sure where to commit to, and after they bailed away from B, just ran themselves into a Heretics crossfire.
And it's because they just sat in A main for so long. Yeah, they had the extremity control over towards B main, but I think almost because they saw the clone, they were worried about the Yoru being really embedded somewhere forward. If it's any other agent other than Yoru, you rotate into that, you trade 1 for 1. Yoru, though, can TP on out of there, so it's not a reliable trade. That's why they tried to go back into A. But there you saw the other strength of Yoru. He has the TP ready to go, so yeah, he's the B anchor, but he snaps over to Secret on A, is instantly ready with Heretics. So once the clock starts winding down, there's 5 players, there's tons of utility just to stop anyone from Koi getting out, and that could be a consistent issue for Koi if they continue to play slow rounds.
Well, that win streak towards the back end of the last half, a distant memory for Koi, it feels. Yet to really establish themselves inside the half after 3 rounds. But here's still in a good spot to work their way in. They've got Mixwell to deal with once again, who hasn't quite got an intricate setup, same as last time around, but he is here. And that in itself could be the bait, essentially.
Yeah, I think early presence makes it a little bit tough for him to get into the corner and place everything down with also getting back to pillar. So he snaps back to his team, just falls back into a jump peek pattern. Looks like Kellogg's has an operator over towards A, so there's options now for Heretics to stack B a little bit more aggressively. Although the TP that Mixwell just sent out, I think will eventually creep over and give him the option. No, I think that's pretty much stuck.
I mean, he still finds one, he's good for 1, but they find him through the clone off the back of it as well. Ults come out and Koi exploding towards the site down B long here. They managed to get rid of Boo. It's a good start to clear out the site. The last 2 players of Heretics rotating over. But Koi, for, I don't want to say the first time, but close enough the first time, are in a spot where it feels like they're in control.
Oh, poor Benji. Get on out of there, buddy. The grab well's in. He's getting pinched by Starkzo and by Shados. That gives B Link control, and that's going to be another save here. Kellogg's with that ultimate can't make the retakes happen. And you're going to see this. When the op is online for Jet, if the side hit comes in on the opposite side of the Jet, those anchors have to do something heroic, because unless you have numbers, that Jet is going to want to save that op again and again and again. You got to at least trade even, more often than not trade up. As often turns out to be the case here. So the fact that, you know, Mixwell had to give up that pillar position very early on, that I believe it was Boo that just got caught sort of knife in hand, didn't think the Jet had been able to manage to get through the smoke and onto site. Those players being pushed back, falling. It led into another save spot.
I've really enjoyed the aggression of Mixwell so far. It's in a couple of Euros. I always feel like we're seeing, I wouldn't say a renaissance for him to start appearing up more and more, but more teams have started to employ more, throw him into a mix in places. We had the double Euro in NA the other day, like I mentioned before the broadcast. Teams starting to experiment more with an agent that many have kind of forgotten about for the longest of time, I think it's fair to say.
I think the renaissance is a great word here, because I think Mixwell is the renaissance man, right? You can do it. He was just on Viper.
Yeah.
Now he's on the Yoru, doing a little bit of everything. What can he do? I want to see him paint.
Did he play? I want to say he played Killjoy. In fact, he might have played.
Yeah, he has in the past, yep.
Because there were, I remember back before they had Benji, and in fact, the last time these 2 teams played, across the 3 maps they played in that series, there were 3 different players for Heretics that picked up the Killjoy. Whereas now, as we've seen, Benji is really locking down into that Sentinel role. Gives a little bit more stability at the very least.
They call him the father of Valorant for a reason. Been around since the beginning, has put his hand in many different pies. Renaissance era pies.
Renaissance. Okay. Child comes on through. Wolford straight in the back as well, being tagged down by the Nano. In fact, both of them are eating him up. One on the stairs, one in the middle of side as well, and just walks from one straight into the next. Not really ideal here. Mixwell's in, feeding out the information. Just spray, and they still can't quite find their man. Benji are getting finished off, but as well, but in comes the lockdown on the back of it too. Heretics really hard committing towards forcing this one through. They've got the numbers advantage. And Koi looking in a little bit of hot water here. Trex ain't long for this world, I'm afraid.
He was just begging for someone to fight him, and it didn't come in until it was too late.
Wrong spot, wrong spot. Not going to have to find the man here.
No one can find this spike. Everyone was trying to spam, but it will go the way of Heretics on the retake. I mean, look, Mixwell, I love that with the Yoru. He's just staring at the planter, trying to ping the map, give information. So I think it was Benji back in secret. Could try and find some kind of spam.
1 second, peeps.
And dug out there. 1 second. All right, we'll take a
second.
timeout. Sure, sure, Astra, fine. We'll take a breather. That's not our fault. Astra asked for it. We had to give it over. Now, look, with the Jet there just dying to the little, nano swarms on the ground.
Yeah.
And it being Benjyfishy's nano swarms. I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity. Like, there's like those weird like spas that'll have fish eat the dead skin off your feet. That's a thing. I'm not crazy.
It is a thing, you are right.
Not weird. I feel like that's what that kind of was. Although the fish got a little bit aggressive and just ate all of it. I don't know, he was hanging out in it for a long time.
We've already referenced birds earlier and taking out eyeballs. Why not have fish?
In the world of Valorant, animals are very scary, right? It's like
Benji Piranha now.
Look, all I'm saying is that in the world of Valorant, like the animals are fighting back. Humanity for so long has had the upper hand, and now all of a sudden you have birds, hawks, dogs, fishies. They're all fighting back. It's an uprising, trying to flip that food pyramid upside down.
What about these ones? The worm and the squirrel are pretty chill. They're just playing football.
I'm telling you, they're getting intelligent. They're playing games. That bear is wearing a tactical vest. He's wearing Kevlar. That's alarming. We should be concerned. I don't know. Just me.
Are you telling me Valorant's a psyop now?
I think it might be.
Birds aren't real.
How do we know that birds aren't real? What? All right, Wolfen's seen that setup a few too many times. So he's gonna bust it down.
You've really made a story from something better in that time.
Look, I'm just inventing the lore.
I'm down.
No, isn't Omen an octopus?
I'm down. Stop.
I'm
Almost be March.
Serious.
Wolfen's in a good spot here as well. Dash enabled and ready and looking to make his way forwards. Valorant coming out from the backside though as well, so there's a bit of a pinch coming in they're going to be wary of. Wolfen strikes, so they make their way forwards, look for what they can. Benji's good for one, but immediately has to drop back away. Pinned him for a second here, but deals with Trex as he pushes round. Down goes the spike. Coldamenta finds one back on the other side, and now the plant is going down. Cosmic Divide comes over.
All eyes on Shadows going for the late flank around. Looks like Heretics have been stalled out. They're not pushing off the flash, and that gives the opportunity, and Kellogg shuts it down.
Point blank range, up on top as well, looking for one more. Kellogg's is good for another. 3 in the round with the op.
Oh my God! The scenes in the arena that I just witnessed. Kellogg's almost destroying the cable on his headset as he gets out of his chair, hands to mouth, be quiet, keep it down over there. He is tired of Koi on the other side. And with a play like that, how can you even blame him?
So casual, just like, yeah, from one to the next.
And
reload, hop and skip.
I guarantee you, I saw 5 heads on Koi's side snap over. They saw it.
It's hard to ignore when someone springs up out of their chair in the Coliseum. Aptly named, it feels, at this point between these two. It is a Spanish derby, the El Clasico, as the desk coined it earlier on.
Oh, this setup.
You know it means a lot. They're ready. Up.
Oh, he fell off! Plus ratio! Oh no, Kellogg's now he's smoked off, but Mixwell is in the corner that he was playing, and he gets the kill with the peek. That was the clone corner. He hadn't shown this layer just yet. With a peek up above, Kellogg's is feeling it.
Let's make it look so easy on the op. Man after man falling at his feet. Or in this case, pretty far away, to be completely honest with you, with the op and the damage it's doing down B long. But Koi really starting to look a little bit nervous here. Not able to find the answer. And a bit short on ideas even in this round.
I mean, it is divide and conquer, the new strategy for Koi. Hunt's broken, so it won't reveal much more. Maybe they think there's a few more players here. Spike is definitely moving over.
Honestly,
and
it's terrifying. He just moves where he wants to.
It'll be another save.
30 seconds
Called in
left.
for Koi now.
The next round is going to be a mega broken by Ford. 2 rifles on side. Heretics moving up to 11 and 9. You see the next round as well, assuming they don't throw away. A very big advantage round. Feels just like the last series, the last time these two teams
The inverse,
played.
huh?
Literally.
Now it's Koi that have only won the 1 rifle in the second
10
half.
seconds left.
Things definitely time to see some things change here. Benjyfishy looking for a little bit of a prowl here. Money very good in the camp of Heretics.
Fishing a bit too much. Gets more than he bargained for. Loses his life at the back of it. Far from
And look, when you fish too much, deep water, that's when the animals fight back. I'm telling you, they don't take it nicely. You hear about the orcas? I'm going back to it. Anyways, honestly, I think the setup switch from Heretics 2 to set up this little trap, that was just spam. DC a shoulder? I don't even know.
It's just so calm, collected, and cool.
But coming out of the timeout, this is sort of a multi-layered shift, because I didn't even talk about the Killjoy setup changed over near Art. So this round, the alarm is even up in B-Link. Last round, it was actually the step up from Art into Connector. The turret was on site A. To watch that deep Art angle eventually. Now they're doing much more info around mid, even using the Prowler early on. Trying to scout in areas where the AWP isn't. The AWP gonna turn into an effective turret. Now with the Prowler, knows someone's crossed over towards the box and wants to hold that angle aggressively. Isn't quite able to find it though.
Seekers were on side and available to use, and sure enough, out they come, the march on forward. Rounding their way through towards R here as well. They find the turret, but still looking for their man. Wolfman's been here 1,000,001 times, and this time around it works out. Out come the Blades over the top. A lot of smoke down though. Can't really see too clearly. Avova's going to find one, just dodging away from Wolfman's watchful eyes. And Kellogg's is ready in response to his in return to the other.
Avova even finds the spam down. Wolfen has to go on a rampage here. All 3 players tucked over towards Secret. Cold finds a couple. 2 on 2 now. The chance for the spike to be planted is here.
Down and out. Potential opportunity for a bit of spray to come through on the wall there from, I believe it's Avova. Didn't manage to find it. A Cosmic Divide coming across now. This is a saucy one.
Oh, you can be knifed through that wall though.
Yeah, both sides looking a bit risky. They have no idea just how close they are, but they've got at least the idea. Poking their head through for at least a quick second here. Ready and waiting. Springing out at the same time. But I think it was Shados who was placed behind them all to saw the wonderful lineup. His name went up in lights, found one for himself.
Yeah, I don't think, I do not think that was it. Made it so hard for the retake to happen. The observers highlighted even that on the defensive side, you could see the spike ticking just ever so slightly, I do believe. Avova, though, with the fight through the smoke on site, had a position that Wolfen had thought he cleared with the updraft.
So you know, even without hearing it, when someone sat on it, right?
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, and honestly, like Wolfen, I thought that entry was phenomenal. Using the smoke to sort of get him closer so he could play immediately off the back of the flash. That's exactly what you want to see. It was almost enough.
Changing attack out of Heretics here straight away. 3 of them come straight towards mid because Wolfen has gone through that direction so many times over. They've changed things around.
You saw what just happened there. Trex had the knife landing on Pillar, which forced Mixwell to fall back. Had to snap the teleport, otherwise he was going to be stuck in that one and done position.
Hoping to catch him clearly because for so long now they've just committed that straight out towards A.
I think they may have used it once before, but they almost have to show early B presence to force him off that angle. Otherwise, they rotate here later on. It's tough.
Kellogg's looking for his man, but can't quite find it. Out comes the as well from the KO on the march on 4. Boo finds one. It's an immediate trade back on the other side. Smoke for now, at least impeding their process, but the march on forward looks to continue. This is the KO getting nice and close, but everyone else is backed away.
Yeah, they can't get past it. You know, one thing we didn't really talk about is just single smokes with the Astra on this map, but after the Pearl changes, just one smoke is all you need to hold down this choke. And, well, Koi can't really force on through that. You kind of need the jet updraft to get on top of Sign if you want to make that reliable.
Benji, hero moment. Potential, not quite. Stark with the shutdown onto him. Just a 1-for-1 in mid. And now they're wrapping in behind here, so taking a different angle, but still the same site being hit.
Oh, Mixwell can't find it. That could be brutal. 20 seconds left. Boo still up towards heaven. And with Mixwell falling backside, it all comes down to Boo. Sees Trex around the corner.
Won't be able to stop this going down either as well. He knows that he's being watched from a couple of different angles here. Avova's on the underside, finds one. Avova goes big with 2 and makes it a 3rd! Heretics look cooked! But Koi is just one step better here in round 21.
Ooh, Avova! My lord! Putting the salt in the wound there. It is getting loud. It is getting rowdy. This is a matchup that, I mean, I was so unbelievably pumped for. And now that Heretics have mounted this comeback, it's starting to come together for them. Damn. Their lives on the line. They are awake.
It's not just the player that's winning the clutch getting up anymore as well. It's the whole team starting to join in.
They've got somewhere to be, right? They want to get out of this map, move on straight to the next.
Yeah, Haven awaits as map 3, if required. Heretics keep pulling out plays like that, then damn, we will get there. All right, talk to me about this one.
All right, yeah.
I mean, our half time, it's a timeout.
Yeah, and we got chili, we got some sweating over there. The production is having a little bit too much fun, I think, with that. But all things considered, Koi,
I've never seen emojis used before in production graphics now, I think.
I love it. I love it.
I'm all
Keep
for
it coming.
I'm all for it.
But for this round, Koi have a split buy. So they have 3 rifles coming, actually 4. I think Kolda can get one off. Wolfen, not in a great spot.
No.
I would love to see a position where they drop him over a rifle.
Well, they have to now.
And let him, Kolda bought one for him, dropped it over. Look, on attack, you can play 4 rifles and recover one very easily. I think, honestly, they need to start giving up on the B hit, right? I think they got burned going late into A, and because of, like, the Yoru teleport going all the way over there. The early Yoru TPs, though, I don't think have usually been for the fast rotate on over. Although this time, I think that actually will end up changing. Now, look, they have the lockdown, but there's a lot of worlds where that just ends up getting countered out if they aren't able to split into site and take art control first. See, that's where Heretics are playing with Benji ready to just guard the right shoulder of Kellogg's. This op really hasn't ever been in mid before.
You should run.
Yeah, they were thinking about it. Killjoy first planted down by the attackers, as you come to expect, and normally it's the other side that then has to respond.
I think they were really hoping, though. They were really hoping to draw the enemy Killjoy ult out. I think they didn't want to play post plant with the KJ, and that's why they're not committing, because it's not really a true fake. They are working into connector now, but a turret will interrupt them.
That's a big investment as well. If Benji's got work to do, finds one, almost found 2. Same as last time mid though, it's a 1-for-1 down there for Mixwell to go huge and find 2. Finally traded out. Only 2 left for the side of Koi, it's looking precarious.
Kellogg's waiting here with the operator. Here's everything, and he don't miss. Comes in for another one.
If only.
It's a classic Kellogg's moment, but it's given an opportunity to Shados.
Can he clutch up here? This could be huge. They lose this round, they're broke. It's going to be a rough last couple of rounds if Koi can't win this one. It's a lot of pressure on Shados' shoulders. For now, moving away from each other. He suspects they're coming out from spawn side, but no. Alleyway has been the play. They're up on high, or he's up on high, sorry. Now he knows where the play is coming from. Spotted out by the horn. Works in as well. Good spot here to trigger this one off. Might find him out. Toss away at just the wrong second as well. A couple of pixels away from that one.
One enemy remains.
Oh, finds it through smoke. One left standing. Evova's been huge so far, but can he win out on this one as well? Blue Pro's fake. Evova finds the kill. Absolutely nuclear for Heretics in this second half. Up to 12 and 10. And it feels like it was written in the stars before we even got into this game that a map 3 could yet be a thing.
Shados nearly does the unthinkable, but Heretics have plot armor at this point. Nothing is getting past them. Now with lockdown, your ult, fade ult, everything on the retakes here. Koi, how do you play it? You almost have to fight forward in the post plant. If they plant on A, they need to be taking full control over Secret.
I really feel it could be a great compilation of Barbar's reactions. The man's just so, he's so colourful.
He's fantastic. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, Koi need 2 rounds here. They have to find something.
Sorely.
Oh, Kellogg's actually dodged away from this scouting of the knife.
He doesn't know, but there's 2 pinned here potentially by him.
He hears everything.
He's just waiting for someone to dare step up towards the orb. Backs away. Done his fishing. Nothing more to be said.
Yeah, I mean, good hunt up in mid. We'll clear out info of at least 1 player, but Koi aren't in position to fast exec. I think this is where they get into trouble. Look how the Yoru's playing again. Teleport over onto B site as he commits into a heavy stack on A. He's going to use the ultimate to scout out A. He's going to see everything. 2 players, 3 players now spotted. Knows there's going to be a killjoy on the lurk someone.
He's being chased.
And if he manages to catch out this Sky, that'll be everything.
I'm back.
Out towards spawn side, and straight away.
Yeah, he's not going to take a chance. We're down to under 50 seconds now. Koi just about locked in to this A site. And if they take too much more time from Art, that's where problems are going to come in. Nightfall just to scout up into mid. But here's the thing, that's bought a little bit of protection. Benjyfishy can go for an early lockdown in Art if he wants.
They can afford to invest the ult because they're the ones in control here. And in control they are. Wolf on the first one to fall. Holding back now, just waiting. Killjoy on top as well. So many ults coming out in this round that are just all working against them. But Starkstow gets in the back and goes nuclear. Trex one more. It's on to Benji. Seekers, players, everyone's coming. But Benji's still going.
Shadows has to protect Coldamenta. Everything, there's no time, 5 seconds. It's winding away
right now.
from Heretics.
And they've not got the time now. I'm going to find the last man. He's long tucked away. Job's done. Heretics force us through to the third. It's a repeat of what we had last time these two teams played.
What a shift for Heretics. Riding the high of that second map there. Benji getting it going, just unlimited energy, enthusiasm from his side. And they only allowed 2 rounds from Koi in the second half. They turned on the heat. The Yoru was a constant problem. Once the operator got online, Kellogg's was doing somersaults over Koi.
That really, for me, was the big difference maker. Kellogg's with that op, unplayable. They could not stop him. He was playing on B for a lot of it, but no matter where he rotated away to, was just always there, just picking off 1, 2, 3 kills around. It slows Koi down so much, but Heretics look a little bit transformed on Bell.
The slow play from Koi just allowed sort of Mixwell and Kellogg's to go into their spots where they wanted to. The stall, everything came in perfectly, but it's not over just yet. There's a chance for Koi to reset. But after what I just saw from the Heretic side, you could not convince me to bet against them.
Well, every player is going to be on their feet after pretty much every round in map 3. It is getting spicier as the series goes by. Haven awaits after the break. Catch you in a few.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Heretics hold on for dear life. They win their own map pick, putting this 1-on-1, but it's still a decider left to go. We saw the Yoru come out and we were like, okay, interesting how that's gonna go, but so far so good.
Yeah, like I said, we got to see it a little bit in the past. I don't think we saw quite as much success from it, but this one had me just looking at it and thinking, yes, yes, yes. I loved every aspect of what I was seeing. What's wrong with these guys?
He spent a lot of time online.
I don't think I've ever heard him laugh like that. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
All right, you okay? Do you want to breathe? Just, it's okay. Just,
You take a moment, Sis. It's okay. Yum, yum. Yeah, no, ice cream would be great.
Sorry, okay. Back in the game. Let's go.
Yeah, you guys all right? Yeah, okay, you want to...
Yes, yes.
All right, when we were looking at the Yoru specifically, though, we had a couple of questions how Koi would be answering to that as well, simply because maybe it's not something you encounter a lot in your game. So, with the MVP still being Benji, though, I think that's very impressive coming into this because this is literally his second game on VCT, and he's already pulling out the big guns, and then Mixwell right back there with the Yoru, which had quite a good impact.
I fully agree. I mean, particularly when we saw this comp being played previously against the side of Giants, I was like, okay, you know what? Heretics are going to swap it up, right? They're not going to play the same comp. They're not going to keep the same core. They very much did, and it genuinely surprised me how good they used the Yoru.
Yeah, I think there were a ton of really cool ideas. I mean, seeing this one here, much more aggressive, just getting some space that maybe they don't think you've taken just yet. You're able to catch some players off guard a lot of the time, some ideas to go deeper into the site, and I think a lot of the time this was shut down when you see those TPs in towards the back site, when you see a TP in the elbow, but it's selling out fake information. It's getting these players to be worried about what's about to come through. They hear the steps go down, and well, occasionally you'll get ideas like that.
That was kind of unfortunate, right? Because he didn't really have him on his radar, still found the frag. Either way, I think the beginning rounds, the attacking side was not convincing me really, right? It was the defense of Koi that looked significantly stronger. It was the retakes of Koi that looked significantly stronger, which really got us in the situation of the side of Heretics being in an uncomfortable spot most of the time, simply based off the fact that you could hold them down much longer. Mixwell didn't find that much impact on the attacking side where he was catching players off guard, hitting his little decoy better. And at this part, it's the point of, okay, is this going to be a 2-0 or not?
Yeah, I mean, still won though, so they are going to be pushing this to the decider. But when we were looking at Yoru, something that was very similar was the fundamentals in terms of how they want to utilize that Yoru to get space, to get onto the side. Maybe not always as successful, but still it was there.
Yeah, I think where B-side a lot of the time came down to dueling, I mean, maybe less so in the example we saw in the earlier rounds, the A-side was very much down to information taking. Now, we had earlier on a play of TPing back here that didn't work out. This time, throwing in a bunch of fake info to try and keep the players away from the choke point. I mean, it's hard to push into the A site from all the angles that they can battle you from, and when this Yoru is around, it can be difficult. Now, in this case, they ended up having a fantastic set of protocols to retake in afterwards, so I think that it was deeper into the game. You're starting to learn and realize, okay, they're putting us on the back foot, and it's harder for us to get through. They're much more explosive on the way back in. A good counter from Koi, but the ideas that were there were, I think, a little bit more built upon than what we'd seen before.
Yeah, and also as well when we're seeing the early aggression out from Mixwell on the Yoru, which Koi wasn't expecting specifically on their attacking side of things, and round 14 is such a great highlight. I mean, we were looking at this and we're like, yeah, get that in the highlight reel.
Yeah, I mean, it was gorgeous, Ash. The fact that this guy has a decoy set up that it looks like he's just holding the angle. He's just stood there blissfully unaware of what's going on. And, well, Wolfen got the surprise of his life.
I mean, particularly here, you're going to see it perfectly. And again, there's a decoy. He has flash in hand, the TP ready back onto the B side, right? So they're going to get that. Flash comes out immediately, teleports back, boom, frag found, you're back in safety, you're back home. Perfect stuff, really. This was where you fought. It's not like a gimmicky Yoru necessarily. It was one with a lot of sense, a lot of purpose, and this is where you can make double duelist work so well because both Jet as well as Yoru have this safety factor that works so well for them.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I mean, it was just hitting all the marks, right? Especially on there. It's okay, you don't have to cry again.
I'm not crying.
We used it
I had
once.
the time of my
We're
life.
good. All right, great. We were looking at the setup specifically from Heretics, though. One thing to keep in mind and to take into consideration is how close this map went, regardless of the fact that they had a curveball in the mix, which means that the next ones coming up are probably not going to be that easy. And the next one only being one map, by the way.
Yeah, the next one is Haven.
I
Exactly.
mean, it had looked shaky in the past for both squads. I don't know. Like, I think this is a true middle ground in the series. So I don't know what to conclude going into that other than looking at the maps we've just seen in the form that they're on. And I mean, one of the key things being that you're going to find that as a Sentinel on this map, you're pressured a lot. There's a ton of weight on your shoulders as an individual. I think we see a Vova, interestingly enough, as, you know, the player who takes over that role a lot of the time being on Seaside solo. But Benji will have a lot of focus on him, and with the series he's had so far, I'm not too concerned about him holding his own.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be heading into that a little deeper in terms of what we've seen from Benji so far this series, because again, coming into this, you are that new pickup, you are the new blood, you are the younger individual as well. All eyes are on you. But we also saw him bring a little bit of spice himself, a little bit of that personality during the press conference. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, let's see.
In my opinion, if Koi get more than double digits, it's a loss for me. I'm that, like, you don't understand how confident I am. Like, we're gonna do good, trust me.
Those are fighting words, Benji. You're coming.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, you're coming in swinging. I love it, man. All right, this one's for Suchny. Well, we already had that. Which team do you want to play in the final? We've covered that.
You look a little confused there.
Which team do they want to play in the final, though?
No, we had some Twitch questions coming in, and I think, you know, some people hadn't watched the start of it, so we were kind of like asking them a question and going, wait a second, you've given me that answer before. But yeah, I think for Benji, he's already lost the series then, because that was a 13-10 win, so map 2 technical loss in his mind. Packing his bags, he's on his way home.
That was the warm-up.
Oh, I see.
Like, he wasn't looking at
He meant the last map.
Exactly. He was like, yeah, we're gonna go into that third map. The first one's gonna be a warm-up, so even if they get double digits, it's gonna be fine. Because when we're looking at his performance, it's just increasing over time, and the confidence is just there.
Yeah, I mean, this is over the entire series, I believe. Most importantly, I mean, his Pearl performance, once more to put that one into perspective, has been roughly around 300 ACS, right? I mean, pardon, that has been only on his defense side. Excuse me, it was 224. Most importantly, his def part is something... Yeah, thank you very much. His def side is something that I like a lot. He seemed to be a much more calmer individual in that sense, and really denying a lot of the, you know, the kind of executes we would have expected from Koi.
Yeah, it could be map dependent, I think, as well, though. Like we discussed in the pre-show, it is ultimately a different team, and some of those setups that we saw coming through, some of the responsibilities he had on his other roster, he doesn't have here. A very different group of individuals backing him up. So you just have also, I guess, high-level players who are capable of taking those opening duels. It's better for you to leave them to do just that.
And we mentioned that, but then when we're looking at the final round of the last map, it was all down to Benji being able to clutch that out, having that confidence in himself, in his team, in his ability to step up to some of these players that he's most likely been looking up to since VCT started.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in that last round, the most important part was the Euro, I agree, but yeah, it is really him showing that kind of confidence. I think this is one of the greatest part of him, that he doesn't seem intimidated, scared, worried. I never expected him to be, like, super insanely good from the first round on, right? Realistically speaking, it's just not possible.
But he was, though, because he got 2K on the pistol and his Cypher, first map Fracture. He's chilling.
He is chilling, and he's looking... I'm not quite sure if I would say as good as expected or better than I expected, but to be fair, I think I would even say better than I expected. But taking a look at this is interesting, because we suddenly see a race on Haven, single control in the form of Omen. That is quite usual, but they played a Viper. They played a Viper on the defensive side on Koi.
Yeah, this is very strange. I mean, this is obviously meaning then that Starzo's having to give up his role of playing the Raze, where we'll find so much impact for this fellow, and instead he's put down to the sky. That's a and Trex as well. You know, he, in my mind, coming in here, I'm thinking either Starzo or Trex is going to take the Raze, that they might swap it up, and they decide not to go for it at all. I'm not 100% sure about this. I think it brings a ton more utility, but just looking at the players, man, I think Trex has the ability to pop off like a lunatic. On that Raze. I'm not so sure about the Viper here. That said, I'll never ever question a Viper on any map. I think it's
Viper fan.
Probably the strongest agent in the game.
I mean, on Haven, it only proved in a few instances, and it didn't... Very rarely didn't make it on meta for a variety of reasons. It is a fine agent to play. It's not like, oh, this is miserable. But
you're not throwing.
Yeah, exactly. Not throwing, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, you must have done some really good cooking, get the right spices in there, only the best organic ingredients to make this one work on the Koi side of things, because this is not a composition, in my eyes, that you just, like, casually drop. You're like, yeah, let's just play that.
Everybody knows it's not about the organic ingredients, it's about the MSG. You gotta get a little flavor in there.
It does make a hell of a difference.
Right, and that is what Benji is right now for Heretics, because adding that into the mix, allowing players to go onto roles where, as you said it yourself, Mitch, that have that opportunity to just pop off, that could be the secret recipe to seeing Heretics close it out and send Koi home.
Yeah, it's genuinely, like we were saying all over today, like different philosophies for different teams. And here we're going to see Kellogg's attempt to thrive as an individual on that raise. On the other side, a team who's saying, screw it, we don't need a raise. It's almost like a scream approach to the game. I think, missing out on a fade, for example, it could also be a bit of an issue for this squad, in terms of taking out a lot of the control. I think if I was to vote for who's got the better comp here, I think I'm with Heretics.
I agree. I fully agree on that.
Yeah, well, the match is ready, and this is the last dance for both of these teams. One of them is going to be heading further into the bracket. The other one will be sent home. Koi up against Heretics. Haven coming up with Ender and Dez.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Welcome back up to the casting desk for map 3. We hoped you would get here as well, because it's been getting increasingly intense as the game has gone by. Now we're in map 3. I think chairs are going to start getting thrown across the arena.
Yeah, look, there was already words thrown, then there was the shush shine, everything was coming out. I wouldn't be surprised.
Benji was sat there like, it's such a British thing, like, yeah, and what? I was like, oh my God.
I love it. I absolutely love it. But while we do come into this final map 1-1, it was Team Heretics that just smashed the second half of Pro, riding all the momentum. Benji, you talk around, had an absolutely phenomenal map number 2. His map 1 was good as well. He has slotted in just about perfectly into this roster, and you can see the raw talent there. Now, Team Heretics with Benji, can they carry it across the finish line and avoid elimination on day 1?
That is the big question we're all looking to answer. Well, let's find out as we start getting into things here. Haven is your third and final map in this first series of the day. Reminder that we do still have BBL versus KC coming up next as well, but this one is the real Spanish showdown. We'll see which team come out on top, which one goes home, which one gets a chance to fight on tomorrow with a chance of making it to champs.
All 5 players right now from Heretics.
They love these 5-man plush. Both teams do, to be fair. They really love these stacks, but Heretics especially.
Especially on those pistols. Liking it. But now there's the worry of a flank opportunity with the turret from Benji that will spot if anyone goes further than the window. But they're locked into A now. Fully committed on forward here. Shadow's just dancing around the smoke here. Can he find anything with the paranoia coming out? Not quite.
Narrowly must have missed out there as well. They've got the controller site they were looking for. Here comes a slight reflood, and it's an absolute slaughter. Hell really being given its name there as Heretics are absolutely destroyed on the way through. Avova gets one back, but he can't quite find Trex. I know Mitch was bigging this man up on the Viper pick on this map, and well, in round 1, he's definitely found the impact he needs with the close-in 1v1.
Making me dizzy right there.
I know, damn.
Popping out of heaven, swinging around hell with the flash that just catches everyone. There's the paranoia involved as well. That's one of the big things you're missing on this comp is the breach from Koi, right? Paranoia solves that problem, though,
this
real
nicely.
This is
brutal, just like, man.
Yeah.
I think there's paint shells going over the top as well. Just, that was not the place to be.
Wolfen is in the zone. Those shots, all headshots, I think, with the Sheriff, catching just about everything. So it'll be a similar look from Heretics with the earlier turret to spot out a mid walk-up that Wolfen did go for in the last.
Found his man already. It's his counterpart going down and Avova on the Omen on the other side.
I do want to talk a little bit about this Viper, because I think on defense, this is a wall you'll see a lot of the time. You can do like just the like A block-off walls, just like horizontal line. Those are nice for retakes, I suppose, but a wall like this gives you garage coverage, allows you to step out into mid outside of B without worrying about the turret that's normally placed on that box outside garage. You'll see the turret placed outside of mid window now because of that. And in terms of C, gives good retake options and little pockets you can hide in.
Well, Wolfen not quite finding the shots that he sorely needs. I think he tagged onto Benji, but not quite finishing him off. Now the classic out manages to do it. Lean through the flash. Swan stepping out. Kellogg's getting man on the other side. Looks to be a pretty comfortable close down here, as you'd expect with Koi, with all the guns in the arsenal on side, and do indeed march through and secure round 2. Where have we said that one before? This seems to be a running theme. Round 3, as we all know, is where things really start to come online, though.
Yeah, you know, you gotta ease yourself into the swing of things here in Valorant, because it gets really fast really quick. And oftentimes the rounds can just run right on away from you. So, what do we got? Looking at this round now for Koi, Wolfen gets an operator.
Straight on.
So they did save into that. Getting an op in round 3 on defense is so powerful.
Yike. They are not going to expect to run into that, I imagine, as well.
And he takes the higher elevation, doesn't find the shot down to 11. Run and save is the new call.
Yeah. Don't be losing that one. You just dropped so much of your dollar on it as well. Holds back a little bit.
The heal.
Yep, juice back up again, and now wants to go in for the repeat.
This is the horizontal wall I was talking about. Makes retaking for A little bit simpler. And it allows your Omen to play maybe a little bit more aggressively on the opposite side of the map. You don't need his smokes for the retake. Oh my word.
Gets away with it though. But it comes to you over the top as well. Layering in, looking for what they can find. The knives are indeed out. Wolfen's in, finding at least one for himself. But it's what comes off the back of it. A couple of kills for Koi is the answer.
That is ridiculous. 4-on-2 now. No, the money was not perfect. So just a Marshall bot at this moment in time. You can see Mixwell has to fight forward, needs someone to step into his crosshair. He can't afford to rest on his laurels, but with the blind coming in, he's taken down. Koi are steaming on through. Benji can only find one, and Koi have bounced back after Pearl.
And retrieve the op as well, which is probably the main thing to take away from this round, given Wolfen had taken all those savings and invested it right into the round.
I love round 2 buys like that though, right? Where you have one player save big, then drop the op over to Wolfen, because Wolfen couldn't have bought it himself, I don't think. I think he had the Marshall and some armor.
He did, yeah.
In the previous. And then yeah, you have a situation where if he dies, or if your team loses on the opposite side of the map, it can turn into a save very quickly. He even got aggressive, pushing back through his own Viper wall to take that shot down short. That was completely unexpected. But that's what we've come to know and love from Wolfen. Wolfen and keloqz both very aggressive in their moments.
Benji once again has rolled onto the Guardian. He loves picking that up. When they're in the down rounds like these where he can't afford a full buy, it has been what he keeps on jumping in towards picking up, and has got some pretty nasty shots with it across the previous 2 maps.
Such a crisp aimer, just from the 2 games I've seen here. And he's actually going to play entry for the team, it looks like.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
It's like, everyone get behind me. I'm the man.
So distracted by the turret.
keloqz is like, thank you so much, Benji. I'm really so glad you bought the Guardian for me.
Easy donation. I mean, just keep passing it down one by one now as they fall in line. Grouping up towards the garage door still, but pausing out here. In fact, you've even managed to see Navova work his way up through sewers here and in towards A.
Yep, was able to get the cross. A lot of times Omens like to go for the embeds. Not going to expect him up that quickly. No. But yeah, now he's been seen. He's paranoid to try and stop this Jet from taking a shot against him. And oh my gosh, he's going above! What the hell, Wolfen?
Chases him down, doesn't want Len get out of that one. Completely blindsided by Starks on the backside. One back the other side, but Wolfen strikes big. It's literally 1 for 1 for 1, but at the end of the day, it's Heretics who come out worse. 3 left standing for Koi, and they are off to a flying start here.
The crowd getting into it now too. I mean, there are rounds where you remember that you're in an arena. And you remember what has been going back and forth between these 2 teams the last 2 maps. The aggression out of Wolfen with the shorty there is just absurd. You know, like, he is fighting back. He's trying to sort of play that aggressive style to get that mental edge. Pushing on forward. He's playing so aggressive, especially around short. A couple of rounds ago was the operator peeking there. Then it turns into the shorty from above. He is feeling it right now.
Whew. And understandably, a very early timeout for Heretics. 4 rounds. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm really disappointed. Production have let it slip.
No emotes, I saw it too.
No,
I wasn't going to call him out for it, you know.
I'll allow for half-time, but they best make a return or we'd be very, very sad. Very sad.
I'm right there with you. Oh, well done. Well done on the lingo.
I'm catching up slowly.
Yeah, keep trying to build credit with the younger audience. Get your clout. I'll try this for size.
This is a real
ice cream.
This is a real.
I just farmed clout. You have no idea.
I have no idea. No, none at all. This is a real how do you do, fellow kids moment.
Oh, wow. All right, back in the swing of things here. keloqz does have the ultimate. They have some options for Vova to go for more aggressive teleports with that Omen ulti too, if he so pleases. In terms of actually farming for something, Benji's just 2 off, so highly likely that comes online in a post-plant, especially if he's grouping with the team instead of playing for the lurk. Although, I think this turret up in mid, if they're... I guess Koi haven't really shown that they would raise the wall early on to guard for the walkout, so that turret still provides them value. But if they show presence in garage and that wall goes up, there's a real possibility that instead of an op being top B, it could be someone trying to wrap down on down through mid.
Vova once again has got away with this real cheeky walk-up sewer that no one really seems to be anticipating. Previously, it was the Sky Flash, but he might just catch the Sky in the backside here.
Ooh, take your time. Get the rest of the team on in there. And he goes to the Heaven Teleport as well. Okay, this might be a little bit extra. It's 5 versus 4 on the retake. You don't want to over-commit your position up there. Could just turn into 1-for-1.
I mean, they feel they've got what they need, so they feel they're in a comfortable spot here to make this play happen.
Yeah, if Kellogg's plays close to them, could maybe look to trade back. And actually, the stun was used very early from Mixwell. Usually you want to be held to sort of stop the stall from coming out. Not sure it'll matter, because 2 players are on the flank, and Clock is starting to wind down, though.
Wolfen, seeing how much work he's done before from up on high. Up in hand, looking for someone, anything, can find nothing. And immediately decayed out, silenced out, has to keep himself safely tucked away. And now Cordomenta's got to try and round him, but I think time is pretty much done here as well at this point. It's just trying to do some economy damage.
Yeah, get some exits here with that little op peek, maybe even another.
The op's gone.
The op is, they're billionaires, it doesn't even matter. I'm rounding up from the 46.50 in the bank.
They know there's more down here, a little 1-for-1 at the end, and it's really scrappy out on the exits at the end of the day, but things equalise at 2 apiece left. Yeah. But the most important thing is Heretics are on the board.
More important thing, I think, for Koi is this. 2 rounds in a row now that walk-up has happened. I believe it has just been the lurk smoke being thrown, maybe even a teleport from the Omen. I'll pay closer attention this time. I was worried about mid that round like a fool. The fool I was. Yeah, I mean, if you're not committing any Killjoy utility or like true scouting, you know, a lot of comps will have either the Fade or the Sova is very common on this map, just for that early scouting up into lobby. But see with that smoke that goes across on long, it allows the Omen player to walk up. Now, it doesn't guard against like a short player holding that angle. And I think Heretics have kind of been gambling off of that, so in the future we may just see Wolfen sort of positioning the op down in sewers to stop that from happening if that is the smoke that Heretics continue to throw.
Taking the time here as well, Heretics hope to sniff someone out inside a garage early on, but I think it was a small little setup from coming out from Cordomenta, but he didn't get anywhere near enough to get involved in losing HP, trading out utility, so on and so forth.
Yeah, Dog
so
coming up slow. Round 105 is a good mark to send that good utility out for scouting. Didn't really run into anything, I don't believe, though. So another bird will be used.
Blinded.
Starkso.
Oh, and they'll catch it.
Starkso's really on his own for information. Yeah, using the Seekers even, too. It's a tough spot to be on that sky with no one really spotting to help you. Has to use the entire kit.
Smoke's come out straight on top, and Kellogg's has none of it. Wants to force his way in, but Wolfen's going clay pigeons shooting. Kellogg's taken offline, looking for one more as well. 2 quick kills coming in for Heretics, down to a 3v3. Starkso's got a no! Starkso knows! He slaughters them! 3 kills on the bounce to close things out. What a round for Koi!
All smiles in the Koi camp. That round was cooked. Dancing around the smoke, my word, makes it happen. I just want to see him navigating here, because the reactions on that, and then Starkso hiding around like they knew there was a Sky somewhere on this site. They just couldn't pinpoint the location. He was ratting around inside all those smokes. And now the most unfortunate position to be in when your ult economy is desynced with your actual economy.
Pain. It's a dumping towards A-Long coming out from Koi there as well, just to remind Heretics that there is going to be some resistance.
Yeah, this time though, Koi don't want to allow there to be any of these short lurks,
no.
So they were committing Kolda down into that area. And actually by showing an Omen there and a Sky, maybe funneling Heretics straight into the Operator.
Oh boy.
This turns into the mind game all the time, and
he missed. Uncharacteristic from Wolfen. He was only warned into the series himself. He was over 20 kills on the last map.
Both players surprised, coming around this corner at the same time.
Not quite the expected outcome, but at this point they're like, oh, we're going towards A, resistance. Let's go towards C. Gone there. Oh, resistance, back towards A. And they're hoping that at this point they'll have left. Starkso's still present, as you can see.
Headshots.
Now forced to back out. Now, they're not going to have as much stall this time around as they did previously. Nightfall over the top is well placed. Kolda finds one, tries to TP out, but gets tagged up by the aftershock.
Post plant, though, they have some really sweet ultimates. If they can farm out another kill, that's a rifle now for Benji. Benji's going to slam the lockdown. He wants to win this round.
And that's about it. They've closed everything out. They'll try and do what they might, but there's nothing to be done by the other side. They've forced their way through. Heretics in the control they need, 3 versus 2. But this lockdown is going to come into effect.
Oh, no!
Oh, pain. Nothing but pain.
Oh, you hate to see that. Heretics just steal that round right away. That's the situation, right, where you're like, oh, we don't really want to use those ultimates, but the second you get in a good spot to plant down, you have 1 rifle and Benji, that's all you need. They take advantage.
They did commit two of their big side ults here, but the blessing compared to what we saw back in the first round earlier on was the big changeover where they had almost no power ults here. We saw the Nightfall come out, you had the lockdown on side, Showstoppers there, Breach ults online. So many things they can keep on rotating here across rounds Heretics, and you'd hope to start getting them online sooner. Still down 2 and 5, but you're starting to see the signs of not so much a comeback, but at least something coming out of this half. And man,
oh my God,
straight under his right armpit.
Yeah, well, as he was pulling out the pistol and he sort of pulled his elbow up, doing like the chicken dance or something. I don't really know. Whatever it was, he was dodging bullets out there. Absolute madness.
Beautiful stuff. Onwards we march into a full buy round for both teams here.
Ooh, and the op is gone from Wolfen. Shados had the right from the last round, so he couldn't even buy the operator over.
Do they know? I'm sure they'll check it at the very least. Now they most definitely know. And Kellogg's is there. Beautiful little trade play coming out. Breach shot immediately over the top. Starkso just gonna pretend he's not here. Just pretend it doesn't exist. It can't hurt you if you don't know it exists. Trex is out to find one. Starkso's still here, and he's waiting for the swing to come through. He has been so patient. Finds one, doesn't realize that one's backed it through. The Viper's Pit comes out at the same time. Starkso's still in position and able to do some work here. Swing comes on through, and Koi has shut down this attack.
Starkso owns that spot outside sewers. What a beast! Dancing around the smokes. Now all left on to Boo. Boo is actually finding a chance here, but no, Starkso shuts that down immediately.
Oh yeah.
Second time this game he's made it work, and I was about to. When I saw that first kill go down, I was gonna say, Koi have to rethink their entire hold over onto this A site, because even when they're getting aggressive, trying to post back bricks, they're getting shut down. But Starkso playing around that little rat smoke that's been thrown down has been really effective.
They let Avova get away with it twice. That's all he had. 2 chances to walk up sewers, and then since then you've seen Starkso just hard-pressed to play top sewers, and he's been doing wonderful work from there. And in a weird way, Heretics have just forgotten about it time and time again, hiding behind smokes, inside of smokes. Doesn't matter what it is. He's playing around it so well.
The tough thing is the timings just haven't really worked on him, because they're throwing utility in, right? They threw the paranoia and everything. He just danced on the opposite side.
Flashes came in, you name it, yeah.
Also, in case you're wondering like how that smoke is even getting down there, that's a Viper orb that's being put on that site, even though Viper is playing C side of the map, that wall that slices down through garage and mid. So truly having sort of a global presence, that ability is going to have impact in the retakes too, making it really easy for the players on the ground CT running out onto the site, flooding on through. Even if they don't have the Omen, they have options here on Koi's side.
The Heretics, more than anything else, they're the ones who've got to figure it out, is of course their timeout. And it's not like it's been bad, it's just the Koi have been so good in the retake.
I will say that Heretics comp is really going to come online on defense because they're playing Fade and Raze. That comp is so good at both retakes and also early round trap plays off of information, getting paint shell kills. They're really investing into that side. So the fact they stole away that one thrifty round, I'm just looking at them to steal away 1 or 2 more, and they're still in a decent enough spot heading into the next half. Wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah.
Quick technical pause, I hope, and then back into things.
I was just informed by our wonderful producer that he ran into Pansy in the canteen, and that's why there's tech pulse.
So blame
the building.
Pansy is the reason why there is a tech pause right now.
Yeah.
Shout out to Pansy.
No.
Okay, no shout out to
It's
Pansy.
her fault. You can't just, why would you do that? And look at that. Alarm, danger, exclamation mark.
All the signs to do with danger. She
Is
doesn't use her attack pause. It wasn't really danger. What would have been better?
Well, you don't know. There could be something really bad.
If they put like food and like the girl with blonde hair emote, put those next to each other.
Okay.
That would suggest why the timeout happened. Or the technical pause happened.
Right.
That's why there's a tech pause. Because he ran into Pansy in the canteen.
I see. I don't think that's the actual
running,
reason,
canteen, Pansy. Although you probably do running, go with blonde hair, then canteen to really follow the flow of the sentence he actually told us.
Are emotes your thing? Is this what you want to make your thing now?
To be fair, I do use emojis a lot.
Ooh.
A lot.
But are you like actual emojis, or are you old school like colon, parentheses, smiley face? Because I gotta respect the classics, man. I'll be honest. Have you ever tried an 8, the number 8, and then a parenthesis? It's like goofy smile. It's awesome.
Well, yeah, but then on a lot of like, I use a lot of like chat tools, and like they've turned that into the sunglasses emoji. which is infuriating.
You're so lazy that you can't even search
genuinely.
for your own emotes.
No, that's
you
what
have
happens.
to have a
By
chat tool
accident.
do it for you.
No, seriously, if I'm writing a sentence and there's like an A and then a closed parentheses and it's like, oh, I'm just going to insert a sunglasses face here. I'm like, I didn't want that though. So I can't really do that, no.
Yeah, it's like autocorrect, but with emoji. You just that's bad news.
I like
That's
a colon with a greater than sign.
I'm a big fan of stare.
Stare.
Yeah, in Twitch chat mainly. But
see, that one's beyond my bounds of knowledge.
yeah, it's basically what you do. Just like in a tech pause, you just stare at your screen and you wait. It's very boring. They aren't talking to each other.
This is a real long run in the canteen.
Yeah, can we just, I don't know.
Can we tell Pansy to just like not? I assure you that's not what is constantly going on now. There is something else that we're working through.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, I think tech posts like this can sometimes be a little bit funky, because obviously Koi up 6-2 right now, and while the players often can't talk about the actual game themselves, that doesn't stop your brain from thinking. For some people it might, I don't know.
Doesn't stop Benji trying to intimidate the enemy team across the arena.
Yeah, what's he doing?
Nothing probably. He's smiling. He's
arms
happy.
crossed.
That gives off the real I don't care vibes.
Yeah, yeah.
A flash of the eyes over the other side like saying, I'm watching you.
Thinking about the victory royale right now.
You've just given me a finishing line.
10 kills on the board right now.
Yeah.
I mean, see if you can wipe out Tomato Town. Me and you, we're about to get down.
I'd love to get into a whole conversation about it then. I was just like, you know what, let's not go into it.
Look, I just need someone to tell me to stop. And, like, I never know. I never know.
I like you to carry on. Don't worry about it.
Now, the problem is, once we get to the end, oh, that was cute. Hold on. Go back, go back. We have to know what's written on that. That looks like it might be a gift.
Oh,
okay.
it's cute.
That is very cute. I can't translate, but...
Must be from a partner, right? Surely.
You never know.
Oh.
Do you think that was for us?
He's giving you that bear later.
Oh.
That's why he's brought it. You just don't know.
Well.
Surprise.
The eyebrows. Okay, now I'm getting mixed signals.
So we have found out, by the way, a quick update from producer Sam. Ooh, they've got that little movement on the go. I like it. It was an unintentional tech pause. It does mean that because the time was at 0, we've got to do some funky stuff to get back into it. We will back into it not too long from now.
Do we get to rewind time?
I don't know.
Oh, we do get to rewind time. Yeah.
Yay.
We call that
the chrono break. They call it chrono break in Valorant as well.
I think so, because it's like the same thing. You know. Look, if there's an Alpha and Omega universe in Valorant, I'm sure that like in some like other universe, that's where League of Legends is. Maybe. I don't know.
Definitely. They are not in the same universe, surely.
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping for the Arcane crossover one day.
Oh,
you know? Oh my God! Here's Omen teleporting into Piltover.
Imagine. It would actually be pretty cool. Some thematic maps would be very cool.
I could get behind it.
Ah, wait. Yes.
Oh, we've
added a new emoji. It's the Pansy emoji now.
Right. Yeah. Don't really think it looks like her, but
no, her hair isn't that blonde. But then you can't really mess around with like hair colors on these.
Is she a big smiler?
She can be. Yeah, it depends. It depends.
I feel like usually she's just disappointed in the teams. She's like,
I think Pansy is the most chill person
she's really chill
in the world. And honestly, like, not worked with her before, like working Valorant, I didn't expect her to be that chill. That level of chill.
Am I chill? How'd you rate me on the chillometer?
You're like the jumped up zoomer, just full of too much energy.
I was literally sprinting in the hallway
to be
between
fair,
maps.
Also, when I come into the green room sometimes before a show and you're there reading a book, I'm like, oh, he's so articulate.
No, see, I don't make sense as a person because I'll walk in, I'll read a book, right? And then I'll come up here and I'll be like jumping around, right, stretching before the show. Then I'll go between games, I'll sprint down the hallway and back, and then I'll come up here and I'll lie down for the entire analyst test on the floor.
Yes.
Nothing makes sense. It is either 100% or it is 0%. And I'm about ready to go into 0%. If this tech pause lasts any longer, I am just...
That floor's looking mighty enticing.
I mean, all I'm saying is it's so nice. You should really try it if you're at home.
And he's laid down. What's going on in Twitch chat? I know you've got a little...
I'm seeing Benji smile. I'm seeing Benji Rizzler. Benjyfishy.
Are they emojis? Are these the emojis that he's got?
You know, that's a great question. I don't think so.
Surely he does. Like, I know he's got like a mega following thanks to the Fortnite days. 4 million on Twitch or something ludicrous.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there were that many people in the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I know like 12 people, so. It's hard to go much beyond that.
Big numbers scare you, I understand.
Yeah, it's true, it's true.
Too many zeros, oh, no.
These guys are yapping.
Yapping.
Oh,
yes. Welcome to a Tech Pause. Oh, the Tech Pause has just
awesome.
hit, it has just hit zeros. I've turned around, I saw the reflection, I was like, oh, 0. Yapping is a wonderful word.
Yeah, yapping is a really, really good word. Oh, do we actually, we're in game?
Yes.
That's what you were telling me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was so enamored by Twitch chat, staring right back at them. But we can get into the game. How about that? All right, check-in time. Koi up 6-2. Few big ultimates on their side. Heretics are very confused people in the money department. They have 2 rifles they saved in the previous round, including that armor. So everything is on Benji and Mixwell here. And Benji's been quite good, but unfortunately Mixwell will not find his this round. And that rifle, not the easiest to recover, knowing there's an operator in the area.
Wolfen just better. Sadly on this day, on this occasion, as things are progressing. 2 quick kills coming back for Koi. Well, not unexpectedly, very expectedly, given how the buyers came into this round. Wolfen doing work with the ult once again too. Still 2 left standing, and Boo will find 1. That's offline at least temporarily, but really can't stick around for this.
Wow, that dog from A lobby just cleared so much in mid. Tells you there's not anyone really stepping up outside of B, so you can see Koi very concerned about the garage walkout, playing a very deep position into garage. Actually, I think that's just a jiggle or a jump peek from Kolda. So the only way out is straight on to C site, right into the crosshair of Trex, who gets floored.
Okay. Okay. Suddenly this starts to look remotely doable. A TP in towards spawn.
And Stark so heard that. The Seekers are also tracking down both these players, but a pinch is on the horizon for Starkzo.
Right. Now this is where the two come to a clash. Again, it's been a Vova that's mainly worked his way out through sewers here. Starkzo's been a hero holding down his position, but they know where he is. They could swing in together. And Heretics have just found kill after kill after kill to bring things back to a 2 versus 2. Given it was 5v2, this is a massive blunder by Koi.
5-on-2 with 1 rifle, maybe, on Heretics' side. They pulled out something incredible here. Shados gets chipped just a little bit.
Oh dear, oh dear. Boo's ready. Not really going to be fully able to swing this one together, but they aren't the ones who have to move here.
He can see over the smoke. He's looking right down on top of him. Oh my God! Down everything. 4 kills on the round. The psychotic ultimate into spawn. Heretics are back after that long delay.
That was a real slip from Koi. Again, they were up 5-2. They had the op on side, but they choose to isolate themselves. They split up and they pay the price for it. Even sticking as a group and just playing for the retake would have been enough coming up against 2. And for Heretics, that's a real steal.
The ultimate from Avova, well, that was crazy. Allowed him to get the pinch down onto Starkzo, who's been dominant over that sewer position. Now looks like Wolfen trying to get embedded over by Stack once again.
We have seen this a couple of times, really digs his way in, but here he's going aggressive, and back between the both are doing it. Flash comes out and he wants in, can't quite find his man. It looks so close to coming out well for Koi. But just shut down, they back away, turn tail at the last second, not quite aligned, the 2 players there.
They can't slow down. Wolfen has to keep fighting. The only rifle left alive for Heretics. He'll want to peek and find something. Just waiting for someone to overstep. All the while, Trex has gone on the long flank outside of C. I think the alarm bot turned off. Benji's just out of range for that one. So this flank, well, it might not be fully expected. Mixwell is doing his due diligence and continuing to watch their back.
He is rocking up with a pistol, mind you. It's not like he can slaughter the whole team here in no time at all, but may well be able to take one with him.
He can contain them for the time being. And Benji realized, pulled back the turret or the alarm now that he's out of range. It's all on Wolfen, though.
Holding in a good spot, ready and waiting. One steps round, and he's got the angle for the headshot just perfectly ready and waiting. Finds a second, finds a third! Oh my God, Wolfen slaughters almost everyone. Avova will put down the killing spree, but he's all that's left. And just like that, Karma is dealt back on the other side. Heretics turn 1 round on its head, and Koi come back and do exactly the same in the next.
Wolfen is just sick. I mean, I love that whole round from Koi. Even the aggressive play that didn't work out. They had a paranoia coming from Link that wasn't just the default breach line down sewers. That was into that exit area where Cubby is down long. Sky flashing through the smoke, everything. And then Wolfen does not give up any space on long. Finds all those kills. Just gorgeous, gorgeous play. Still Koi lacking a little bit of restraint up in numbers, right? Wolfen full sends it, looking for the ace. Even the late peek from Shados. there are some openings that Heretics may be able to take advantage of.
Now all these ults starting to stack up for Koi. I mean, not forgetting that Heretics are only a couple away from, well, Kalox, Boo, and Avova all having theirs online too. So far from the end of the world, but the tools right now are in Koi's back pocket.
Now Koi have pivoted into a heavy C stack now with the operator holding the cross over towards A, and actually 2 players on B, tons of stall here as well.
A heavy push coming in, out come the Nanoswarms, jumping his way straight up high. TP up on top as well, a real good like spring forward coming out of the aggressors here, but Shados misses his one man, still manages to find 2, make it 3 off the back of it. Karmine taking one in the middle, but Shados converts onto the 3rd. Once again, absolutely decimated on the side of Heretics. They came in a few rifles down, and they paid the price for it. A good attempt, but Koi still come out on top.
I think everyone was dizzy on that site with the double players playing up, the teleports on through. But it's Koi that are keeping clear in these moments.
I'm enjoying the noise in the arena. It is heating up, we said it would be. So far it's feeling like a very dominant Koi affair, admittedly.
Barbar liking it.
Oh yeah, Neil less so.
All right, Heretics setting up outside of A lobby. There's going to be an up holding that angle real early on here. But of course, default smoke has come in from Heretics, forcing the up off the angle, and Wolfen has to quickly reposition down sewers. How aggressive he does want to get, though. He's just going to be holding that spot for now. And he's trying to have a read. It's like, is this actually fake presence? With the turret being shot at, or no, sorry, the turret's over on the A site. Garage actually a little bit open for the time being.
Probably might have to find Calder here as well. Talked to him, but no one's going to push that angle. Not in a million years, when you know that there's an op on the other side somewhere. So instead, all rotating out towards A.
Playing the op deep side A could be problematic, though. Nightfall, turning off your ears, actually will stop you from hearing teleports coming above you, double satchels coming in as well. So it's very hard to hold solo sort of on that area. Even with turret to guard down sewers, players could be on you right around the same time that gets primed.
Here it comes. Straight over the top to the swing in too soon. The answer absolutely is no. And Wolfen forced away. They want to chase in deep on this one, but aware that he is well and truly legged it. He is out of there. And sight has been conceded. But they're working their way back in here as well. Koi really fancy fighting this one. Why wouldn't you? It is the last round of the half. So many ults online.
And with the lockdown coming in as well, Heretics, I don't know if they have time to actually fight forward. Double updraft from Wolfen. He's looking for something. It's not quite there. Boo wants something. 1 second, 2 seconds. There will be nothing afforded him.
No players attaining that can now flood their way back forward. It's a retake upon retakes at this point. But Koi are going so aggressive towards long. Kalox gets 2 for himself, but it's not quite enough. They're still where they need to be. A TP away, Avova in the place that he loves being. A sewer rat crawling on forwards, and it's 2 kills for Heretics. They get the 4-8 half. Koi in a good spot going onto the attack.
Big round win to close it out there. Benji with the delayed lurk, dancing outside of the lockdown. Not an easy round to win whatsoever, but the 2 kills Kalox managed down long. Okay. Yeah, absolutely love to see it. Now Heretics get to go to defense. Hinted at it before, but with Fade and Raze,
you love that combo for the defense.
That combo is nasty. The A lobby control you can get off of information. You could have, you know, snap breach done into the Fade Raze combo. If you hold on to it, you can play heavy retake. Anyone tries to plant the spike, those 2 abilities need to be catching the planters. That's a free kill off of any sound. So there's a lot of fluidity in how you want to play the rounds, whether it's a little bit more aggressive towards a lobby or whatnot. Does mean it's a little bit harder to get an operator into your team comp, right? You can put it onto the Raze if you get it, but not quite as mandatory, I think, for the way Heretics are going to want to play the game. You're going to want to play a very heavy, strong side with a Fade, Raze, Breach, more than likely. Look for those catches. The opposite side, going to be playing mostly retake, playing stall. That's where Benji comes in.
Good replays here from the entirety of that first half, as well as that main focus point. Really did feel like, hey, that's where a lot of the action really kicked off, where all the big plays were made. Not really any focus out towards the C side at all. I think a lot of respect being shown by Heretics towards Wolfen with the op.
It is insane, I think, because Koi played that half so well, but there were 2 thrifties that went the way of Heretics, right? Like, half of their round wins are crazy.
What's that?
Fish investigation.
Versus a hench fish. I'm trying to decide.
I think the right one, that's Benji, I assume. Strong fish. Strong guy.
It's got to represent.
I really can't.
Surely. It's a versus thing, obviously, so.
My head hurts looking at this. Any knowers?
Want to give us a hint, production? As we try and decipher this
No, this
magnificent
is bad.
puzzle.
This is bad. You know what? Instead of deciphering the puzzle, let's check back in with the stakes. Because that's more important than any little fun little emoji game that we can be playing.
You can enjoy both.
This is a knockout match. 8-4. Koi smashed back on Fracture. But every single game, it's been the second half where it's turned, right? Koi, the first half, we're down 5-7 on Fracture. Then come around, only give 1 round away. Same thing back on Pro for Heretics on map 2. Running away with that, only giving up 2 in the second half.
These first 2 rounds are going to be the big ones. It's really going to set the pace. I think if Koi win these first 2, say goodnight, Heretics.
Oh, it's a 1-for-1 to kick things off. Dash down short, as a matter of fact. Wolfen getting way in front of it. Now Spike still left outside of grass. And this is the stack, the Raise, the Fade, playing
Sees
together.
a lot of them. Sees 2 tucks in as well, but in a spot here where he's managed to get past at least and working his way up through Sewer. It's the reverse effect. It's Wolfen working his way up behind them here slowly.
I don't know if Kellogg's and Boo bid on that. I think they're expecting the embed. It wasn't a perfect smoke cross. The timing could have worked that he got out. Now another
Benji.
timing.
Unfortunate timing and a rare C-push coming on through, but they've got control of sight. Koi bringing 2 down, and Boo and Kellogg's have got it all to do.
Oh, well, well, well. Perfect information from Wolfen on the lurk. Here's everyone. So they're going to play 3 players off-site. They want to stall as long as possible. Don't give early fights over to Heretics, because that flank will destroy this retake.
One enemy remaining.
This one, yeah, is now going to look real painful.
Oh, they got a talking to in halftime. There's no way, because the way they were playing the first half, they would be up 3 versus 1, even 2 versus 1 sometimes. They would play really aggressive, even back on Pearl. That is a different look. Up
3 of them
4v1.
sat watching sight.
Yeah, 4 versus 1 with 3 down long on pistol, and you're giving that up. That's the right call. I love it. But you can see they are going to play this one by the books to close. They know how much it matters. No, don't give him the ult orb. Don't give him that. Yeah, okay. There we go.
Denied away.
Raze ult more impactful than Viper ult on attack.
This is where I get concerned. They likely win the second one, turn it into a 10-4. 2 rounds to at least guarantee the overtime, 3 to net the win, and send Heretics home. Oh, Benji.
A bit of frustration there. It has been ups and downs consistently. Heretics, they did get a... No. There's nothing they can really do here on the buy. 3 Phantoms, as a matter of fact, and a Bulldog.
I'm all in for a Thrifty. Another one.
Now, I will say Koi... Oh, early aggressive play. Just 4 players looking to crunch on down.
Snakebite drops in behind as well just to try and abate them for a short amount of time.
Yeah, you can't really
But all
keep
the
pushing,
aggression is straight up in towards C. Sight's been conceded. They are immediately up. And there should be Spike going down in no time at all.
One thing I hope from the calling of Heretics is they don't overcommit into calling these early aggressive plays on defense. Like, I do like them, and I like mixing up the pace, but if the pattern from Koi just has to be, hey, chill for 5 to 10 seconds, and you're gonna find where Heretics are sprinting, it becomes very easy to sort of play in Spong, pivot into mid, into C, if you see that A aggression early on.
There we go, great paranoia across the back. I think connects onto 2 as well to shut them out for a short amount of time. Anything to slow down Heretics here and force them to get a little bit desperate. Can only play in Koi's favor. Oh, great shot from Mixwell. Round in the corner and finding out Wolfen, but there is so much work to do here. They're going to try and stick, and they've not got a hope in hell. With these rifles on the other side, they've got a challenge, but simply can't do it at long range. Koi have played it out so well. And that will be then going up to 10-4. Off goes to Spike. These last 2 players roasted and toasted. And Heretics now in the danger zone as Koi hit double digits.
Danger zone denying ult orbs over to the Fade and the Raze. You hate to see it if you're a Heretics fan. And for Koi, I mean, look at the stalling power in the post plant they have too, right? From quadruple mollies. Just having the Viper in this comp allows you to play offsite way more effectively. Even when there's smokes going down long, you can wait out those smokes just by having mollies go in consistently. You know, sort of use those killjoys early, then go into the Viper. And also, because of the Viper wall, you have really creative ways to deal with early A-lobby presence, right? This becomes a lurk wall, right? To get past A-long, it stops enemy team from being able to op very easily down sewers. You have to take the decay damage to fight on past this. This time, Kellogg's takes that gamble, looking for it, but doesn't want to stick into it very long.
No. I was off the back of the breach that came through behind him as well to give him some support on the swing, but just obscured too much by the smokes, the wall, everything really working against him. Nothing really to show for his efforts. But a big push coming in. Koi looking to flood their way forward. Immediately in goes Wolf and pays the price for it as Kellogg's finds his man. Mix one into another. Trades there immediately. And Heretics looking to stabilize a bit here.
And Kellogg just farmed his paint shells back off that one, so a little bit more chip damage. Heretics just don't want to give a fight away. Maybe a few jump peeks. They need jump peeks to have perfect information of what's actually happening. Down towards A-long.
They're gonna make a run for C.
But this is correct. Oh, actually,
they are.
I wonder if there's an idea here for Benjyfishy to fall out of his turret range. And then maybe it doesn't get broken. You can go back into range to click into that later in the post plant. He actually just pulls it back entirely.
30 seconds
the entire
left.
setup, working with the team. And that will be an option in the post plant, so making sure they can play full util here.
I really thought we'd see Trex get there a little bit quicker, but it's taking things so carefully here.
Nah, I mean, they're really hoping that one player from Heretics is like, oh, they could go C. Let me rotate over and find out.
Catch them alone.
And then it's a one-on-one fight. So that's why they're really taking their time on it. It's also why it's just herd mentality from Heretics. It's full-on buddy system.
I mean, it's the way to play it. Look at the couple of rounds that we saw thrown back in the first half where the 5v2 was taken down to many 1v1s, and look at what happened.
Now, the main concern is, could they have pushed into spawn? That's why they're all really going through B, now sending Boo out to be a potential garage pinch. A player in garage could absolutely carve them up. But they find nothing there and can now make their way into the C site. No flashes for this.
This will be an absolute travesty if Heretics can't get this one back now. Great paranoia, over finds one. The swing comes out but can't quite close. The fishman Ben finds what he needs. Heretics move up to 5.
Really critical round for them there.
No, you don't deserve my inventions.
Still feels like a personal attack. It's good movement, and I'm glad that Heretics did stick together there, given what we'd seen happen back in the first live. Even though I believe it was Koi who were the ones coming off worse for wear when they were the ones in a 5 versus 2. Just well structured, both teams looking a little bit more disciplined in the second half. Now we get to try all over again. Not quite a full buy coming in. Got the Guardian on side for Heretics. Still, I'd say overall in great shape. Pretty much everyone on full rifles here. Wow. Just the one Guardian coming out.
I wonder if Koi might have heard the Rays crossing in the last round, because they even spent the molly in that one this time, just to get that walk up. It's a fast hit into B. Just an alarm bot to spot them out there, and a very easy plant for them.
It's what they want, right? It's trying to get out of dodge and hide away. He just managed to just about get away with it. 2 quick kills, though. Heretics, as mentioned, starting to really waken themselves back into this, but now they've got to hunt down and find these kills. There's one chucked in close as well, they know about it as well. Now they've got full visibility, the smokes have expired. This is where it gets a little bit ropey. Not for Heretics though, 4 kills to their name. Trex all alone by himself. Molly comes out but doesn't find his man. He'll opt to save here.
I think Koyo actually caught themselves in a weird timing there with the Viper wall, because Trex threw up that wall so early on to have the potential lurk. I think it was down almost before the spike even got planted. That left A-Link completely open. Heretics sort of pumped on through. We'll see exactly how that happened. Yeah, because again, there's just absolutely nothing watching the angle. Even the flash from Stars was just a little bit delayed, trying to refight into A-Link.
It's a great swing out off the back of the garage push as well, just to completely collapse the backline of the hole from Koi.
Now that the setup on B has been spotted, it gets pivoted just a little bit from Benji. Now having the turret there, pretty hard to spot that and manage to break it. And the alarm bot should just be placed inside the Omen smoke. You can see it down long. And that gives you some options. You can hard hold short if you're solo, right? So you have control over both lanes of the site.
Kellogg's almost in spot to catch over the top of the smoke. Paint shells coming out, just trying to bait them for now, but we've already seen the jet come all the way through. Wolfen once again deep in the back line, and the aggressive Viper spit comes out. Now in this point, they've got control of the B site. They're really going ham for this site yet again.
But they're not going into B. Look at this. They pivoted into C. The trick, as old as they come here, Spike should be planted with relative ease as the fight goes into Link. Sarkso falls back just on 8 HP. It is by no means a clear-cut round.
was at least enough to waste a fair bit of time on B, as you say, because now it's for Heretics to force their way back through, mainly in through spawn. And look at this, Koi sending all 3 players in towards Garage.
Yeah,
they want to get a backstab on here. 1 player being left behind, make it 2. Seeing what they can do here. This spot starts, so Outflash comes on through, and he'll get out. One comes through, the second one on the rifle, but no. Benji finds his man. 1 left standing here is Benji in the 1 versus 1 against Starkso. Starkso won't lose it. Benji will be kicking himself for that one, but it's Koi up to 11.
That could be the round to do it right there. Starkso stays alive. Koi were down to 3-on-4. Starkso had 8 HP. And throughout it, just managed to find the right spot. I thought this hit for sure was going to cost them. No clearing of backside, just going straight up and losing that fight was brutal. But then the fact there was that 1 kill farmed into backside. Starkso stays alive with that plant pretty wide out in there in the open. Starkso could be just about anywhere. And now Koi can feel it, just 2 rounds away for them.
Very understandably, a timeout coming in. I would assume it's from Heretics, although the logo I can see on the screen is indeed Koi. Maybe taking time to a bit of a mind game here as well, where they're just like, oh god, what else can they throw at us? Because you get to this stage in the game, it is indeed a Koi timeout. You get a chance to play this one out. You've got 2 rounds here you need to win. You can plan this one out however you like. You can stack up ults to force yourself at least through towards 12. You can come up with something else a little bit crazy. As we've seen across the last couple of rounds, the hard B hits. They've tried a few different things. Now it's time for some more innovation.
Yeah, well, main thing they're going to be talking about, obviously the patterns that Barbar's been seeing and how Heretics are playing the defense, whether it's the tons of A lobby presence, the Killjoy utility set up mostly around mid, but also the retake ults. Mixwell and Benji both have their ults coming online. So in a post plant, what this indicates to Koi is they need to fight forward. So if it's a B plant, take control of A link, right? You need some other way to get into sight. If it is a C plant, right, taking control of garage, maybe fighting into link. More ideas like this have to be on their mind.
I mean, we saw that back on Fracture. Remember, we spoke about it at the time. They'd take sight and then push beyond that.
Whoa! We just satcheled down long.
Out of charges.
Wait, the tether came in, the C's, but there's no nade. This is the 2nd or 3rd time I've seen it this half. The util combos have not been coming together. I don't know if it's because if Kellogg's couldn't quite hear what was happening there or what the situation was, but it has not been perfectly synced between those 2 players. And that's why you take this comp for that duo for the defense.
Koi rotated back out from A entirely. Opted to abandon the Viper wall and instead put their way in through Garage. Benji's in a good spot here as well, gets sprayed on the way back through. And now they know the danger is brewing in mid. Koi obviously going to respond here, choose not to commit. And instead rotate back out towards spawn here. 40 seconds down, but can work their way back over towards A.
Look at this wall though, it's a tough embed to hold. You have to fight a very active angle, and then even if you try to run out, if there's another player there, you're always getting spammed through that wall. So yeah, maybe good for 1, good for 2, not likely. Here we go though, it's a split into the C side.
Seeker's coming out over the top as well, just going to at least for now force the defenders back. Give a little bit of room towards Koi, and with that space they capitalise. There's one in the back, he's got the right idea, trying to shoot skyward, but not quite finding his target. It's Mixwell on towards one side, and it's a bit confusing. A couple of players on site, one dancing around inside the smoke. Who else other than Starkso? Gets one before being shut down, but sight is theirs. The TP over towards A.
And Heretics, all their ultimates just fought on site. They weren't playing off site, they weren't playing retake, anything like that. It is now 2 against 3. Koi with a chance to go on to match and series point. And it's all Trex spotting out of Vova, finding it, but no, Boo in the 1-on-2.
Has the right idea and finds his man. 3 in the round, all as well, committing it out because he knows just how much this round means. Has the trails going up now? Does he know him inside of heaven? No, he doesn't.
He has to know. Yeah, the trails go up ramp. He has a perfect idea.
He can't win it like this. This is his problem now. He's got to force a peak to come out. It comes on through. Obviously a little bit low on sound here. He has to force and look it out, but he should be able to win this one out. Coldamenta takes it through, making use of that height advantage. What a kicker.
Boo, so nearly had that. It just slipped through the fingers. The kills he found ridiculous, then the Nightfall too, knew exactly where the 3rd was, but it couldn't come together. And you have to question the decision from Heretics. Maybe mind games on mind games there, trying to play fast pre-take on site when the enemy team is going to be expecting you to play off, but there's a reason why they expect you to not to be there. And it cost them.
Last chance saloon for Heretics.
Yeah, of course Mixwell used his ultimate in that pre-take, but Benji ended up falling.
They've got a couple of big ults to play here, big space makers as well. that they can make use of on the defensive side, but you've just seen the mobility of Koi, the willingness to poke forward, find information, and rotate over towards the side.
They're fighting forward again.
Has been their strong piece, but they're forcing in, yeah. And they are abandoning site. They're holding pretty tight. They have no idea that Wolfen, yet again, has just marched his way forwards. Showstopper comes out. It feels like too little, too late. Boo, yet again, has got it all to do against 3 players on the side of Koi to keep them in it. He's going to find one. But here we go. All comes out. It could not get much harder than this. Gets swung on. Colamenta closes it out. And yet again, Koi win the El Clasico here in the LCQ.
Koi pull through. They will fight another day here in Berlin. With the last chance to make it all the way through to Champions at the end. That would be the underdog story for the ages. Of course, Team Heretics end up falling short.
But yet again, it's another 3-map banger between these two teams.
3-map banger, and look, Heretics played their hearts out. I think they had so much here throughout the season, right? With the roster change, with Weber coming in, then Benji towards the end. Benji played a phenomenal day of Valorant. Has to take that with him. I think Heretics showed some improvement compared to the regular season, bringing Benji into the roster. But it is Koi that reigns supreme at the end of the day. And you know, it took us 3 maps, but we got there.
It did, and there's so many promising signs, I think, as well. Let's not forget, this is a team with a new player coming in, very fresh to it. Even Neil said it as well. You know, for a new player, Benji's got a long way to go, but the team will have to adapt around that as well. And we saw that with the comps they've brought out as well, with the map picks they went to, with Pearl, for example. It is just a beginning for them in terms of this iteration of the roster. Who knows what the future holds for them? But for today, it's Koi that are the real heroes.
Yes, it is. And I will say some good news, some bad news for Koi.
Go on then.
I believe Na'Vi is up next in their bracket. But the good news is, what are the 2 teams they've beaten this year? Heretics and Na'Vi. And they get a chance to do it again here, potentially. That was a round 1 or week 1 match that was absolutely ballistic with about 1 million OTs on Lotus.
There might be a lot of changes to come through. Here are the Prime Gaming match highlights, though, for that series. Again, it was a real screamer. All 3 maps required to get to the end. And I feel like every player had their moment in the spotlight at different points. Really enjoyed seeing the constant clutches coming out of Avova. We spoke about him being up 8-on-1 at one point. Kellogg's popping off big time with the op on Pearl. Wolfen then doing him one better here on the last map. We spoke an awful lot about Benji. That last map not his strongest, but throughout the series we've seen for a new player a lot of fighting spirit in the guy.
Oh, I mean, he was the hero on Pearl. Him and some of the Yoru funky business down V-Long.
Yeah, Mixwell was brilliant, yeah.
Mixwell, yeah. But, I mean, all things considered, I think you hit the nail on the head. Wolfen just went full demonic on that final map when he got the op in hand. Was doing some really, really filthy things. I also think Koi had a solid showing here, running the Viper in their Haven composition, something that we've seen taking sort of the world by storm. A lot of teams are starting to rock double smokes, putting that Viper to good use. And Koi have some new flavors they're bringing us after their 2-month hiatus.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see again what else comes out of them. For Koi, it's going to be that gauntlet run now, though. It's a real big run through. Sure, there's 2 of us to go through, or 2 teams that go through, of course, here from Champs as well. But it does mean there are big teams ahead of you that you still got to bring on down.
100%. There's also 2 people standing down on stage. I believe I see Zesh and Barbar take it away.
Absolutely, and I have the honor to talk to the coach of Koi. Barbar, you know you had a rough season. It wasn't going well for you throughout the entire time. Now playoffs, instant victory. How does this feel to you?
Feels good. 3 things, you know. 3 things is don't stop working, don't stop believing, and the 3rd one I don't remember, but it was a great game.
Talking about don't stop working, you had this scenario where you did a lot of changes, right? Let's start with Fracture. You put Trax back on the race. It felt like the right kind of change, right? Can you talk me a bit through the changes, what you've done there on Fracture and why it worked so good?
I think Trax is probably one of the best race players in Europe. We saw that last season also together with Guild, and he just didn't feel it for a little while, and I just had to pump some confidence into him, and he's back to playing as one of the best players in EMEA, yeah.
Absolutely, and I mean, talking about confidence, right? The same thing goes for Wolfen. He didn't have the best regular season. It didn't go too well in terms of performance. He was cracked today. What did you do in those 2 months with that guy that he's that good in?
No, I mean, we had very good practices.
very good practices, and when you have good practices, focused practices, and actually putting in everything you have into it, then when you're coming to the stage, it's not equally nervous as you have been before. So, no, the practice have been amazing. Wolfen have been playing like this for the whole season in practice. So, yeah, I'm not sure why it came out today, but this is what we have been seeing for a longer while. So.
It looks wonderful. I mean, I'm very glad that we see that change. Finally, Navi's up next, and you beat them in the past in week 1. How are you feeling about that game coming up?
I mean, if you look at the bracket, so the only 2 teams we beat, we're playing the 2 first games again. So, I mean, we should be semi-confident there also. Great team. I have a lot of respect for them, but I think we can beat them another time for sure, yeah.
Right. Enjoy the celebration. Enjoy the time. There's another match coming later. But for now, we're heading into a little break. You shouldn't go anywhere because we got something else coming up for you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Koi continue their run into VCT EMEA LCQ by securing Haven. And with that, unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to Heretics because losing it meant you are literally outies. So, looking at the performances from both of these teams, before we head into it, something that we noticed from the interview with Barbar was that there are actually 3 specific things that he mentioned in order to succeed. Correct. So he said, don't stop working. Yeah. Don't stop believing. And who got the 3rd one? So, Mitch, I'm letting you finish this one.
We had don't stop. I guess it's like hold on to that feeling. You know what I mean? And realistically, they won't stop believing, and they hold on to the feeling of success here and carry it all the way through to their next game. That was the best thing I could come up with. Funny, because we all heard it earlier, the 3rd pillar in the video that played. But I can't remember it either.
You know what they call it? Memory of a goldfish.
Wait, but he didn't have his swear jar, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Do you see what you did there?
Yeah.
Goldfish, koi. It's good. It's good.
Thank you. Of course it was. Are you doubting my intelligence?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow. All right. Well, that's that then. All right. Okay. Let's head into the scoreboard, specifically looking at how this match ended, because this was such a one-sided affair. What it felt like 13-6 for Koi to be able to close it out, and Wolfen, he was gaming.
You know, the interesting thing about this is moving into a map like Haven, I said it should be a real middle ground. And after the series we got on each team's respective map picks, I really thought that we were going to get that close game. But look, Valorant has a way to surprise you. And I think the story for this, in my mind, is Team Heretics came in, they have a new player, they have to adapt, and they did the best that they could. Koi, on the other hand, they came in, and as we heard from them in the interview, they looked at different roles. They were not afraid to try, frankly, as we said on the desk, not a great comp on Haven, at least on the eye test, but it worked out. I think there were some really, really cool ideas there as to how to use the Viper. I'm not sure about the drawbacks, though, on attack side. Up against a team that maybe has it more together, they might be punished more.
That is the thing that would be worried about as well, but for now, you know, you have to see how successful they were, particularly starting on that defense, right? I mean, this was the point in time where I thought, okay, it can't go that smooth. It can't go that well, right? Because obviously the Viper is a big aspect here, but I think from the scoreboard, as we saw as well, we cannot deny the impact of Wolfen, which he seemingly didn't have throughout the regular season, time and time again, but this time around, finally, he was showing his full potential, full confidence. And this is what I think would actually made that Koi so dangerous throughout the regular season, but now they've done it, and it works fine.
Yeah, they're still in it to win it. I mean, they're still on the run. They have a double elimination bracket starting tomorrow. They're going to be going up against Na'Vi. But one of the question marks we had specifically for Haven was the fact that a Viper was locked in for the side of Trex. But still, they managed to find quite some useful uses of the Viper wall on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I believe we're going to have some clips coming up to highlight some of the play. And, you know, this is the wall, I will say, for at least 11 of their rounds. They were putting the same wall down. It's going to stop you getting into garage. It's really good for C retakes. This wall they use differently. And the curious thing about it, this is only round 3. They have an op on A side who went through the wall off the back of a Sky Flash. Finally, we see this attempt. So, right. Let me just paint the scene. This is the only round that Team Heretics went towards C. They went garage one time, got sprayed through the wall, realized the power of this Viper wall. Also, it's in your head about the retake potential, and they decide that's it. From this moment on, round 4, this squad was only interested in moving A, maybe B on occasion, but C was off the menu.
And that's the interesting part about a round 3 wall is that this is the first buy round, right? This is where equal weaponry comes in. And usually this is where you can paint that picture for your opponent of, when you have buy rounds, we have different utility setups. That further on didn't happen. The C side fully denied, and basically Haven turned into this weird 2-side kind of map due to a simple but yet super effective wall. Like I said at the beginning, this is a kind of composition where you need to commit fully. So you either have it perfectly planned out or it's going to go horrible.
And I think the real difficulty is with a setup like that, you're going to be much more comfortable with playing retake on C, having natural walls there. You have a second controller as well to add more depth. And then you don't get hit on C at all. It means that they're going towards the site where you're most concerned about, where you're putting your jet with the op, where the Sky support flashes are coming through consistently. And it made it next to impossible to get any ground.
The real question, though, is, did it made you a Viper believer on Haven?
I still think it's tough, but I love the setup. Versus the usual B and A wall that we saw in round 3, I actually much preferred seeing the 11 out of 12 rounds with just C denial.
I will keep it on my watch list, but I'll definitely not invest in it yet.
Wow. Why is all those investments with you, man?
Listen.
You do look like you got to go for a job interview at for a
But to be honest,
internship.
I think that the job interview would take place on a golf course.
And
Yeah.
I have never touched a golf club.
He does give that kind of vibes.
Right.
You wouldn't do very well in the interview, I feel.
I would do very well in the interview. But that is probably...
Hashtag Delulu, it's okay.
I mean, I did a
That's
great
fine,
interview.
don't worry about it. Okay. I mean, yeah, that was a great interview. Give us some very good insight. But also, looking at Koi specifically, when it comes to how successful they have been this series, a lot comes down to that individual player that was on the server gaming.
Wolfen.
He looked unreal.
He was gaming. He was like seriously popping off kind of gaming. I mean, this is just a part of how good he played, right? I think when we take a look at Pearl, for example, on the defensive side, he had major impact. On Fracture, sure, maybe not the most common one because he played the Cypher, right? But at the end of the day, still did his job quite well. This is a thing in comparison that we have hardly seen from him in the regular season. This was where we're like, okay, that thing is done, that thing is over. He was maybe not the right investment because he was one of those players that came from the regional leagues, right? Not a VCT tested player. Totally different player in this game. Absolutely hitting shots he didn't hit beforehand. And that also, and this is I think a crucial part, well enabled by his team.
You know, I feel like overall, when I was coming into this map, I made the joke earlier on about Wolfen being the best Bulgarian player that we had.
Correct.
Was it a joke?
And,
I thought you were serious.
Well, I suppose I was serious at the same time, but it's been a bit of a running gag. I actually think he's starting to make a case for himself.
True.
For one of the stronger duelists that we have within the league. Like I'm maybe this year it's like he'll warm up a little bit, but next year he might be someone to really keep an eye on.
Warm up year.
Yeah.
Respect.
An entire year, but yeah.
But at the same time, we have to talk about coming out of that series, Benji. I mean,
Absolutely.
The guy premiered at Tier 1 here. A lot of people said he wasn't going to be able to pack a punch. He wouldn't be able to keep up. And to be honest, I think even for him, he thinks it's a little early on for him to be here. He even said in the interview, like, to have made it already is crazy. And I asked him in the interview, it was a question submitted. It wasn't my question.
You're close like that.
It was pretty harsh. They were like, more or less, do you think you'll be here next year, or are you just temporarily on the roster and you'll be gone? And after a performance like that, I think whether he's on Heretics or not, maybe there's a question there. I think he'll be in VCT either way.
All right.
Damn, I like that. I like that idea. I think, to be honest, you know, this was a lot of people were like, oh yeah, this is a cloud pickup, right? He got those millions of followers. He's that big guy, you know. And everyone was like, there are better players out there. I would say that there are surely great players out there, great Sentinels to pick from all the regional leagues, but he has made a case for himself. And I think this is finally like muting all those haters who are saying, yeah, you know, he just comes for the cloud. Didn't happen. He played decent. He played good.
Yeah, he did put on quite a formidable performance, and it's also something that translated into the rest of the team. It felt like the team in general just had a lot more confidence going with some of these individual plays. I mean, we saw Avova pop off. Avova as well as Boo having that 2v5 clutch against a team like Hoyt. That was beautiful to see, and it's just like a hitting refresh on that mental for the team particularly, and having a player that's able to bring that to the team, that's absolutely incredible.
Very much indeed. I mean, there we go. It was overall, it's kind of sad and great to see that they can make those rounds. So first of all, it's great because it shows that those are not, let's say, washed up players. I think Avova, as we've, you know, made that joke earlier in the green room, he's like actually an exceptional controller, period. Absolutely. At the same time, it is kind of rough when you rely on those kind of rounds to actually make an impact. So it is well played. It is a great thing to see, but overall, this is not the thing that you want to rely on. It's helpful. Clutches are great. Players like him are great. But it overall didn't feel like, yeah, this is what we can rely on. This is the pillar of our attacking side. That's just not it. There was way much more missing on macro and macro.
But in general, that's a little bit more difficult to get when you have only 4 weeks together as a roster, whereas you're looking at Koi, who've had the entirety of the season plus those weeks off.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've very much built on what they saw throughout the regular season. Like they said, they looked at the team they had, the players they had, and had to make decisions around how they want to play. And I think throughout the series, we saw hints of that, elements of that, but coming into Haven, I think the composition was a little wild. I think the ideas were definitely there, and the comfort for the individuals was off the charts. Like, this is, I would say, the best that Koi have looked so far. At least on the, maybe after week 1. Let's put it there just to be
I think
safe.
in week 1 they didn't look that great. I think they looked okay, you know, but it was like a bad, maybe more than a great kind of
I
point.
get you.
So I think right now they look much more composed. I think also like in the first death department, something we talked around at the beginning, right? They didn't look that miserable, which is so crucial because it was like one of those key weaknesses, one of those habits they fell into. That was not repeated. So like they start to get back into the game. There were some weird rounds, most definitely, some iffy rounds, but it feels like, okay, this is the Koi we would have expected from start on. This is the Koi that should have been in the regular season, that now fix their mistakes.
I mean, it brings a question as well, because when we're looking at their performance in VCT, coming in very hot, winning that game against Na'Vi, and then kind of going downhill from there, it brings the question, is this a flash in the pan, or is this they know that it's squeaky bum time? You have to do it right now, or...
Right, because we talked about earlier on, right? You can have that honeymoon period, week one, honeymoon period when you make changes. And I think, I'm not sure if it's that or if it's more of a BBL, like when they make the change, when the coaching staff switches around, all of a sudden figures are going in the green instead of in the red. And it could be that element. And I think certainly from what I saw here, they were tested, they were pushed to the third map, they came up against a ton of ideas, their ideas were tested, and they had the responses. It's hard for me to think they'll drop off after that. I think they might have figured it out.
Maybe. We're going to have to wait and see because they're going to be playing Na'Vi tomorrow, but we are going to be taking a little bit of a break before our next match comes up. We have BBL up against Karmine Corp, also fighting for a shot to head into tomorrow or face elimination. So don't go anywhere because we're going to be back shortly.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
despide Jaegers de la competición.
This is the question, right? What is wrong?
Na'Vi, you're gonna have to fly back playing LCQ.
I hope you're confident enough that we're gonna show the best possible level, and from my side I can promise.
Everyone's gonna try hard. I think everyone should just focus on themselves and play the best game they can.
Never bring yourself down. Keep the mental high and you can just make impossible possible.
Gives everyone a chance to improve on what they've made wrong this season, so it's always good.
Even if we lost, they were like cheering for us and saying that we can get back.
There's still something we can achieve, and we're gonna try to learn from our mistakes here, you know.
One last dance, one last chance for either of these teams to try and make it to the international stage. BBL up against Karmine Corp, two teams that we've seen battle it out before in week 1 of VCT EMEA, and they're doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that matchup was a long time ago, right? We're talking about Icebox still being around back then.
Back in the day.
This is something that we're going to have a rivalry maybe from that, but the game has changed, and I imagine the teams have changed a lot too.
I mean, it's that long ago that probably Tom still had hair, Sentinels was still a good team, and
whoa!
And,
wow!
And I don't know.
And 100 Thieves wasn't eliminated.
Coming for anyone else?
Oh, that was just a weekend. It was just a few days ago. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. It was long ago. It doesn't represent anything, to be honest, of this team in particular. Because I personally believe BBL. You know, we had this conversation earlier. Many thought that worked, but at the end of the day, what you have to say is that most importantly, they were very early out of the competition.
Yeah, when we're looking at BBL as well, they've had a very difficult run coming up to the final week, so to say, of VCT EMEA. They've had a time to go back, figure out what was wrong, and potentially find an answer because they would love to join their Turkish brothers on the international stage in LA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even looking at that matchup, it was very nearly them overfoot as well. It was close. So definitely feeling for them like they've been robbed. And I imagine it's going to be terrible to then come in and immediately be facing elimination. I mean, from game 1, they have to earn their lower bracket.
Yeah, they do indeed. And they're going to be up against KC. But one thing that we've seen as a positive change when we're looking at BBL was the introduction of Epic as the coach, moving into that slot ever since day 1 against Vitality, Heretics, Koi. And I mean, yes, you lose against Team Liquid, but you know, it's Liquid.
I think what's very important is that I was a bit surprised about that change, right? Because it was always very close. You're playing against Fnatic. It was just basically 2 rounds away from making that a victory. You're playing against Na'Vi, super tight as well. And then you make that change and get your like assistant coach into the coach role. I was like, all right, is that the move? Is that the play? But they made slight adjustments to their map pool, right? In that sense that they were playing a bit less on some departments. Like if you go, for example, from that Vitality game on, we saw very early fracture bans, which for example wasn't the case beforehand. Just to give you an example, we saw them moving more into the ascent that they've done before, slightly, not much. So I personally believe that was seemingly on paper a good change, on paper a great change, but it's something that's very hard to quantify because, as you've mentioned earlier, it could be that, oh, you know, we're in the honeymoon phase, we're having the greatest time ever, and then in the long run is like, oh, it didn't actually help us fix our issues, we just got some new energy.
Also brings a question in terms of you're making those changes and unfortunately just missing the mark, as you said it yourself, Mitch. What really was missing leading up to that?
You know, it's hard. I mean, obviously, we've heard from Suchny earlier in the press conferences, I'm sure we'll get into, and I think it was hard to pin down as well, though, as it was for a lot of these teams. I mean, one like KC was flying all over the place, so it was difficult to come to terms. But even looking at that foot game, in the clutch department, they lost 7 out of 8 clutches. Now, in an incredibly close game, that is a difference maker. And I think for them, they felt the sting of that. I don't know if it's as well to play into regional matchups. We've talked about it a million times, but how intimately familiar these players are. And I think that they've also spoken in the past about confidence as even being the reason why Ascent is such a strong map for them and for Turkish teams in general. It can often be just that the other players have it in their head that you're really good at that map, and that gives you a little leg up sometimes because they play with fear. And I have to wonder if maybe they did that in their last game up against Foot.
Could have been the case, but going back to what you mentioned earlier as well in the press conference, Twisten did say that when it comes to discipline, that is the #1 thing that they're focusing on. That is something that they have improved on. So let's hear it from the man himself, really.
Moving on to Ege's question for Suchny. Ege from Flank Esports, of course. You missed playoffs at the last game. What are we going to see different in BBL for LCQ? Tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. But the preparations we had during the between League and LCQ right now is we try to develop our discipline side of the game. So that's what we lacked of in the league, and that's our weakest side, in my opinion. And we try to improve that. So I think it will be much better than the league right now.
All right, discipline, looking to increase that, work on that, and show that as well today on the server. They're going to be going up against Karmine Corp. Now, this team specifically, if they make it through LCQ, will be the first French team on the international stage to be representing their region. So this means a whole lot to this roster, but we have to take into consideration how the regular season also went.
You know, one thing just real quick, Scream had an amazing quote, which I didn't even think about the implications of it. Champions, he's been there twice already. This is the 3rd time. And he said in French, they have a saying, if you do it twice, you must do it 3 times.
Ooh.
So he's very much looking to make it there.
Say it in French. Do you know it in French?
I don't know it in French. I should have asked him in the moment, but I didn't.
Maybe if there's an interview. Who knows? Yeah,
sure. Some French lessons with Scream. It's gonna be a great segment, really. I can't wait for that.
Yeah, why not?
Right after the in-game leading lesson.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, here we go. All right. Well, already ahead on the curve. Now, when we're looking at the results of KC throughout the entirety of the regular season in VCT EMEA, this was a roster that a lot of expectations was on them. Not just because of the fact of some of the names on the roster, but having and being that French organization with a massive fan base behind you. The pressure is huge.
Is it though?
You can speak.
I mean, the thing is, let's be. I'm gonna be that guy. Okay?
Go for it.
I'm gonna
be that guy.
Let's be real. This was a team that over the course of this tournament has like roughly 30% rifle round win percentage. Just to give you one number. 30% is very bad, by the way. So what I'm trying to say is there actually any pressure or just going to have the time of their life?
Coming into this, at the start of VCT, of course there was to a certain extent.
I think even still, look, if you have a couple of bad weeks, I think, even 8, it's more than a couple. If you have 4 couples of bad weeks, I think there's still some pressure from the fan side to fix it. Like they're like you don't get to just sit back and go, well, we suck. You know, you have to come back with an answer. Otherwise, they're going to be coming for your heads in that off season. And I think, you know, Scream had a great point again in the press conference where he was saying that the real fans stick by you, right? They believe in the process. They're with you the whole way through, and that's meant a lot to him. But I think it's impossible, especially for some of the newer players who are on that roster. I mean, you got to remember, this guy has been playing games like this, Comp FPS, for over a decade, you know, well over a decade. Jeez. So for him to turn around and go, I don't really care about all the fans that hate us and say we're bad and whatever, that's one thing, but then you look at the rest of the roster and it's a different thing.
Yeah, and talking about the history specifically, when we look at 2 players on this roster, Scream and Nivera, they have won both LCQs. So can they make it a 3rd?
Listen. There is not a single team in this tournament that has LCQ winning players on their roster. Not one. Not a single one. You called me Delulu earlier. I'm gonna stick to that.
I didn't say you are Delulu. I said you can be Delulu.
Okay, but I'm gonna be Delulu. I don't care about it. Most importantly, I think this is going to be a big game changer. They've won the LCQs in the past 2 years, 2021, 2022. Obviously with Liquid. Different roster, right?
Yes.
But I believe that they make it. You said trust the process. I trust them.
Last time he said something with that much confidence, it was that CGN would make it all the way through Ascension.
50% chance.
Can't wait to see them next year in
Oh.
Hold on.
Wait, but wasn't there you about Apex as well?
But at least they had a good playoff run.
That's that.
Logan is
How about CGN? Okay, well.
Well, Gentlemates did qualify for VCT.
There was no need for that.
But this is about LCQ, guys. And we need to take into consideration that part of the recipe that Karmine Corp is now running with is the fact that they have Zage on the roster. So it has also switched up the dynamic a little bit in terms of how the players have been performing.
I fully agree on that. I mean, I'll be honest with you right here. When they put in Zage, I was like, all right, this is good. This is really nice, you know, because getting out Nuzera, Scream finally doing much better because he's only on the duelist. Okay, what's else? Yeah, okay, their average ACS improved as well. And their rifle, RWR stands for rifle win rate, you know, their rifle win rate doubled. It pretty much doubled. You know, I was like, all right, this can only go well. Scream is big chilling, you know, he's having a great time. Zage is doing the leading and so on. And remember, the Navi game was close as well. All those things, I was like, okay, there's something here. There's something here.
Yeah,
and then
Zage leading is good.
But what happened? What is it?
Yeah, if you didn't watch the press conference, we're not going to spoil it for you because we're going to let you hear from the man himself about exactly what changed, why we are a little worried.
So, who is going to have, this is one that I've been asked a lot even leading up to this, who is going to have the IGL role for LCQ, you or Zage? And is it hard to have these sort of changes or multiple changes happening within the same season?
Yeah, it's always been me. So, like, I feel comfortable with this role. Obviously, like, my type of IGL is not as like complicated as you know, as it could be, like as a different IGL. But I think, you know, like when Zage came in, I told him to IGL because I really wanted myself to focus on my game, you know, fully. But like considering when I was in Liquid, for example, I've been always like talking a lot and IGLing. So like I'm just gonna keep doing it, you know. Like I think this is just like a role thing, and I think when it's in the game, I think it's very different. Like there's always like many people play, you know, talking, you know, and stuff like this. Everybody has to give their, you know, their opinion and like some calls here and there, their read, you know, like to help the IGL, you know. So I don't think it's a one player role, but yeah, for this event it's me. Yeah.
Okay.
I could have said that. Just as simple as it is, man.
No, but I think it's good to get that insight. I think we probably even on this bench have different perspectives on it. Some teams like to have one guy IGLing, whereas you're saying more of a free form and it's more of a label, I suppose, in your case. Yeah, that's fair enough. Thank you for the insight.
Right, before we all go like, oh my goodness, this guy's back on IGLing, I think one thing that we really have to take into consideration is that there seems to be a different philosophy from the side of Karmine Corp when it comes to IGLing. As you said it yourself in the interview, it's more of a label and everybody's able to call, which then brings the question for me, what do the comms look like?
What do the comms look like? Did Tom tell you to say that? Because I'm always a big fan of asking
Tom?
about comms. You know, the reality is, behind the scenes, I think Scream brought up a good point in that there are different philosophies behind IGLing. And, you know, I'm not sure about back in the Liquid days how things looked, but I certainly believe in his team right now, there are at least the two voices of Zage and Scream. And I think if Scream is having difficulty IGLing beforehand, having your coach in the server and being able to patch up any calls and maybe guide you through some of those moments is extremely helpful. I don't know if I can't think of a team off the top of my head that had just flat out loose IGLing, no strict IGL. Right, okay. Yeah, it's a very rare thing though, right? And you know, I think the fact that we saw a significant increase once Zage takes over, I think it almost puts pressure on them today that, well, you better prove it was the right decision to switch back.
I honestly, you know, when I was like seeing all those stats with Zage, like better win rate, better ACS, all of that, I was like, now they can prove it. Like they had so much time, now they really pracked well, Zage is individually even improving. And then this comes in, you know, and I was like,
right.
I tried. I honestly want to make the point. It is one thing. Either he's absolutely a giga brain and he has reinvented the wheel in that term, or it is looking significantly worse. And talking about numbers...
yeah, we have to look up when it comes to the head-to-head in terms of the stats between both of these teams, because at the end of the day, yes, we're looking at Karmine Corp, and they might have finished last, so technically, it's only upwards from here.
I mean, it shows it in the stats. You can pick anything you want, and it's looking better for BBL. And this is a squad that I think very much warmed up towards the end of the season, started to pick things up. For KC, you know, their last few games were tough as well. They didn't have easy ones. I think Fnatic was one of their last ones that they had. Giants as well. Like, they were definitely big opponents that they came up against, but I think I think this graphic especially just goes to highlight how far ahead BBL were when we closed out the season.
At least they're identical in Thrifty.
There you go. That's
we're gonna bank them though.
Close game. Close game.
Some might consider it a win condition.
All right, there we go.
Would they? Would you?
Would you?
No, I would.
No.
50s are not a win condition necessarily. No.
Even when it comes down to those very close few rounds.
Oh, if it's 13-11, you don't think Thrifty would be a win condition? Now he's eating his words.
So?
Now he's eating his words.
Oh,
all right.
See, gotta put out all the scenarios there.
Not fair. It's not fair.
You're being put on the spot.
There's no winning.
It's not fair.
There's no winning.
Can't win it.
Not with Thrifty win rates like that. There's no winning.
Particularly with Thrifty win rates like that. It's not fair, guys. I don't know why I deserve that.
No, you don't. But we're still looking at this team specifically, and we've kind of seen both of their performances in the past. It feels like Karmine Corp kind of had a bit of a flash in the pan, winning a game here and there, and then it just died out. Whereas BBL, they have had that opportunity to consistently bring their A game to the top. You said it yourself, Mitch, it was so close for them actually going to Tokyo. So being able to win this game, go through that LCQ bracket, potentially join their Turkish brothers on an international stage, that would mean so much for them moving forward.
Yeah, and I think we actually, it's almost inspiring hearing that that Suchny said what he said. The foot game, 7 out of 8. Clutches lost. Yep. They ended up in those clutches a lot of the time because of mid-round issues, over-peaking happening, a little bit of overconfidence. Now, confidence has long been a factor within Turkish Valorant in general, as we even talked about Ascent, which was a thing that came up later, and how important that was. But the thing is, for me now, thinking about this BBL squad, if they have managed to tighten up those mid-rounds, not give away the advantages that they'd earned, I mean, we could, well, or even make the advantages even worse. They could end up in a fantastic spot moving through this series, especially with KC, a team that, from what we'd seen, give away a few more opportunities than needed.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that you say that, because when we take a look at the numbers, there's not a single scenario where BBL is under average. So when you have a man advantage or disadvantage, they're never performing worse than the actual VCT EMEA average. At the same time, the only funny thing is when they're in 2 versus 3s, for example, or in 3 versus 2s, this is the only stats where they're under average in performance, meaning they're winning less rounds than the other teams in those specific scenarios, the mid rounds you've just mentioned. So that is the only thing where discipline really matters. I think there's a few examples that I could think of right now, for example, with Brave over-peaking on Ascent, where his control role is so crucial, just to give one example. It is those kind of things that are then game-breaking, because you lose such pivotal players early on in the game. And if those are tiny things, those are small things, because remember, BBL lost most of their games with 1 or 2 rounds maybe.
All right, well then with both of these teams being present and having the time to go over what they had, you've had a 4-week break, you got to go through every single VOD that you've played and iron out the cracks. Is there any team that at the moment is looking favorites?
You want to take that one? That's a very, very tough
setup.
question, especially not knowing the IGLing situation, looking at BBL. They've tightened up their gameplay. I don't imagine they've changed a ton. That does give some room for KC to move into anti-stratting territory if that's the case. I don't know who to swing with on that one. Zesh?
Not yet. We're gonna go in. We're gonna go. Oh no! Come on.
No, do it.
We're gonna be back into that because we're gonna be going into the player walk-ins. We have KC up against BBL. Both of these teams fighting for their lives. There is no double elimination bracket. You lose this matchup, you're gonna go home. So let's see the players onto the stage and let's see what they got for us in store.
BBL Esports.
Don't wanna be us on a madman thing. Don't care whatever black man bring with a boss. When I push that swing. Take it up, that's right. Take it up, take it up, take it up, that's right. I'm trying to catch the vibe, catch the vibe, catch the vibe.
Karmine Corp.
right, this is where it genuinely starts for both of these teams. You're looking at a best-of-3 series, you're looking at elimination, you're looking at a potential matchup against Giants coming up next. And who knows, maybe you reached your hopes and dreams and you managed to get into the LCQ. But for now, looking at the map pools from both of these teams and which one we're going to be seeing in terms of the map veto, we've already talked about favorites when it comes to the amount of time that they've spent being able to polish what they got. But maps, that's what I want to look into next, and if there is a favorite for either one of these teams.
Do you think either has a stronger map pool?
No, not really.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if we would go somewhere, I think we would definitely not go on Pearl. Yeah, that is a bit. This is not a big surprise.
Wow, it's as if like you knew that was coming.
I genuinely didn't know that was coming. I'm not gonna lie. Benjyfishy, okay.
It's a Turkish team. It's a Turkish team. This is textbook, really. The question is, where do BBL take it?
They could take it on something like Haven. It was decent so far, I have to admit. And KC could definitely try to go in Lotus. You know, it has been one of their maps that at least picked a lot recently. They definitely do so. So I think we're in a good spot for that team. It is just feeling that I'm a little worried on that BBL side of things early on, because to be honest, it sounds weird, but Karmine Corp is just an unknown at this point. It is literally an unknown. You don't know what to expect from them. What did they cook up?
I love the bind at the end. I think that's
yeah, you're excited about that
honestly,
one,
it's my favorite map, and we don't get to see it anymore. Split used to be, but bind kind of took over. I think Lotus, especially BBL picking the attack side, you know, that's the one thing. Both of these teams have played Haven, and they played it a decent bit. For Lotus, though, we haven't seen that much from BBL. They only played it once in regular season. Their attack side was a 6-6 up against Team Heretics. I feel like this is it's more a 2-1 situation if you're coming in as BBL. You want to win Haven, you want to win Bind.
And I most importantly, want to see Bind based on the fact that Karmine Corp did not play this map in the regular season. They didn't dare to pick it. They didn't dare to have that one in, right? So I would really, really, really enjoy to see that one, because overall, Karmine Corp didn't have a big map pool overall throughout the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, Karmine Corp enjoyed throughout the regular season. We haven't really seen too much in terms of their competitiveness on different maps, because at the end of the day, they did place last, and that is just a cold, hard fact that we need to bring onto the table.
Yeah.
When we're looking at BBL, however, on the other side, we have Haven as that first map coming through, which historically they haven't really performed the best on, so that's again something that we need to be taking into consideration. So with all the analysis that we've done, and we've seen the map veto now, I would like to ask both of you to put a prediction. You guys okay with that?
Well, now is the time.
Now
okay,
is the time.
I've been working, guys. I was really excited earlier because I spent some time, and I'm sorry, they don't look as good as they could.
Ooh,
I brought out two little cups.
Picasso, I like it.
We got a BBL and we've got a KC. Excuse my artistry. It's not that great. Now, Zesht, I'd like to know which team you think is going to win.
I've been saving up for this moment.
I'll turn it a little bit.
I've been really saving up for this moment. I have $1 million Valorant dollars right here. 1 million. Look, so you can see it. No, it doesn't work.
You have to tilt it.
1 million. Oh, look! Good advice.
You're welcome.
I saved this. All my life savings, all the time I'm sitting here analyzing the game. $1 million Valorant dollars.
Mm-hmm.
This one's KC, and this one is BBL.
It's a tough one, really. It's a lot of money.
Choose.
It's a lot of Valorant dollars that I'm putting into it. You know what? I'm putting it in here. I trust you, Karmine Corp. I trust you with my one.
This is why you have a job interview after.
$1 million Valorant dollars are on Karmine Corp. They're going to take this one home against all the odds. I believe.
All right.
Well, I believe that check may bounce when we go to cash it, but for now, at least, he's put his cash in. KC, yeah. I might follow suit, you know?
Okay.
Map 2 for BBL, a little shaky. If they got an Ascent through, I definitely believe in them, but I think they need to win all the way to Bind. So I'm going to swing with KC.
Lord.
All right.
Okay.
Love that.
All right.
Goodness.
We're getting ourselves the Harbor Omen Ed Rays.
I would like to change my mind. BBL look amazing.
Guys.
This is an easy game for them.
Sorry,
I think 2-0 BBL.
I already took the money, all right? That's already gone into the bank. You guys are losing your life savings, but...
Oh, no.
I understand a certain frustration with this composition, so walk me through it.
Yeah, so I think what we've seen in the past teams do, I could be very wrong about this, is the Harbor and Viper, right? This has been a popular thing in the past that teams have been doing. Harbor and Omen, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm sure I didn't see that so far. So what do you think, Jenny?
I think that it's time to head into the game.
Oh,
it's
Lord.
ready and we've waited long enough. Karmine Corp up against BBL. Both of these teams looking to bring their region's pride. Let's head into Haven with Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think it would be very disingenuous from both of us to not address the elephant in the room, right? the IGL. Yeah, I was about to say. Way to skirt around the issue, boys. Let's get into it.
Karmine Corp.
Yeah, all right, go on.
I'm here for it.
Hey, at least we got one analyst here. I'm kidding. I love you guys on the desk. You're doing great. But let's talk about it as we do dive into game. Now, the biggest thing that we were discussing throughout, let's say, regular play into what we expected going to LCQ was, right, do we see that Karmine Corp reinvent themselves, come back out, kind of work on the upward swing we started to see with Zysh?
I was on the lines of thinking, if there's some comp changes and a couple of role swaps, then I'd feel quite positive about Karmine Corp coming out of the downtime. Is this it? I don't feel like it is. And again, the big gap here being between XMS and Nivera, that constant issue with XMS not being able to fulfill the anchor side of a Sentinel, and also Nivera obviously being forced onto smokes effectively. That was the big issue I saw. And I'm going to be honest, it got slightly better when Zysh came in, but it doesn't look like they've progressed with that.
No, and kind of discussing the stylistic approach they're going with, it's very much that I want to check back in with this as we go on. Now, bear in mind, obviously, Karmine Corp ended the season 2-7. Scream going to start off well here, taking down Turco.
Big gap
the
left
scout
open.
to claim there.
Yeah, for BBL to leave such a huge gap behind this play here, Kushner will respond with a little bit of damage, so Shin has to respect it. Scream actually drifting across towards A site as well, so Michael not necessarily in trouble on the back of that tag coming through. Is there an early man advantage created by Scream, and still 3 members committed towards C. As BBL looks as if they're considering maybe planting the seed of doubt.
How much does it
It's already pulled the rotation.
Nice.
All 3 members have left C site.
I'm watching Nivera, he's the last player to even consider it. And now with that smoke coming in towards Garage, utility invested, he's got to know something up, but he can't commit to this. There's so much of a gap between him and the other players. The best he can do is maybe secure Garage, which is what he's done. Late positioning towards middle from both of the Sovas, that could become a factor if Sushin does come back around potentially just to patrol and kind of keep control over Garage. Late Paranoia sent, going to buy a couple more seconds. Smoke to come in, other Paranoia through, and we're going to see them try and play for the retake. Overwhelmed though. Scream, Nivera cleaning house. This is lovely work, and now Sushi's a little late to the party. Very difficult to do anything about it. Clean as hell for Karmine Corp. That's 5 standing and very well controlled in the end.
That's just so well composed in the retake as well. Actually, BBL maybe overstepping the mark slightly. The early Paranoia obviously stalling things out, but trying to play inside that smoke when you've got to argue everybody's going to be stacked up on it, especially with the disadvantage in terms of their head count so early on. A beautiful round from Scream. It's a little, I guess, a gap created there with a early aggression towards Garage, but Scream solo walking down mid is rewarded for it, and there's no response. There's not even any pressure back towards him. Obviously Kushner then finding some tags onto Shin elsewhere. It was BBL trying to achieve a couple of different things at the same time.
Okay, Kushner does take a fair crack of damage from Scream. Happy to take that first man forward. So you're building towards his ult extremely early, only 2 away here, so once that gun round hits, he actually could be in a fantastic spot. There should be a plan here. I don't see anything to deny it. So BBL at least going to get the time on their side. But of course, bear in mind, very little investment behind it. Just a couple of Sheriffs and a Ghost. Some kit left for Sushni. But
Scream's farming.
Yeah, he's absolutely cleaning house. He's come out. He's looking absolutely on the money today. Should be clean. Sushni probably dead to rights. He is. Lovely work from Scream there. Very, very nice. Can't say much more than that, really. Very comfortable beginnings for him.
3K into a 4K. Showstopper available already. It's a big tool at their disposal in round 3 here. Potentially convert the bonus as well. And even actually on top of that, bringing across a Rifle, Guardian and a Bulldog.
Yeah. And just kind of pausing, obviously Karmine Corp are the quick ones to touch in towards. I think it would be a disservice to not do so. But BBL season was certainly up and down, right? Very, very hard to pin down.
On the whole, it looked better towards the end. Obviously, we know there was a big change behind the scenes there, but I can't necessarily say it wasn't really performance dependent as well. We're not sure how much of that actually came from the coaching staff swap out there, but definitely more positives to draw, bigger picture.
Absolutely, and you look at that, even in the loss against Liquid, for example, picking up that 2-1 result, and they said it in the interview earlier, this is their revenge tour going through this. They do want to further themselves in this event. They do have to take on some of those opponents who actually managed to truly best them throughout their regular season. So quite the challenge for them. Can they stabilize now, though, after what has been the Scream show for the first couple of rounds? He's had an absolute tear of a start.
I mean, if this is the byproduct of him, well, he's alluded to in the press conference, talking about having time to focus on his own game and get back towards that superstar form, which he I mean, has been the expectation since day one of Valorant.
Of course.
When he entered.
But we look at how much value he finds long-term now. Keep check on that beyond this couple of rounds, because as it stands, they've got the site control. There's not much to really deny that plant coming in or even pressure the post plant too early on. They want to wait for those rotations to come through. And now with everyone in place, let's see how much they can get done. It's going to be difficult. The two marshals not easy to facilitate, but the rest still on a pretty comfortable purchase. This could be the game changer. Scream going to dive in, finds nothing and falls. That could have been big. Zushni overwhelmed though. That creates a gap, but again, the rifle should kick into gear. XMS, there could be something for him. And actually finds huge value. Taking down Kushner, and suddenly there was a chance for a mere moment then. Aslan controls it at the end, but that was never meant to be this costly.
Full, and we'll see just how, obviously, with the plant coming through, kind of enables a light shield purchase to come through, but there will be gaps in the utility. And just to note, I mean, for me, obviously, pre-roster change, the best Karmine Corp looked was when they tried the get-go on split. They had these choreographed retakes, so already seeing a couple of examples here where they're leaning on that aspect of their defense. If that is the plan from the get-go, maybe working towards some of the things that did look positive throughout the season. And conditioning created on the back of this wall early on, especially with Scream coming forward and finding that kill earlier on in the pistol.
Cover going out.
But even across the map, we're already seeing aggression on the extremity as well. You got Scream kind of walking down A long, does have support from Shin, so that's
and the op anchor on the other side of things, yeah.
This map is feeling extremely small for BBL.
You saw their first buy round obviously slowing things down as they drift into that default to clear a lot of this close space. Nevera actually going to burn up his second smoke here. So yeah, great coverage here.
And the only real possible avenue would be that B site that had a passive hold or maybe a split through garage, but there's still going to be value for Nevera. Has to be cautious, knows when to dip away, does get out. Alive. Okay, so they fought for the C site. The plant should be en route. Zeiss just found Aslan, though, and that was maybe a little bit of an exploration through towards garage, and a little switch up there as well. Lower HP player going to take over on the operator, and let's see if those retakes still look as strong.
Drone tag might even enable a wall bang. No, Shin doesn't go for it. Kushner absolutely eating that paint shell.
Yeah, very flat performance so far from BBL. Getting overrun here. Karmine Corp, so powerful on the way back in. Lovely coordination, but again, BBL looking flat.
Second flawless retake on C site, by the way. Pistol sure shrugged that one off, but
flawless.
BBL, a couple of players just caught off guard in terms of positioning. I'm not sure if Kushner thought he still had a dash up. He was hoping to get a kill to maybe re-enable it. I'm not entirely sure. Wait, wouldn't? Yeah, nobody fell from Karmine Corp, so.
One enemy remaining.
And then Brave massively overcooking the TP. TP's past default there. Couple of major mistakes from BBL, resulting in Karmine Corp finding their third successful defuse as well.
It's going to work wonders for them. You're going to have XMS one away from his ult. A couple of just, you know, middling success towards, I mean, to be fair, Scream did farm all the early kills, so hard to claim more than that, and he's not really relenting. One has slipped past, that is Brave, but Long is very much firmly planted with that Karmine Corp flag.
I was hoping Shin was going to turn there just to cover that drift up from sewers, because Scream's in a very, very deep position here. XMS tries to pin down Aslan, leave him on 5 HP.
Timing on this is pretty much everything.
When does Brave come back?
It should be now. He should. Oh, it still wasn't particularly clean, but it has taken Scream down. Now do they pivot? It looks like they do. Maybe deciding that A is the eventual goal now. Quick mid-round call. A couple of rifles in hand. Kushner and Brave has theirs. The rest still down on the pistols. They should be able to get a plant here.
Do have the Reckoning in the hands of XMS for the retake here, so no surprise to see Karmine Corp diligent about that late clearance on B site. It's a straight 4v4. Sushni with the Hunter's Fury here, but not much else in the form of utility.
is. Perfect timing on the investment. This makes it incredibly difficult. Trying to get a couple of seconds on their side. It's only a trade out so far. Brave, the last one alive with that rifle. Now Turco's in danger. He's fallen. Again, Karmine Corp are keeping this clean. Perfect work on the baby back through. This is going to be 4 now on the board. And BBL, you need an early timeout real quick because they are getting bullied around this map.
I mean, they need to take advantage of the early round here, try and look for a pick that way because they are being suffocated. Basically shepherded into the site that Karmine Corp are happy to play retake towards. A beautiful adjustment. Like I said, we didn't really see this approach at all throughout the regulation season from Karmine Corp. Seemed very bang your head against a brick wall and feast or famine in terms of riding on kills and creating advantage that way. And we know it just didn't go their way. Majority of the time. No early timeout, though, ahead of this buy round.
Standing ahead.
Maybe not feeling as if they've been thrown off the game plan just yet. Nivera, a wide swing into the Nano Swarm. Punished this time around by Aslan.
This will put Shin in a predicament of... Does he try and see? No, yeah, he's thought better of that. Time to fall off this. Has the support towards Heaven early on from XMS, so a quick rotation. But that early pick certainly going to be proving wonders for them. Couple of ults to play with too now. Turco's just got his coming online from the plant, so that's a massive piece of kit to put into the back pocket of BBL, making this very tricky for Karmine Corp. Maybe not going to be as clean this time. Saish went away from his ult, 2 for Shin. Nothing really to be the big instigator in this. Aldro not finding too much. Does it get the tag on Kushner? It does, but again, they still can't find that way down here. They're being stalled out. This time, BBL showing a little bit of resistance. Kushner more than up to the challenge. Gorgeous third as well for him. Zaish better know better than this. I think he's realized it. Options not looking likely, and a much different post plan there from BBL.
This is beautiful. You can already see the adjustment here without the timeout being called, that this utility's being held. They know that they're looking to flood through with the aftershock towards Hell, the drone coming through from spawn. So that's even the paranoia. They're just preventing anybody from Heaven from dropping out. And then actually, there's guns trained on the side of BBL towards that spawn side.
Be faster.
Obviously, yes, yeah, I mean, they're very desperate to try and make that operator work. Maybe catch somebody off guard on the back of the Nano Swarm being invested, but first real punish, and it's Karmine Corp at least offering that up as an opportunity to find a first blood.
They're doubling down on it though, aren't they? A little bit more assistance here with him though. Chance.
Get out of my way.
Vera looking towards long. 4 players make it 5. Now back down to 4 as he does get to get away with his life.
Kushner couldn't get it!
Oh, dearie me. Kushner's made an absolute meal of it. But Brave on the case. Desperate to try and equalize down to a 2v2. But Shin's disallowing it. Holding from the sides. Karmine Corp up for a brawl here.
What's interesting is BBL to look as if they want to continue with the fast-paced rounds. Here, 3 members of Karmine Corp invested towards A site, and they dig their heels in. They're happy to commit to these opening engagements. Kushner unable to pin anybody down. Nivera actually got a second there. I didn't even catch that. How did he get the second?
One enemy remaining.
I don't have the answer for you. I wish I did. BBL just go right back to it. I mean, very early Hunter's Fury. It's not going to find anyone, I don't think. No, no tags.
But confirmation there, at least nobody's passed into towards sewers. At least Kushner somehow avoiding both of those early Hunter's Furies towards lobby. Shin, I'm not actually sure if you spotted anybody there, but you see, look, Karmine Corp have created enough pressure now on A side that is forcing BBL to re-explore back towards Garage and towards C site once again.
I've seen this film before, and Nivera will not relent. This guy already connects perfectly towards Aslan, readjust position, and you can feel there's no pressure coming in towards Karmine Corp. There's no trades ready, and Nivera's still able to find angles to play with. Scream's gonna punish, as does Nivera. This is stunning from start to finish.
Another flawless round victory, Lauren.
I'm a little surprised that BBL have let it go on this long. Where's that timeout been?
I mean, they have to call it now, at least ahead of the next buy round here. a real lack of consideration on the side of BBL for what's going on. I can see it flashing up in the background here.
But I think you kind of teed this up perfectly at the very start, and I kind of want to run back to that, is how they're kind of funneling BBL around the map. Obviously with the Hunter's Fury in this round, it's very clear-cut, it's very crystal clear that they were kind of herding them through, checking that no one had gone to sewer. That enables someone like Scream to feel a bit more confident to either take that space or, you know, fall back towards that B site earlier on, ready for that rotation towards C. But all said and done, where's the response from BBL?
Yeah, I haven't seen too much in terms of looking for these opening engagements. It's been Karmine Corp dictating the early round. And again, I'm pretty sure as X-Mess are in the same utility every single round. The first time caught off guard by Scream drifting down mid solo. Again, it's a screenplay. It's capable of one every few rounds.
You'll get a couple of those rounds.
Exactly. But for me, BBL, I don't really have any tangibles to work off here. No. It feels like they need to commit towards this default a little longer and try and capitalize on some information they can gather, whether or not it's Karmine Corp rotating towards one side or the other, because these stacks, time and time again, are paying off for Karmine Corp.
There's been no downside. Wow, I'm a little stunned that BBL haven't addressed that, right? It's not that we're at this scoreline. Karmine Corp are playing a great game between Nevera and Scream. It is wonderful to watch, but I'd like to see a little bit more resilience from BBL.
That's another new position from Nevera as well, so
they'll switch up.
More question marks. Ooh, should be rewarded. Usually good for those.
It goes back in for a bit more. Gets out and goes back in. Yeah, so more than confident to find a challenge here. An attempt?
Fake the plant here, but
they've not taken space anywhere else, though.
I mean, it doesn't really suit them because Karmine Corp have been leaning more towards the retake anyway, so there's no way they're going to bait them in towards a pre-take on the back of the spike being tapped. Maybe drifting back towards A to try and make use of this lockdown. Around like this, you have 3 Sheriffs, a Spectre, and the rifle in the hands of Aslan, but again, a little bit of hesitation here in my eyes. No definitive goal in mind.
And Scream's ahead of all this. He's going to hear one step towards sewer. That's actually not bad. At least they're going to try and put some bodies behind it, try and sell this. But it doesn't pull XMS. It doesn't pull Nevera. So they're still close enough by to really determine the outcome of this round. TP towards backside.
30 seconds
it's
left.
Fine. They do get the plant. They somewhat avoid the ult. It just catches them on the way out, so they will be stunned in the corner. There could be a problem like this. Scream explosive on arrival. They're falling like flies. BBL are just left in tatters. This has been really a start to a half to forget for them.
Critical from Karmine Corp, to be honest. A stark contrast to what we saw during the season. Well, BBL have a response left in this half. Ooh, just off with that.
Right there.
But yeah, very, very curious here of what BBL think is going right for them.
And I don't know if they're just kind of playing this expecting the old Karmine Corp or what had happened in that, because they don't...
Sure, this is beyond expectation. I mean, I'll say it. This is a different team altogether, even in the opening 9 rounds here.
Yeah. You tell me that, you know, roll it back to regular season and tell me you're going to be expecting Karmine Corp to be playing perfect retakes, really nice synergy, very disciplined play. Nevera tries to get a little ahead of that, but decides against committing too far, so falls away, of course, leaving that C site available for the plant. But beyond that, this is not where the magic's really been laying for Karmine Corp. It's in these retakes. Lockdown to maybe buy them a little bit of time. That time is disregarded. Scream's going in! Look at this guy! Absolutely monstrous! The lockdown's still in effect. Can they deny it, though? No, they cannot. 2 players now going to be detained. And this is probably one of the only rounds that BBL's going to claim on this half.
I think maybe Scream anticipating the nade's going to bounce far enough there. You saw a follow-up shock dart as well. The lockdown, unfortunately, taking effect and deciding this round. Operator in hand, but no financial worries for Karmine. It's not often we've said that as well.
Yeah, bizarre, right? I was literally, my notes are like, issues with money management. Well, not this time. Just get Scream up to, like, you know, 10 kills in the first 2 rounds, essentially. And then everyone suddenly play, like, perfect retakes. This is weird. But otherwise, pretty good.
2 big execute ultimates burn up as well. The Rolling Thunder and the lockdown used here. You desperately need rounds, so you can't really question it. It's desperate to close down. Yeah, the second shot dart comes through. I think it's initially Scream's paint shell that I think he's hoping is going to bounce a little further. Even so, I mean, he's almost secured a second kill there, by the way. He gets the first towards back flat.
Yeah.
BBL probably panicking a little bit here. Drone burnt up here to try and force Navera off this early angle.
At the other part of the map. Oh, Navera, careful. Okay.
What?
Oh, XMS, that's murderous. You shouldn't get away with that. That's wild. Hopping up onto the ledge, come off it. But keep in mind the rest of the map, rolling it back to the fact that Scream's got all this space. And he'd done this by the time they were planting. He was already down A long.
They're going to line up for XMS. That's a crucial headshot from Aslan.
I've just saved him that. And a couple of the BBL players just having a very off game. Individually, not having all the fun here. Scream finally starting to make his presence noted. But you can see the attention here from Brave towards CT. He's going to have to over-deliver. He's going to get them 1 a second. Not bad by any means. A quick turn of the flash and Sushi gets involved from Garage. Leaving it all to Scream with 13 HP, and it's not looking so lucky this time around. BBL deciding to fight for some more space. Pressure through CT. Disallow that comfort the Karmine Corp have been sat in the entire time.
And following through on this initial damage, or at least the initial kill found, not allowing Karmine Corp to set up for this retake. We saw actually initially the mistake earlier on was playing inside that spawn smoke and getting overwhelmed. So around Brave, gifted on the second, call it.
Yeah, you take him, you get him.
But at least applying enough pressure to that, yeah.
That was very lucky from us.
There was 3 people lined up there.
None of them were really looking. It was Azan looks back like, I guess I'll give it a little look. Oh. But hey, this is recovery. Again, the scoreline above. She's just not getting it going today with those knives. Not finding what he wants at all.
Got Operator in hand though. Hunter's Fury to play with for BBL. Reckoning once again for XMS, so whether or not we see Karmine Corp maybe apply a little pressure. Send a few probes out. Kushner might even swing onto this in a couple of seconds.
We haven't seen Navera back down here in a minute, right? He's been kind of anchoring that C site. He's been very, very mobile.
Very active, yeah.
And which I still think is one of his biggest credits about Navera as an operator player. He's not the super highlighty sort of player who's going to, be in every single highlight reel, but his ability
post
to
up
be
on a safe angle, yeah.
Yeah, he is such a nuisance to play against. It
didn't clear, and he didn't get stunned.
No, there's no way. There is no way.
How is...
What is going on this round? Okay, so Navera's shown his hand, but they have no idea about this. Scream. That's not meant to happen.
How has he avoided all of that? Doesn't get cleared by the drone, doesn't get stunned by the fault line,
30 seconds
and then
left.
Not a single Hunter's Fury shot tags him.
It doesn't seem real. Okay, they're down to 3 though for BBL, so this round's going to get quite tricky to hold on to, especially with XMS with that ult.
And semi-committed towards a
fight an
post-plant hold.
Okay. Aslan, the temptation maybe to get involved early was dissuaded. He held on, and actually big swing there from Turco, but it's a swing and a miss, and Karmine Corp keep it cool under this, and Brave has so few opportunities. What is he meant to do? Nothing, hands in the air, he knows there was nothing more left for him. The fuse will come out. Not a problem.
An 8-4 half here, Karmine Corp.
This was unthinkable to get away with that.
And sure, this might be Scream Navera getting a lot of the credit here, but I do just want to say, for somebody that had such an underwhelming season, XMS. What a performance from here in the opening half of Haven. Undeniable value. We'll see here, really, if BBL can make an honest go of things in the second half, to be honest, because they're way behind Karmine Corp right now.
Yeah, they are. And I think individually it felt like a cold start from them. I mean, hard when Scream's doing Scream things. That can just happen on occasion where he's just having those games. That's always going to be part of the protocol list that we discussed. Sometimes he'll just have those rounds. But even beyond that, though, BBL were unable to get a grip on any of those rounds for a while. They didn't feel like they got a read on the game either. That pressure coming in across the map, herding them around, the mobility of Nevera as well. I think you kind of threw that in, they didn't have the answer.
I think the realization just comes a couple of rounds too late for BBL, where, you know, the Karmine Corp capitalized on a few retakes successfully, and it's almost like then the round deficit and the finances then spiral out of control. There's a point here, and I think we said this once, the Karmine Corp are sitting on like 8K across the board, which just didn't happen during the regulation season. So massive improvement here on Haven from anything we've seen previously for Karmine Corp.
Massively exceeding expectations. And I think, again, I could be sitting here looking at the scoreline and probably not being as impressed if it came off the back of certain aspects. But the way this came about, the fact that Karmine Corp are kind of doing things that we've been asking of them for a while, we've seen them reinvent a little bit here. I think a lot of us got worried after hearing that interview. That certainly didn't really give us much confidence they were going to come back in, you know, and reinvent themselves.
Yeah.
Because it felt like they were almost doubling down into a way that we didn't want to see.
Honestly, listening to that earlier, it felt like we were going to go back to Karmine Corp pre-Zysh.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that for me is a major concern. But here, I mean, they demonstrated a great understanding of the macro game, especially on Haven, how to play this comp effectively as well.
Yep. I'm impressed.
Hats off to them, yeah.
Yeah, this as much as it's obviously, you know, the watch parties out there are frothing at the, you know, at the mouth, trying to get into a bit of, you know, a little bit of memery, right? Maybe another melon conversation could happen, but in all reality, Karmine Corp have turned up and played a really good game. So, and put this into context, BBL, yes, were barely above them, I guess, in results for regular season, but it's the way they played.
Barely above them in results, but in terms of performance, in terms of how they tracked
big
across,
step up.
Yeah, big step up.
So, to see this, exceptionally good. So, second half now. Does it continue? Does Karmine Corp have the chops to go the distance, or does BBL maybe dig a little deeper? Oh, we do love a triddle.
They're walking it as well. Very tagged, but luckily not caught with a wall bang on the retreat there. Well, Karmine Corp in a position to make a decision quickly on the back of that, but deciding better of it.
Look how deep they're sat here for BBL. Interesting.
So they do want to apply the pressure back towards B. Turco will be called upon here.
It's a little bit of a different look, trying to play up against the Harbor as well. But for now, it's given them a plant. So straight to the post plant. Looking over towards A-Long, we do see those two players going on an exploration mission. Kushina and Sushi trying to maybe isolate one. Shin is down there. He's got the support of Scream. The timing is good. Kept safe. Doesn't need to overdo this. Has support there. Shin now taking down a little low, but the time's on their side. Shin's going to find Sushni, and now it's all on Turco. A 1v3, and he's got players in very deep positions. That shock dart just going to ward him away from the spike for just a couple more seconds, and Turco's running out of chances, running out of time, running out of bullets. And, well, stand there and just take it. This is very underwhelming from BBL here, but Karmine Corp, you're not going to turn down a gift like this.
Very well considered pistol round as well. It's a simple wall, just basically wrapped sight by XMS. Fortunately, nobody able to capitalize on the back of Turco's fault line, which I feel like stuns up potentially 3 or 4 members. Shin's done well here as well. Sushi just caught off guard with a shock dart in hand.
One enemy.
But yeah, another situation where Karmine Corp are just winning gunfights.
Right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that initial pressure doesn't really amount to anything, and Karmine Corp capitalize on them drifting back towards another site. Retrieve this orb once again on C, because 5 members of BBL committed towards A right now. A wide open C site.
Yeah, and I think they're going to actually commit to this, considering seeing the Aldro and all the utility, just feeling zero resilience, right? From B, no pressure, not feeling anything from C. I mean, Scream's this deep already. You're going to continue on that pathway. So, again, looking at the other two as well, you've got to look towards likes of XMS, how he's setting up Nevera here, kind of sitting a little deeper towards that that T side. And BBL, well, they've got a long old journey in front of them. Went for a gamble stack, don't mind it. Sheriffs. A little bit of kit left on a few, but again, you're up against Marshall. Still even got a rifle in the hands of Shin there. Guardian to his Zysh. And no one's giving them chance. You can already see this deeper positioning down towards long. This is going to be very hard for them to pry any of these players out of these positions.
Scream just trying to time this nade as best as possible.
And probably
dead.
Too late. Yeah, wait a little too long. Speaking of too long, I think that spike's already over. And they can try and do some chip damage, but in reality, they're just feeding into the beast. Karmine Corp happy with a clean second there. Yeah, losing out on Scream, but that's fine. Not the end of the world. This is, again, comfy work for them.
Yeah, the deficit just too large for BBL now to recover in this half, conceding the pistol.
And I've got to ask the question, Mike, where's that explosive BBL form gone? Maybe a quiet start here. Maybe we still got, you know, another map to go.
Sure, if there's an adjustment period, but this is their pick. So, and I think two wins, 2 losses across the regular season as well. Some notably good performances, but this, unfortunately, hasn't been a replication of that.
No. Okay, a proactive start this time. So Kushner going to try and post himself up a little bit deeper towards A-Long, almost replicating what we saw from the likes of maybe Scream, you could say, on the other side. But a quick glance towards B, and actually pressure behind it. Nevera and both Scream working up towards us. There's utility in the way, thanks to Aslam, but Turco's the one who'd be having to try and deal with this. Smoke comes in, he's going to note it. Turco now knows he could be under pressure. They could have stepped forward, and they have. Beautiful follow-up from Turco, though. Clean as you like. Nevera and Scream are just beheaded. No slipping through towards B here.
Just anticipating they can catch a timing on the back of Smoke and that alarm bomb, but Turco in a committed position here on B side. Kushner will catch Shin as well. Apply a little more pressure. XMS
Hello?
Not considering that at all.
Or is it just a phantom? Something's happened at long, I'll leave it alone. Zeish now. Spike, still in hand, 35 seconds. Now, I've not heard the story of this 1v5, and I've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah?
Yeah, this one, left. I've been reading my books. I've been really delving. Never heard of it. So, we spin on. BBL, 5 stand here.
But that is a big win to have a flawless round victory here when you need to claw your way back into a half like this. We'll check in with the ultimates, unfortunately, due to the first couple of rounds. Not a lot of progress in that regard. Can't I call the full repurchase forced at least. See here, 3 away from the showstopper for Scream once again. Won't have anything to work with off the rip here.
No, but do they allow this aggression down long again? We already see BBL try and test that out just that last round. This time an adjustment towards Sewer for Kushner, maybe looking to slip up, but already Karmine Corp maybe trying to keep check on that themselves. Yeah, as I should be down on towards the Sheriff, but rifles for everyone else. His utility, the kind of paramount piece to this player. They've got to clear meticulously if they do want to force Kushner away, which I think he's respecting for now.
Smoke to deny a little bit of information as well. Allow Scream some space to move up. Really see Sujni retreat towards Heaven here, and a second or a third player in the form of Turco coming across to reinforce A site. Yeah, Spike not committed just yet from Karmine Corp. So this initial probe, it's like they're happy with enough progress here. The shock dart, does it deal with? It does. It actually deals with the alarm bot and the nano swarm. But key timing on the recon bolt to come through there. Confirmation of presence behind this.
Looking to see if he pulls Turco. He's going to probably be coming back now anyway, but this does leave commitment towards Kushner. Oh, and he actually finds Scream as well. Does he get to stand any longer? Yes, he does. Turco by his side. They've got a nice little crossfire, but it's Turco on that back line who digs in deep with Aslan. Keeps control. Because I like that they applied that pressure towards B there, Mike, but it didn't draw them away that far.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed by Karmine Corp, but in response, the recon bolt is what's even better. They know that they're just basically planting the seeds of doubt that somebody's going to drift into B once again, already showing this intention previously where Turco picks up 2 kills. Beautifully done on both sides of the coin, actually. Fortunately, it feels like they walk into the blender on A site. Massive bailout round here, Kushner.
That's how you survive.
Some crucial damage done.
I'd love to see him activate here, Kushner. Bit of a highlight player at times. Certainly catching a lot of eyes throughout that regular play. Big opportunity to farm some kills here. Right back to business, though. He doesn't want to let go of this.
They even get the orb, though. Able to dip away. That will give the showstopper in the next round for Scream. Still 4 left to find in terms of the scoreline. Should argue this should be the 7th for BBL. Kyusha so active though. He's already back towards Sewer here. Just missing Zaysh.
This is ridiculous. Oh, and the step out as well. Heads up work coming out from, I think that was XMS there. To double check that, just to shoulder it for a second. But do they turn? Do they try and find somewhere else? There's still 3 players to go up against. They can cost them a little bit more. That'd be great. Scream willing to put his life on the line, try and go further ahead. And yeah, that's going to sting a little. An opportunity lost and a site won for Karmine Corp.
30 seconds left.
One of the weirdest walls I've seen come out from XMS so far, but the smokes are down regardless, so Karmine Corp able to obtain the plant. Key utility available here. Invested very early on. Aslan found a kill, found a second as well.
And Aslan's getting away with murder. Drops on down, takes out 2, and then gets the follow-up. XMS and Shin, up to the corner, would need a massive over-delivery. Not going to happen. 5 play in, 5 play out. And BBL going to get another on the board here. This is starting to look better for them now.
Definitely a little bit of a cushion as well to come through. Maybe a round or 2 in hand in terms of the finances. Chipped away at this lead already. Now asking for Karmine Corp to show us something else now.
I'm looking at the odds. What was it Scream who has his for this round?
Yeah, so Scream would have got the showstopper here. I was curious of actually what other progress has made.
Oh, wow,
XMS
big.
and Shin both having their ultimates, so looking as if the set piece here will be towards C site. Lockdown available in Garage and nobody from Karmine Corp towards second mid right now, so that could be a little bit concerning.
And you're going to hear all this. You know it's coming your way. Now you just got to try and avoid this man, right? Clears backside, finds nothing. Tommy's annoying him. Basically all of the kit from Killjoy is apparently very annoying for him. But how do they deal with this one? So as you noted, the lockdown is there for Aslan. Yes, it could force him away from site if he wants to, but then how do they deal with Long? And Dion on top. Okay, a lot coming in here for Karmine Corp. Big investment.
Finally come through, but Hunter's Fury to also clear out.
Huge stag there. That Scream going down. Did he get the flop? I think he did. Yes! Aslan's the one to punish towards Navera, and that's 3 now falling, leaving Shin and Zaysh. Does have Hunter's Fury here for Shin, though. This could be a...
Can't burn this in a 2v5, though, surely.
Not now. Flashed up, forced away, already been noted.
The stun is perfect as well.
Massive work, huge damage, and big control coming out from BBL. Surprised they made that look so good coming back in, but the Hunter's Fury that came out was just gorgeous.
Like I said here, it's so difficult to escape this as well. As soon as the lockdown kind of passes that 4 or 5 second mark, the Hunter's Fury is perfect to apply a little bit of damage on the retreat, but even here, not even having to rely on that. Creates enough chaos on side that Aslan can find a kill, Kushner can find a kill as well. At this point, like I said, there's 2v5. You're not converting this with the post-plant Hunter's Fury whatsoever. So what a play back in from BBL here.
Well,
and they look fairly boomed in the first half in terms of ideas, in terms of problem solving on the fly. They're just, like I said, there weren't enough tangibles for them to really come away from some of those round losses and have anything to work from. No point of weakness, really, that they could identify.
So now the kind of similar question gets posted right back to Karmine Corp.
Absolutely.
Now, because they've been presented a similar puzzle, right? It's been quite clean. The retakes have been very solid. They've been keeping good control of the money. I would say that you're not seeing it as an explosive or impactful performance from Kushner just yet, as we saw from Navera, but that's maybe one of the only differences we haven't really seen there. I mean, Scream was a headline star, haven't seen one individual player, but BBL now are warming into this. So what does Karmine Corp do? What is the answer that we wanted to see almost on the other side that we never did?
Well, the worry being now, actually, they've used the Showstopper and the Reckoning, which are 2 very execute-oriented ultimates, and it comes at a time where actually you've got to argue, do these early orb retrievals get punished in the early round? I mean, if Karmine Corp are looking to build back towards those, we'll have the Rolling Thunder from Zaysh, but a little bit of a Shiko coming out from Karmine Corp. The positive, we don't see a forced investment below where we want to see it, so the break very early on down long here. Seemingly no secrets about this either.
They can hear all those steps as well going towards the B site, so little bit of an information exchange back and forth between both sides. Spike still sat very deep down towards middle, not committing up towards this by any chance yet. Kushner getting curious, but finds no one towards C long. This is still just Karmine Corp kind of testing the waters, but a little bit deep with a little bit more commitment.
Early probe, obviously the aftershock kind of cancels out any value from XMS's wall, but Brave still lurking towards sewers. We'll find two. Zaysh and Shin will fall.
Yeah, they lost a lot of punch to this round now. Not looking so venomous in their bite. Nevera down to half. Sushni got to be careful to not overdo it. Doesn't want to give away anything.
Screams lurk back up towards the entrance of B side, but still a turret to deal with here, which will give Turco something to stun off as well. That's perfectly timed, yeah, to deny any progress into sight, and actually sets up Aslan for success.
Even if Scream does as well as he can, this is out of his hands now with the time left. 20 seconds, no spike, no access to the site. Kushner wanting the job done, but sadly for him, these shots just ain't hitting with that operator. But as the round runs down, I've got to give credit again here to BBL. These nice little set pieces, there's little bits of utility, the lovely play coming out from Turco there, the stun off the back of it. And again, seeing Brave sign and warm into this matchup, that's lovely news, that's big. Add another name to the list of people who are willing to be proactive for BBL. And none of those threats that Karmine Corp were trying to stir up, right? None of that really found anything.
Just unnoted to this point. Again, just Sheriff's coming into this, so BBL playing this confidently is a good indicator as well. We need Karmine Corp to put a stop to this run of rounds. 5 unanswered so far for BBL.
Are we having 2 one-sided halves?
It's fairly polarizing.
Yeah, it's a nightmare for a caster, just so you know. It's just like, cool, there is no rhythm nor rhyme to this game. It's just both teams can win a half. But as it stands, for Karmine Corp, they need to stop it now if they want to at least try and get a grip on this game, right? Like, that's the scary part, that BBL can determine outcome now. And Karmine Corp not had much of a say in the matter. And a glance towards C.
Good awareness here as well, giving this up for Retake on the fact that they have the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury to oppose. So nobody from BBL committing towards a site hold here, but nothing invested just yet.
Yeah, that should be enough audio cue-wise to know they are now on the site. Plant's just about to start now.
Problem being now, though, Turco has his Rolling Thunder, which I guess is why they're leaning towards a retake, but he's headed towards long right now.
Not the place to be bringing this in, unless he's got a great read on Karmine Corp, who sit 4 players towards long. Nevera, though, is saving their ass at the moment. Brave and Aslan lose out on the side, so he's keeping this together for Karmine Corp. Everyone else too stumped, too preoccupied, and kept busy. Kushner finally puts his name on the kill feed and gets a follow-up. And now Sushni comes in, down to a 3v2, but time is going to start running low. A tap on the spike calls back one of the brothers as Turco punishes Scream, but Nevera is still here, still doing damage. And he's done more than enough, saving Karmine Corp and keeping them in the lead.
I'm down to just Nevera standing. Beautiful way to slip back into spawn as well after winning out on site. Actually draws out a response Rolling Thunder as well, just to make sure that that pressure isn't applied towards long. I mean, if Nevera falls in this situation again...
Totally different round.
Yeah.
Totally different.
2 crucial kills here. And Kushner made it doable.
Standing. 1 enemy remaining.
To finally see a response from Karmine Corp here. Won't mean too much in terms of the finances. BBL still sitting pretty comfortably. Will be a timeout called here by BBL. And just ahead of, I think, around where... Yeah, a couple of ultimates just about coming back online, or at least one away from the lockdown for Aslan. Still with a Hunter's Fury to work on the side of Karmine Corp.
Oh, I've realised what production are doing with the timeout thing, where it's just had like emojis on it.
BBL.
Yeah. I didn't get a single one of the others.
No?
Not a single one.
To be honest, my eyesight's bad. I couldn't see it in the green room anyway.
So what's
Just
that?
looking like colours. pixel smudges.
Yeah, production, there's a dead pixel on the screen. I want to look into that. But this was a drop of water in a drought, right? Like round 20 was basically Nevera saving the day. Because I didn't love where Turco was for his ult, but it still found value.
Yeah.
So, but can they continue on this pacing now?
Scream is here so quickly, by the way.
Nevera's up towards heaven. So, Sushi, he isolates Nevera. He's still alive. He finally goes down. Seemingly outstaying his welcome for far too long here. There's some real scrambling on the back of the side now. Just pause for thought for a second and then continue the battle. Scream goes in. Surgical precision on the first, but the second was not to be. And now a quick pickup for Zeish and XMS gives them the advantage. A plant soon to follow and a 1v2. Aslan, one away from the lockdown, but that's irrelevant now. He needs these kills in front of him.
And the wall goes up as well. XMS just about still holding on to it. Lockdown available, but it's a 1v1 here. Zeish down to 59 HP, Lauren.
Turret's just come back up as well. He's got a little bit of kit to play with. On the other side, Zeish trying to slip away. And he's missed the timing on the turret, so he doesn't get to know this information. Just away from the stun, though. Oh, what a spot as well!
Zeish trying to get proactive with the fault line there. Is ultimately his demise. Aslan with a huge 1v2 to clutch it out here.
He's happy with that.
Very happy with that.
And it brings it right back to almost where we were. Far more competitive, sure. Right, this round was highly contested. But still...
I mean, Brave and Sushni go huge here.
Yeah.
Sushni as well, even on the back of the Hunter's Fury, being posted, able to avoid taking damage there, and any confirmation of his position as well. Crucial stuff. There's 11 on the score.
Quiet start here, Michael. Put your microphone down. How dare you do this to me? Yeah. Only rifle ready with Nevera. The rest down on Sheriffs. And Nevera's found Aslan. So hold on. Plant didn't come through. So they won't have the time on their side for this, but already early damage done. No recovered rifle, though. That was a little bit deeper towards that connector.
They can peel away from this, though.
Yeah.
It's a big win on a round where there's 4 Sheriffs.
Stability. Stop. You need to stop laughing. Stability starting to kind of settle here. Not for us.
Right there.
Michael.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Here comes the sight hit.
Able to get through actually quite easily.
Oh no, we've got the giggles. Why have we done this now? Oh, the drop down comes in. Kushner, save this round from going Karmine's way, because otherwise we're in trouble, because you won a round you shouldn't have. There might be a highlight of it. Thank you, Brave. As the one factor that could have been a little bit dangerous was going to be that backline presence. And XMS not going to be able to connect on both players. Valiant attempt. But round nonetheless does go to BBL.
I mean, that's on the back of just Sheriffs as well. So, Karmine Corp almost dragging that one across the line. Ooh.
Oh.
Sushi. It's going to be a sus in spawn. After they finally tie things up. Kushner with a huge kill to drop down here as well. Scream.
I don't know how he gets caught there. It just feels unfair. Oh, I'll check spawn, I guess.
Curious here, though, because with the progress made in a few earlier rounds, do have the Reckoning and the Showstopper again. Lockdown in hand for BBL. Also have the Hunter's Fury available.
Okay. Timeout here to really dwell. This last couple of rounds, 11-11. We were discussing if it was 10-10, it'd be very surprising, but tied up.
Don't start again.
Okay, do we? I feel like we have.
I have tears streaming down my face.
I am in trouble. If I speak, I am in trouble. But no, you know that, so for those at home who are wondering why we're being children, did you ever see the meme of the, it's when like they translate French basically, and it just sounds like tonton, tonton, tonton. Michael, can I get some assistance on this?
It's tonton. The scoreline is actually 11-11.
It is. It's plus.
That's what broke me though. I'm very sorry, chat.
Yeah, I hope we don't let you down. Because I need your approval desperately. 11-11 though. Ults, what do we have? One away from the Knives Executioner, Hunter's Fury.
These are the two big execute-oriented ultimates for Karmine Corp, though. We saw them build a plan around this previously. It's like a little bit of a switch up here, but a double walk down mid early on could get behind this execute.
And hearing that many shots towards long as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
This should be green light. This should be the go signal.
Because again, there's no Sentinel here, so there's a real gap in the backline of Karmine Corp. It needs to be considered here.
Yeah, but when? When does that penny drop? They're still so focused on taking towards the site.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
is a window of chance to this, but that window could close. It takes one player turning around.
The timing. Oh. Beautiful catch by the observers, by the way.
Oh,
Kushner has found Scream as well.
Beautiful catch from him. Everyone's up to it. Kushner finally getting online here. Much better work. He was absent on the first half, and he's present to get them to 12.
That breaks the bank of Karmine Corp as well. It's going to be a scrappy purchase coming into the final round here. Still got those ultimates in play here. Didn't really get a chance to take things towards site. It's such a beautiful read from BBL as well. I'd love to think that's on the back of those ultimates being available, knowing that Scream's going to try and lead the charge here with a showstopper.
Oh, wow, they have absolutely shattered the money. What do we have? Scream has that showstopper, yes, but he's got a Sheriff and full kit. You got that one rifle really on Zaishin, yes, the Bulldog on Shin, but still. This looks quite simplistic, straight in towards B, trying to take the space off the back of the show.
Kushner gets him!
Incredible work from Kushner. What a time to come online for the man. Plant does come through and Brave's chomping at the bit. He's right by them.
Trying to cast Navarro on the TP back out here.
Just about gets away. Depending on these ults you noted, you asked for, you highlighted, they're in play. They are buying time. How do they break this back line here? They're gonna know they're here now. That's massive! Navarra, get out of here! Making that judge look way too good as Sushni now has to handle a fight on two fronts, one to the left and one to the right. He's in towards him. Navarra! Of course he does it with the judge.
Of all rounds in this half as well, where Karmine Corp have fallen short, they're able to convert this one to force overtime, snatching it away from BBL.
Oh. Jeez.
The worst possible thing to walk out of a smoke on the entrance to B site and find. Navarra makes him pay with a 4K.
It's one of those days. It's therefore they put us on the late games. There was always a chance that this happens. 12-12 though, all tied up. Yes, BBL went into full recovery mode, but a little bit of magic keeping Karmine Corp very much in this. Kushner has started to come online now, though. A little bit of a different look for him.
A real turnaround for him.
He was absolutely absent that first half. Now, online. Plant gonna come in.
No pressure applied behind this, actually. So we'll be able to reset comfortably away from this.
Go get him.
Scream about to at least reveal his position here, but just the boom bot sent out.
Oh, this is a bit uncomfortable. Navarra's right there. Surely, yeah, done for. Navarra finds Kushner so quickly. That's going to clear out the side. Now we look at the back line. What else do they have to hold this?
The nade is perfect.
Yeah, it certainly is. Sent on in. The spray's not, though. Finally goes down Aslan. That was so close to Brave. Just catches XMS. This is ridiculous. Finally, the wall drops and the grab reveal's there. Shin with some lovely aim, but time running so low. BBL. Do it right back to him. It's 13 in their hands now.
And the timing is so crucial for these kills to come through, to stall enough time, because that's when the utility starts to dwindle. The Cove dealt with, there's a couple of other layers to get through here, and a crucial ping actually. I don't know if it was off the recon bolt that goes back towards site, but for Brave to find this kill here.
Wow.
The finest of margins.
That was one bullet on Brave there as well as he caught one of the other players on the way out. Yeah, not bad. I mean, BBL just quiet starters apparently. This is ridiculous. Oh, another timeout. So many.
Maybe feeling like a little bit of a tilt round. You can see that on the player reactions in the Karmine Corp camp.
Because you've got to imagine the kind of emotional roller coaster they've just been on. That first half, you couldn't have asked for a better beginning for them, right? After
Barely missed a beat, honestly. There was a couple that felt like BBL were able to squeeze around victory in the first half, but the second, I mean, we talked about how polarizing it was.
This is going to be one to see that resilience still there. Ability to stabilize now that BBL have once again got the upper hand. They answered back before with, as I said, Navera pulling off near on the unthinkable there with the judge, but did incredibly well with it. What do they have left up the sleeve here?
Chance here for BBL to repeat their Week 5 performance versus Heretics. Close this out 14-12. Karmine Corp need a response here. Operator in hand for Kushner as well. We talked about him heating up. So he's not committed just yet. He's playing a little bit disconnected from Brave as Karmine Corp look to continue with this pace once again.
Does Brave stick around on this? Brave's trying to. Oh dear.
He gets pinged.
Brave screwed. Yeah, he gets found just in the nick of time. That could have been horrific otherwise.
He tried to slip into the smoke as well. Again, with an operator in hand for Kushner, he's never going to shoot that dart for him. I don't know if that's miscommunicated, maybe.
Now there's problems. Deep post plant down long, leaving
Very
just one on the site. And XMS falls very quickly, actually. I thought he might be able to stay alive a little bit longer there.
But smokes are gone, so they can sit deep towards C long here. There's no way for BBL to cut sightlines with no cloud burst available here.
Let's put it onto Kushner to really just
over-deliver.
And he's going to find the first. And actually, they're going to find a whole lot of them. What the hell's just happened? Scream falls. And BBL turn this game around. I can't believe they brought this back.
Impressive stuff here from BBL.
Say the least.
In the second half, because they look boomed in the first.
They look dead on their feet.
Completely caught off guard by Karmine Corp, rejuvenated Karmine Corp.
I'm actually a little stunned at how this has gone, and I'm sure this is actually a real heartbreaker as well for Karmine Corp, because that's probably one of the first times we really see them come out with this really strong start, certainly correcting a lot of our worries, and we're like, cool, we're all aboard, this looks brilliant. Then the second half happens, and I mean, I'm a little blown out of the water.
Yeah, I can't even really say that Karmine Corp let their foot off the gas, to be honest with you. BBL played a stellar second half of Valorant. When they're, like I said, they looked as if timings were offbeat. You can see a couple of overreactions from Brave falling in some really, really awkward situations, but cleaning all of that up and actually taking the fight back to Karmine Corp.
Well, I don't know how this one's going to continue forward, but I'm sure as hell I'm going to find out, because I really do need to find out what is going on in the bigger picture now, because this is totally out of my expectations. Lotus is on the horizon. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Haven gets secured by BBL, and with that, they put themselves in the lead. Welcome back to VCT EMEA LCQ Day 1, Game 2. I'm not gonna lie, when we're looking at that Haven, KC had us in the first half.
They really did. I thought they pulled out a god tier comp here. I was starting to get worried about the state of Valorant in a couple of weeks, but you know, it sort of went the way we feared in the end. I guess swapping over to second half and BBL just take the reins.
I honestly never heard you this disappointed in your voice. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you guys put your life savings.
You know, we had our questions, though, like Scream coming in on the IGL, and I don't think I can fault them too much. There were a couple of rounds that were a little sloppy, but all in all, I didn't mind what I was seeing here. And obviously, we highlighted a lot coming into it, the difference between him and Zysh, maybe Zysh secondary calling as well, helping out. But yeah, when we swapped to that attack side, I actually genuinely thought the defense is where they'd have problems playing non-sentinel. Yeah. I thought there would be gaps, especially with this roster in its current state, but I was wrong.
It's so much to talk about. So first of all, right, I thought, as you've mentioned, first off, just the best thing I've ever seen. What is that? What is that? What is that Karmine Corp? Where did they learn this?
New team.
Who are they? You know, they were playing discipline. They were playing coordinated. They were not doing the weirdest walls in the world.
Yes.
I was sold. I was sold. I was believing in this. And then,
oopsie poopsie.
Have to.
Something happens. Yeah, it does happen. And I think one of the really main parts of us genuinely believing in that first half and thinking that this is going to be one of the maps that KC is going to be able to close down was the usage of that Harbor util on the first half. It was absolutely great. We had questions about it. But if anything, that just shut down some of the questions we had.
All right. I mean, take a look at this. Defensive side Harbor walls. A lot of the ways that this was used was gathering space, allowing Scream to go walkabouts. I don't know what, he was 7-0 starting out the map. He was certainly feeling it in the fragging department. I think things did start to fall off when we swapped over sides, but some of the ideas we had here, the ult dumps, following up with the information you're getting with the Reckoning, you've got Hunter's Fury thrown through, the retakes after, it was gorgeous.
I mean, honestly, the wall, particularly coming out of Garage, where it denies mostly the middle part of the map. I remember Pansy saying, there's not too much room BBL can play with, right? There's not too much room they have overall. And that looked great. That looked phenomenal. Combined with an Omen smoke in front of a long, boom, you had so much map control. Your opponent was denied. They really would need to use utility to push for those smokes to be 100% secure. Brilliant. I love that. I think that was a great part of the kind of game. Overall, as we also saw one of those retakes, insanely coordinated, pushing angles together. But this second half,
the attacking half.
This second half was then where, like, okay, did they only practice defense? Did they not? Did the second half not be practiced, or?
You know, there's something to clip even a few rounds later than that, where you were losing your mind, especially, and we couldn't process what was happening. And that they used a high tide over on the A site, and they throw it through. It goes towards spawn, but then you still see Omen smokes being used in spawn and being used up in heaven, and so they end up with absolutely no utility. They end up getting ran down. They get the plant in, sure. But then the retake, they've got nothing to deny. Smokes come out from the defenders. They section off the site. They're able to run through, seeing from all angles. Players from heaven or support firing on back site while the push is coming in because they're not smoked off, because you ain't got any smokes anymore. There were a lot of moments like that where you were just scratching your head thinking, like, there's a synergy issue here where you're burning all of your utility to do something simple that you can do with just one piece. Or save the wall if you wanted to, you know, dealer's choice. But it definitely felt like they were off the playbook at times.
True.
Yeah, getting those attacking rounds in was just not easy for them. You said it yourself already. You're using the utility so much of it early on, you're left with absolutely nothing. And I think in general, what really marked the turning point in this game specifically was round 10, because that's when we saw the KC we all love and know.
I mean, this was one of the hardest. This was like, okay, this is like the old KC.
I went through like 20 emotions watching this.
Most importantly, attacker Killjoy ult coming in, and this is where you can make a decision, right? We're pushing the Killjoy ult and destroy the Killjoy ult. Or alternatively, we wait until this thing runs out and then wait. But the minimap tells you that there's basically 3 players, 1 killed in the process, that are detained. I mean, I have to be that guy. I think I haven't seen any other team do those kind of things, really. And it's unfortunately one of those sad things KC does from time to time, where it seems like there's no protocols to it, or there's no communication to, okay, we're all going to fall back. Okay, we're all going to attack that Killjoy lockdown. It was not happening too much on the defense, which is great, because it was an awesome half. But it also was this like, okay, maybe it is not a fully reinvented KC. Maybe it is not a fully revamped version of this team that looks kind of promising on paper, but still manages to fumble.
You know, Zesh, when we saw that moment, I almost thought, you know, we were caching the clip, and I'm thinking maybe we're being a bit harsh. It's 7-2 up, you get super confident, and 1 or 2 players just think, I can make it. I can get around that corner. I can destroy the lockdown. The call is made, it's mismade. mistakes happen.
Sure.
But the reality was then when we moved to half two, you see that it is a symptom of a deeper issue. It's a symptom of something that's been there all season long. And I don't think we could have expected them to turn it around quite so quickly. But again, coming back to the point that if you change around IGLing responsibilities like this, it opens the door for things like this to happen more so. And that's at least my feeling on the matter. And I think, yeah, it was disappointing to see. And I think you could tell from as the game went on, we got more and more reactions, especially when we swapped to their coach PM, when we see the players on stage. At the start, PM's relaxed, still composed. The players are hyping it up, Scream's losing his mind. He's having a great start to the game. And then you switch over to the second half, deep into it, towards OT, and they're just dejected. I think at that point, the game was already over in their head, or certainly the loss was starting to weigh heavy on them.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that we need to be looking at, I guess, from the side of Karmine Corp, deeper rooted issues that are coming to the surface, because it seems like their highs are so incredibly high, as you said it yourself, and then their lows are very, very low. But again, when you're going up against a team like BBL, they have such individual talent on there, like Kishner, for example, coming out absolutely swinging this time around.
Have to especially. I mean, that's really where he turned up.
I mean, when we take a look at the BBL defense, right, he was really coming in, finding a good chunk of the frags, finding a good chunk of the entries as well. I think this really has to be highlighted. It overall felt like this was where also his operator usage really came in and worked so well. I think I was generally impressed by that, to be very frank. It was not too many kills on that department, but they still worked well. I think this is the kind of skill you want to see. There were iffy rounds. Like, this one was a little weird, to be very honest. It was not as good as I would have expected. But as you've mentioned, second off, significantly better player, really coming up with the majority of his kills in that one. It felt very much like it was also kind of gifted to him with the Karmine Corp situation, how it is sometimes. But in the end, he was like one of those top 15 players during the regular season for a good reason.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a guy that you know once he gets the ball rolling, it is almost impossible to stop him. But looking at the composition and play, especially your harbor, your cascades to deny space, you know, there's a lot of opportunity to pull him back from angles, to push him away from those zones. But it felt like consistently he was able to either find those opening duels or bide his time until they inevitably dumped all of their utility and had nothing to fight back against. I think this map is devastating if you're a KC fan, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Haven now is done and dusted. There's nothing much that KC can go back and change about that. Their focus is going to be on Lotus. This is their map pick, so potentially they could have an ace up their sleeve.
Okay, so we see changes. We see quite some changes, right? I mean, most importantly, what we can witness right here is the side of Karmine Corp deciding to swap up things massively. They go back to the Sova. They go back to the Sova. Scream is on the raise. Zeish is putting themselves on the Killjoy duty. It's massive what they have swapped.
I mean, as well as that, you know, we're having the breach, a difference from the previous map, pulling that through on Shin. Everybody on that Karmine Corp side has swapped responsibilities. Suchny, though, he's also done a little bit of a switch up. He likes to play the breach on this map typically. Turco likes to play the sky, and they've decided to swap those around. Just a little bit of a jumble. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to affect it, but we know both players are capable of fielding either agent, so it's not, it's certainly not a win condition loss there.
Yeah, question remains how comfortable you guys are feeling with putting all your channel points onto KC, because we're gonna be now ready to head into their map pick. We have Pansy and Hypok ready to break it down, and I'm gonna have to give it to them. They were absolutely right.
Yeah, and we gotta kind of hope that on the home map now, the home choice, that this sits a little more comfortably across the board for Karmine Corp. But how did it sit during that regular season play? Okay.
Gone wrong there? Hopefully now it's fixed.
Talk to me about the regular
season. I was
season.
talking about things for the regular season there. Some great insight. I believe things sat at 1 and 3 across the season. Stuck with the same comp, so already another bonus here to see a little bit of a switch up. Like I said, there were lots of positives in that first half of Haven, but things fizzled out in the second half. So already here, we're going to look back towards that same aspect of what Karmine Corp have been working on, whether this has been something as a map they've looked to develop with a new composition. Sure, let's pin our hopes on that. Obviously, on the other side of things for BBL, obviously seeing an 0-1 for the season as well.
Not a great map for them.
No, and generally looking to avoid, obviously, the loss to Heretics back in week 5. Which we already talked about actually on the Haven, the same scoreline, funnily enough.
Yeah, this should be a good way to kind of gauge where Karmine Corp are across the board. Yes, that first half on map 1 was actually pretty impressive. After that, it did dwindle, and Nevera's been caught in no man's land. Kushin are going to take a whole lot of space off the back of this. Actually double dips and just batters Scream.
Figuring himself after map 1, obviously. We talked about him heating up in that second round, being a key component for BBL. Already opening up this pistol round here on Lotus.
This didn't even seem like it was the actual end goal for BBL, but when you get a gift like that, you're not going to turn it down. So much early space gained, they can comfortably get a plant. I guess the one big factor is that Shin does have a lot of kit to invest here. XMS still has the paranoia as well. Can clear Kushner out of this position. He's forcing back a little bit, allow for this retake to begin. Zeish clears Kushner. Pressure now to follow. They start swarming the side, but Turco a little bit deeper, can kind of play outside of the utilities crunch, leaving Shin to try and clear a little bit deeper.
Shin didn't spot him.
I know he didn't, so Sushni gets to live here. Oh yeah, brave as well. Just the eventual creeping death. BBL, I mean, Kushner just got on the perfect start.
Yeah. 2 basically freebies in terms of opening things up, and it's not even really the second kill that's a concern. Nevera caught in no man's land, as you said. And a key switch up here as well. I believe XMS previously playing the Killjoy, and this has been a constant discussion around where the smokes, where the Sentinel player sits, and Nevera actually stepping onto the Sova here. It's obviously a big switch up for Karmine Corp. And get an awful lot of time in terms of reps across the initiator role in general for Nevera. This will be a large part of actually this comp change for it to be a Sova as well on Lotus, really testing that prep.
Yeah, not an easy role to play at all. As it stands, BBL going to show early presence, go through kind of the orb collection process, right? You want to start building that as best you can, especially with this overwhelm of weapons. Coming with 3 rifles is a massive investment too. So if those Sheriffs can connect, this could be a very valuable round. Aslan, got to be cautious with Scream on the other side. Does have the support as well from Shin. Going to be forced off the angle initially. Going to nullify some of this. Aslan.
Very good.
Yeah, the heal just about keeping him a little topped up on this because he was in danger there.
Forced back into the corner, actually has to double dip, but enough pressure applied that nobody from Karmine Corp can swing onto that. Capitalize from the paint shell from Scream.
And be on the right side for it. Gonna have 4 players here. This could be massive for them. If the clock runs low as well for BBL, problems could present. Flash to hand for Sushni, though, still got some ability to try and make this side cross easier, but Shin's gonna do that. Finding 2 kills, Kushner goes down, as does Aslan, but PBL still flooding the site, still finding frags. Brave doing it all himself if he has to, but XMS, oh dear, you've gone for a knife in a gunfight. That's not gone well for you. In 17 seconds, XMS, what?
What a crazy round.
It's
ridiculous.
Okay, so if we talk bigger picture, you'll be happy in a weird way if you're Karmine Corp because you've cost them a fair amount, but then also some of the situations you felt almost they could have done more with.
See the initial investment, 3 rifles coming across. That is ridiculous from Shin. And then XMS going back to back.
So good
with the Sheriff himself, yeah. Wild stuff here in round 2.
It does give Karmine Corp a better purchase coming in.
Sure,
now.
yeah, like I said, 3 rifles coming to that previous one for BBL. Just again, protecting the purchase here to enter round 3. A crunch set up here with the fault line and the paranoia, maybe on the back of the orb being tapped. Yeah, there it goes.
Gonna need some support, man. He's not gonna get it. Scream on cleanup. Gonna find 2 scalps. Claims him and backs away. Lovely little set piece there.
Seen a couple of different variations of this. Karmine Corp away with now taking any damage. Well, XMS taking a tag somewhere in the fray. But a 2-man advantage created. Still 3 rifles to work with for BBL, so they can isolate a kill. Can potentially swing this back in their favor. Now the adjustment here of Zeish actually on the Killjoy with his utility.
Nice.
Slow down any progress. Not seeing a rotation cut. Still 2 players for Karmine Corp on C.
Not surprised they've left him there that late. And Zeish just took a little bit of damage too. But again, this is a 5v3. A little bit of post-plant kit for Turco to play with.
And Karmine Corp did look good in the retakes on Haven as well.
Very good point. Paint Shell should force Aslan away from this. Takes a little bit of damage too. Kushner, it's all about timing now. Loses it. XMS much cleaner that time.
That's a clean kill as well, considering all 4 other members of Karmine Corp went towards rope, and
much better.
Just a formality at that point. Karmine Corp with the cleanup. I said this was a very strong aspect of their game on Haven. I thought they leaned towards that here. Again, leaving 2 players very late towards C. No real interest in preventing the spike from going down at all. Beautiful trap play off the orb. This is whether or not actually how active Zaysh is on the Killjoy in terms of switching things up here. We do see another different setup. Well, actually, Scream's gonna start stretching his legs a little bit, take some control of Rubble. It's a much deeper hold towards A here. Dark clearing a lot of space to go through, and actually Scream retrieving the orb. So 1 off the showstopper now on the other side of the map.
It looks like they want to really commit towards this C piece. And Kushner will be joining him on that. And XMS, the paranoia is good, but it doesn't catch Kushner, so he gets away. Actually, it's XMS who gets away.
How?
Slips out to CT. It looked like he was dead all day long. Brilliant work from him to make it out of there.
Fully committed towards sending that paranoia, but BBL will capitalize. We'll find the plant at least, and a full 5v5 in the post plant here. 1 kill will give Scream the showstopper though.
They have much to kind of force them away from sight. I'm looking at Nevera, I'm looking at Scream with a little bit more utility left in pocket, because you can see the BBL are happy to play dedicated towards the site. Very few backing away until now. Sushi forced away by the Paint Shell. Scream taking a couple of steps, gets the ult, but he doesn't find the connection with Shin. Scream in unison, clearing through the site. Turco pulling the trigger on the ult. It'd have to be incredible from him, and it's not. Karmine Corp clean through the site, working in unison. These retakes are on the money.
So that kill comes through very early on for Scream as well. A catalyst for Karmine Corp in the retake. Yeah, fully committed towards the paranoia here. I have no clue how he's got away from that. And yeah, actually drawing out a big ultimate in the form of the Rolling Thunder to try and secure things on the side of BBL. So a bit of a repeat, honestly, in terms of what Karmine Corp are leaning towards here on the defense. Still a close affair, 2-2 the scoreline. A Bladestorm for Kushner to work with. A lot of space cleared out already here. No Killjoy set up either, so not going to be any chip damage on the way through. Kushner, no secrets about this on the way in.
No, he's so deep on this as well. Finally going to be sent away with that tag from the Aldrone. And a quick ult, they're going to try and flood the site early. No plant to be had, and then just bodies can be listed on the floor. Nice little work between Shin and Nevera to clear that close line. Spike goes down, but surely you're dead. Sushi going to take one with them, but that's about it. This is all on Kushner with those knives. Only has 1 left to invest. Is dealt with as Brave, your last man standing. A plant and 1 body found. It looks like it's all they're going to get here. Yes, absolutely overwhelmed. Karmine Corp. Brilliant synergy on the way back in here. Nice little tempo shift on that retake.
We're not we're not really seeing any utility burned up in the early round, other than a smoke here, Nevera's recon sent out. I haven't even really noted any aggression in terms of the fault line, other than that trap play outside C. So Karmine Corp have enough utility to react very quickly to these retakes, or at least from the plant coming through from BBL, I should say. See a throwaway round in terms of the finances here, but BBL will come back through with a purchase, and Odin in hand for Suchny. Do have the lockdown still.
Ooh, that could be a juicy spam if they do try and get a bit aggressive.
Yeah, is this the one round that Karmine Corp are going to get aggressive?
It kind of looks like it, right? How much damage? Not that much. Scream's fine.
I was going to say, Brave's in trouble here. Yeah, nobody covering for that or destroying the dart.
All of them fine. Yeah, Brave, the one who was kind of sent off to slaughter more than anything.
That's your smoker gone. Going to make it very difficult to hit a site dry here.
Just going to go fast, aren't they?
They're trying to just capitalize on the timing here, get ahead of the rotation.
There's still util in the way, which is so frustrating for them. Still be slowed down. Karmine Corp with enough respect to not overdo this just yet. Sit a little deeper. Make sure they're aware of the space that's been taken. And BBL almost trying to backfill this with the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown coming in once you cancel out.
Not actually committed towards the lockdown.
Interesting. Okay, so that's still going. So they will get the plant now. And a deeper position for Aslan, but forced slightly further back. Kushner going to take those steps forward, working off the back of Turco's utility. And now the swing, perfect. Scream precision, good as ever. But Turco with the trade, but he's all alone. Great follow-up, but he needs two more. Spots a shoulder, can't quite get it overwhelmed. And Vera's there, safe pair of hands at the end. And yeah, it got dicey, but another one for Karmine Corp. BBL again, the plants, but it makes no difference.
Just fundamentally, Karmine Corp looking so different once again. Everybody swinging onto the same angles. Even here, where they concede a couple of kills, there's a trade coming through. All notable improvements from the regulation season. Looking so well drilled in the retakes as well. It kind of casts a shadow over the second half performance on Haven, because you think this approach was just missing.
Yeah.
Like the strength in numbers, the faith in each other individually in some of these situations was just, it was so different half to half on Haven.
It is kind of wild. I mean, it was half to half, yes, and even to regular season, this looks like a totally different team. And you think, if they have this depth here, is there that ability to round it out to become, you know, that fully fledged team? Was that just map 1 looking better for BBL at the end of the day, right? More of a comfort pick for them in that regard. Here for Karmine Corp.
It didn't look comfortable.
Second half. We're only talking about halves, all right? It's a game of 2 halves, we're only talking about 1. So, again, overall though, if they can do even more damage, right? If Karmine Corp can maybe get this even cleaner, which potentially they can, that second half becomes less of a problem to deal with.
Sure, it's still a concern to come away from an 8-4 and even then win the pistol.
Sure.
Win round 2 and hit double digits and then allow BBL to claw their way back in. That's where the concern sits. But similar timeline here. 4 defusals in a row here for Karmine Corp. Purchase still available for BBL. Looks as if they feel as if they have an opportunity towards C. Following up on that pace from the previous round.
It doubled down on it, right? They're tripling down on this pace. This is very all in. And maybe, I want to see what they have left for the post plant, utility-wise, for BBL, because they've not been able to hold back Karmine Corp. Nevera trying to clear through quite close. Paint Shell to clear them further.
It's
Paranoia
beautiful.
catches. Look at this. It's so choreographed. Scream then set for success. This was the perfect retake. Run it back, run it 10 times. You'd still see a great outcome. Diffuser started. This is where it could get dicey. Can it all connect with XMS? They can't. He set the diffuse. This is perfection from Karmine Corp.
The paranoia and paint shell is so well timed. You even see there the satchel through to follow up on the paranoia. Beautifully done by Scream. Already on the second showstopper here as well. As we enter round 8. At 26 HP. Couple attacks coming through, but I mean, even in a time where there's no real pressure coming out of these smokes either. I don't know if BBL are just trained on somebody swinging that and getting even more aggressive. That one slips through their fingers.
And my question mark again sits with BBL not pulling a timeout earlier on. Now, whether or not they just don't have an answer, which would be even more worrying, but they didn't do it in map 1, and they're not doing it here. This has been succession of rounds now for Karmine Corp. They're starting to get a little adventurous too.
That's a problem for Zaysh. Is only really to fake a little bit of presence on this side of the map.
Blinded.
Does still have plenty of utility. Recon Bolt just coming back off cooldown as well. We'll have decent access towards A site here for BBL. Scream is holding the cross.
And Braves
completely unconsidered by BBL.
That was so one-dimensional from him, completely unprepared for the door to be broken or a player to be near
I mean, there were Seekers headed that direction as well.
And Scream's going to add a little bit more of a problem to this. Cushion has gone down, who's the one really trying to do any sort of damage. The final 3 players, look where Sushi is. He's the only one who might be able to kind of change the outcome here. But the turret's in the way. He's still going to have problems. Turco overwhelmed, bailed out by Aslan. Sushi finally pulls the trigger. Turco does really well, digging in so deep here. Now it's all on Shin. Ult to really secure it, make sure he can't get near this. These 2 players just about having what they needed, and Shin knows he's probably going to have to back away now.
Hold on to this, and obviously with a few scrappy rounds back and forth, got to protect the purchase for Karmine Corp as BBL find their 3rd round. With a bailout performance, a couple of key kills coming through from Tree. But yeah, it's looking so good. Like I said, there's minimal investment from Karmine Corp, which means there's no kind of pause time. They don't have to wait for anything to come back off cooldown when this site hit actually comes through. They have all the tools available at their disposal.
Right there.
Yeah, maybe a slight adjustment, but BBL still looking to continue with this pace.
Revealing area.
Kishina forced back with a little bit of utility to pressure him off this angle. As soon as I mentioned pace, sitting pretty deep in spawn here, maybe in anticipation of Karmine Corp becoming proactive. But we haven't seen many examples of that, to be honest.
No, but maybe just Zysh pushing up in that last round was enough. But even that said, this is very, very slow and cautious now.
Bot coming back.
Looks like the first challenger, first part of contact will come from Shin here. Smoke goes in towards A long, so they have security on that, the timing on that. Shin just about dipping away, has to fall towards door. He's got safety of actually able to fall even deeper if he wants to. Can't really contest the site. Maybe they can, actually. Cushion are going to go in on this one. Brave to follow. Lockdown's there, so this adds problems. Do they go try and pivot towards A, but they still need to get past these 2 posted up players. Shin, ready to shoulder this. You got pressure on long, he just about turns around. Now it's all about timing. XMS on an island here. He's got to try and deliver. He's done very well. TP's out of there, but look who's waiting. Brave! He couldn't find the follow-up, and the trade comes out. 30 seconds now, but Navera's back on the site.
Good scream, though. And with that turret, I'm not sure what direction it's actually facing, if it's going to catch this flank. Aslan checks it, Scream will fall.
And they go back towards B, the almost double pump here. Zysh is close. Vera still waiting patiently in case a player was sat back a little bit deeper. It's a messy fight, but it works out for Zysh. Bring it down to a 2v2, so Navera suddenly gets played in a little more here. But Kushina watching that cross, watching the push in. Navera getting caught as well by the shock dart of his own. I was like, that's... they don't
well
have
placed.
One. Yeah. Navera.
What?
Oh, come on!
What?
Wait,
how?
Wait, whoa. Sorry. How the hell did he just get both players there? Show it again. Run it back for us here. That's ridiculous.
There's no way Navera actually just turned that around.
That's like a 180 snap. Show me this. Cool. Oof.
The timing is just way off. They're not holding the same angle at all.
You can't give Navera those sort of chances. You simply can't.
Beautifully done. After what felt like a guaranteed BBL round.
That looked like a loss.
Did everything right up until that point.
That's
a blow to the momentum of BBL.
So they're starting to get back into the game. You can just kind of feel it out a bit. Navigating around all those problems.
And continuing with that pace in a few rounds as well. It's definitely one that leans towards slowing things down once again in this early default. So we haven't seen an awful lot of aggression coming out from Karmine Corp, particularly not here with these ultimates as well. Unlikely you'll see them investing these proactively.
You should run.
Okay. That's going to be dealt with very quickly.
Very quickly.
Almost instant. Oh, Brave's in danger. As is XMS on that same note. Aslan, there he is, he's caught. It's a trade out though, look at the other side of the map. It's going to put Shin in a bit of a predicament. He's got to play safe. He has to play his life. He can't give up all of that space. You can see him trying to hunt him down. He was vulnerable but he plays it very well, smartly, backs away, gives up the site, waits for that rotation. We've been complimenting their retakes. Now it's another opportunity to see this in action.
But a lot of utility burn up already ahead of this, and even the Rolling Thunder of Shin.
They're pivoting.
Yeah, because of the space Kushner has found. And a kill on top.
And he can continue this role if he wants to maybe explore a little bit deeper, keep these avenues safe. Plant's going to come in, smoke goes up. Now a 4v3, Kushner feeling out the pacing of this map now. The timing, not great for Sushi on that. I thought he had the drop on Scream, but Scream still turns it around. But Scream and Zeish, tricky position to clear. Look at Kushner's position.
Yeah, it's drawing Zeish to explore so deep here and burning up a ton of time. Scream down on 30 HP. When they have a fighting chance here. And with that, actually, the funds about expired for Karmine Corp. 350 for XMS, 200 for Zeish, 250 for Shin. So Scream going to try and hold on to this rifle as best he can. Nearly spotted out there by Kushner.
Scream. Yeah, he's being careful as he can be. Oof. But the pivots coming up from BBL, I mean, outside the heroics from Nevera in just that round prior, that would have probably been another similar situation to this. They're finding that space, that nice pivot towards B. They were getting contest on the site. You noted again, there was a lot of utility to stall out and kind of buy that time. But these pivots have been incredibly good. Now, is that Kushner over-delivering or?
Sorry, I didn't even catch that kill on XMS, by the way. It's the same setup. Top rubber where he's posting this paranoia. Kushner, zero respect. Just updrafting straight on top of him to find the kill. And that's the one that really, in terms of the formation of, I was going to say, if I'm not Scream is caught with any damage across there, but does land safely.
He's your MVP, right? He's the one with the rifle, so the hero has to stay alive, but the pressure's going in towards that C side, and it's coming in quick. Almost catching XMS in the heels, but he gets away with his life, but you can see Kushner is just hungry for it. This guy's prowling, this guy's hunting for these kills.
Scream on the flank, already so deep with the rifle.
Yeah, but look at the turret setup there with Aslan. He is waiting for this. But it doesn't mean the Scream doesn't win. That's the scary part as well. Keep in mind, it is still Scream. Oh dear, Aslan, you're a lucky boy. Paint shell going to be sent just too deep. So has to deal with the turret himself here. Good distraction.
Commanding a lot of respect here,
Four
though.
players
Look at the
are looking his way.
adjustment of BBL.
You've got Kushner dealing with the other four on one side. And four from BBL trying to handle Scream, but he's going to get the far past the first challenger. Paranoia sent. Kushner, does he succeed? Not as cleanly. So again, you're looking at this, it's almost a mirrored scenario. He's got a little bit of help with the turn coming around. Brave does find Screams now. Back to attention. BBL controlling the sight. Belting shot from Kushner. A valiant attempt from Scream there, but couldn't create enough that confusion and pandemonium on the back line.
I think another kill, he finds the paint shell, he can apply a little more pressure towards Mound and really disrupt that back line of BBL. Again, the fault line actually comes through, doesn't even catch, but forces a player into Scream's line of sight.
Also, I bloody love our observers. They're kind of killing it today. I'm going to be honest. Like, I used to be very complimentary of you lot all the time. You got a little bit too much of an ego, had to get it right back, got jaded.
Sour.
But, okay, I prefer bitter, but fair enough. But today, outstanding. And now we get to dive back in with all the additional pressure on the observers, so if they miss, we'll really note it. Stacked towards the C site and an explosive start from Kushner, and right into the loving arms of Shin. That was a little too much, overheating Kushner. Diving on in through the smoke, and two players responding. Look at this, 4 players now on that B site. Turco's seen at least Scream there. Shin's waiting.
It's so awkward now to commit towards this plant. Yeah, going to tap it, try and draw some utility out. We'll find a kill as well.
Aslan's trying to shoulder 2 players back now. He's in a really bad spot, but Sushi's got his back, and he trades that. No, Zeish going to make the most of this. It's a scramble, but Nevera on the backfield going to catch one. He's going to find Brave as well. That's Nevera. When they need him most, when they need around, Nevera's always good for it.
Just hoping they've got the time to slip away from B site there. Again, big positive to draw so much presence from Karmine Corp. Didn't even know, actually, if the paranoia was sent up towards Shin there. Kushner, desperate to find that opener, capitalize on the Blade Storm.
It's darker in the studio today. I've gone for the edgy LCQ look, you know what I mean? Pause for thought here, though. Let's kind of readdress the score, our expectations. BBL have been able to dig quite deep here to get themselves enough rounds to play with, right? But again, what we've been seeing from Karmine Corp feels very similar to what we saw in the first half, but first map, but I'm still worried here on this half.
Yeah, because I think the aggression was what really carried BBL across the line in the second half. Well, across the line. Able to force through overtime, recover an 8-4 loss in the first half. And again, a hesitation, just a lack of ideas on the fly from Karmine Corp meant the BBL were, that was outrageous, by the way.
He had some bailout rounds in Nevera. Really nice from him.
But yeah, whether or not we're going to see a repeat of that, I would sincerely hope not. Obviously, this being their pick as well. But not something that necessarily went well for them in the season.
No.
But to come out ahead in the first half, big positive. What does that one say? Karmine Corp. Wow, okay, yeah.
BBL one is so simple as well.
Yeah.
Someone's getting paid to do that. That's someone's job. Just emoji manager. That's it.
Why have they not come up with one for halftime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not,
there's your test.
That's easy.
We've got no more half times, maybe.
Maybe. Are you saying on map 3?
I'm staying open-minded.
Okay. Well, it didn't sound open-minded.
The thing is, as well, you look at the trend of the second half. Kushner has already had a good start here.
So does it now compound, or
exactly, or does that fizzle out? I mean, he was a key player in a number of rounds on Haven. And the pressure that he's able to apply, no surprises.
It's a different map, though, but it is the same teams, and it felt very similar to how map 1 felt to an extent.
We've seen the same sort of thing as well in terms of the choreographed retakes here, whether or not Karmine Corp are going to have some...
But this should have the depth, right? This should then have the ideas that are maybe lacking on map 1, because this is their map choice, right? This should be the best example of what to look at for Karmine Corp, what they've been working on.
Big bait out, actually, from just tapping that orb, drawn a ton of utility. A big win for Karmine Corp early on here. Paranoia drawn out, the Trailblazer, the fault line burnt up. Only really got a flash and a smoke other than Kushner's utility.
Sushi's living dancing with time.
Yeah, dancing with death. Nevera and Scream on the other side of that.
It looks
but we'll
like
draw another smoke as well.
He needs to either fully commit or fully back away. Sushi went for the commitment and loses. Karmine Corp have the perfect pinch as well. They can leave one player posted up, that being potentially Shin, to catch that cross towards door, but actually Kushner gets ahead of that. Now there's a little bit of an issue. Oh, and that issue gets made worse as he makes it on towards the site, finding XMS. Nevera, though, still standing. It's Kushner and Brave, and they're doing so well. They've identified Shin, but can they find the final player? And Nevera diving on forward, 18 HP, he's forced further back. He goes back for it. But Kushner,
4K, man.
And it's because he got that little bit of freedom. Gets across towards that door, Shin can't stop him, and it crumbles in front of them.
A beautiful read, and even Cats when the fault line came through. I'm not even sure if actually that was sent from Karmine Corp outside rubble, because the awareness is there from Kushner that there's an extra body behind him. Because that stun catches onto, I'm not sure who planted, but whoever was in the pit there actually got caught from the fault line.
And this could be the scoreline closing up. This could be 7 apiece.
Remember as well, the positive being for Karmine Corp, second half, they did get the pistol and round 2.
Okay.
So if BBL convert now, and they can double down on that momentum that they built early on in the second half of Haven, then definitely concerning.
Could be. Scream testing the waters early, but again, this was off the back of Kushner having an outstanding round, but it was a pistol round, so it doesn't fall into that traditional formula. What damage can be done with these Sheriffs? 4 coming out, and we know that some of these players are real specialists. XMS is nuts with it as well.
Adjustment on the round 2 purchase as well from BBL, because it's 4 Bulldogs and a rifle, well, Phantom in the hands of Kushner. I've seen them protect the purchase previously, but we didn't know how that went before as well. Only able to retain 1 rifle in the previous instance. Screen retrieving a second orb in this round. 40 seconds left on the clock. toying with the idea of maybe splitting back towards B, but maybe on the second turn of the door.
Don't get caught again.
30 seconds left.
That'd be sad. But yeah, going back in towards that B side looks like there are still a lot of players here though, and you can see the stall power that they can invest.
20 seconds now.
Kushner, careful now. Being toyed with a little here. He's got support though, and we're looking at the time. Couple more seconds. Yeah, cooked. Kushner, he's picked up where he left off. I was kind of curious if that was going to be just a pistol round performance. No, it's absolutely not. The guy is in charge here. Knives online, and we're complimenting Scream having that great start on map 1 first half, getting the showstopper on so early.
It was exactly the same actually. It was a 4K into a 3K.
Yep.
Literally carbon copy in terms of Kushner's performance here on Lotus.
Oh, this has certainly made this round far more deadly.
Yeah. Looks like they might even...
Oh, he just got a brawl.
I mean, Karmine Corp on the other side of this. Kushner could farm. He's actually pinging across for the... Maybe for the dart to be destroyed.
Ooh, nice stun. Neximus going to catch Brave. Really nice beginning. This has quelled Kushner's ability to find impact, and he's been noted already.
Just caught with the flashes to completely rip apart this aggression, but still the commitment there from Brave. You've got to argue if the intention was to push forwards here. Felt half in, half out for BBL.
Maybe a late call. Who knows? It didn't look well choreographed, so bit of a fumble there on that front.
Look at the coverage here from the utility of Aslan, though. We're still playing on the right side of that utility here. There's a big gap for Karmine Corp to potentially exploit. There'll be no confirmation, but BBL already rotating this direction.
And yeah, seeing how deep the utility's kind of been placed here, it's just a time purchaser to allow for these rotations to get closer. Again, the big factor would be Kushner with those knives, but there's still other players. The flash does find, but great work from Nevera, kind of shouldering up early on to find Kushner. Sits a little deeper. Sushi battles back in, but it's a 4v2. This is very difficult for BBL to find much value here. XMS still dedicated towards the site as well. The other three
as well.
Sat a little deeper. This is lovely. Oh, that's lovely work from him. He'll be happy with that. Does fall down eventually, but can Aslan add any more cost, or is he pretty much cooked in this one? So hard to remove any of these players in this very set-up, post-plant position.
Don't see anybody from Karmine Corp peeking here, but Nevera commits to it, finds the headshot. It would be a big win for Aslan to remove another rifle there, especially down to 25 HP for Nevera. Feeling like he wants to stamp his authority on that round. Able to mitigate the risk from Kushner, though. Nothing done with the knives. Already intention shown that BBL are happy to get proactive. Still bodies stacked for another round towards A site.
And now, let's kind of talk about the swing and roundabout. Scream's got his ult ready to go. So that could be a huge piece to invest here if they just want to take space, be a threatening look to this.
Karmine Corp are getting away with farming orbs in this map again.
No
we did see that in the second half of Haven as well.
Time to escape if you can. Scream slowed down for a second. A little bit of time left on this, but not enough to connect with the player, but he's got them the sight.
Yeah, lots of space cleared. Just off that. Sushi good. I was going to say, swing on. The smoke dropped and XMS is exposed.
Nevera again. Wonders for him, though. Finding Aslan, trying to keep one avenue of this safe at least, but you can see Brave trying to backfill this. Flash should come through. Now there's a bit of stall here. Now there's a couple of problems. With XMS down, what do they have to secure this? Yeah, Shin's got a little bit of kit to invest, but they don't have any firm safety now.
45 seconds, they're starting to explore elsewhere on the map. Have left one player in the form of Scream posted up. Does he get a kill?
Here's Scream.
Is he able to backstab here? Confirmed, actually.
Oh.
But it's going to keep BBL here.
It will.
It's going to give Karmine Corp access towards A site and the post plant.
Who explores? Do any of them try and go walking? Try and preempt this? I don't think so. It's a double pump. But they don't know that BBL haven't rotated. Oh, no. Oh, no. But Scream...
This almost feels like the perfect misdirection with the flash confirming somebody there. Now BBL are wondering what the hell's going on.
Karmine Corp almost played themselves out of this round, even with the perfect trying to
hit
a ruse.
He got off the plot.
What is going on? No,
He got off the plant, and then BBL still thought he was committing. Yeah, they've just got away with daylight robbery.
Okay, let's talk about all of the things that just happened in this round. One, that plant was, yeah, they could not have
I want to
planted.
double check that. I'm pretty sure
he down to like 2 seconds when I at least look back. I'd like to see the timing on that if we can get it. Secondary didn't fall for that fake at all, which was bizarre because it was very well sold.
I'm hoping we see this in the replay, or if we can get another POV of it. Yeah, the fault line comes through and he's off. He resets the plant. I'm not even sure if he would have had that. Like I said, BBL are committing towards denying because somebody's planting.
Because they had to, quote unquote, plant. Well, Aslan, not Nevera, are we? Going down quite quickly there. BBL left with a pretty poor purchase.
Yeah, Turco just has so much invested towards him. Flank coming through very early on. A rifle. Actually, Bulldog in the hands of Brave as well, but it's shut down immediately by Zaysh. Brave will be able to get the upgrade, but...
One enemy remaining.
Yes, with all eyes on him, Karmine Corp will find a flawless round and their 10th.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
And a timeout to really dwell on the current scoreline. 10-7. 3 on the trot now for Karmine Corp. And it just feels bizarre how he got there. And not the round just gone is fine. The one before still has me scratching my head.
Yeah. Because like I said, it's the perfect for screen to be noted by the flash. It keeps all 4 members of BBL there.
Yeah.
Where does that information get lost? Because it's a free site.
Yeah, that is what I'm going to watch back and just still be confused. Oh, there's a new thing. Timeout.
Wave.
Message rain.
Okay, so it's 5 seconds here.
4.
He's just got it. He's just got it.
Oh. Thank you, production observers, everyone who's actually doing incredible today, unlike me. Rough performance. But seeing that, oh mate, standard. Sideshow's, you know, sitting there grinning. He's gotten away with it. His Twitter will be clear for at least another week.
Not allowed to laugh, though.
Humour's actually really frowned upon here. You're not allowed to have fun.
Operator back out for Kushner here. You know, that was a difference maker in a number of rounds, maybe implying that things are going to slow down a little bit. I thought Shin was actually ahead of the wall there.
Yeah, that scared me. Okay, noting. Uh-oh. Ooh, Kushner, you're lucky. And Turco isn't.
Got to tank that one, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, all right, Kushner, I'm leaving it all to you. I'll take the hit on that. But an early pick, above 1 minute 15.
I mean, it sucks as well because you almost want to see Brave or Kushner face the owl zone there, so they have some mobility to try and avoid the Hunter's Fury, but regardless, it will convert. A 5v4 now for Karmine Corp.
Oh.
And that's it, make that a 5v3.
Oh, the
The
owl
bait
play
is
on the
beautiful.
side. So nicely done. This is that synergy we were wanting on map 1. We're starting to see a little bit more of it here. It was a little bit absent on that attacking side for Karmine Corp, but now we're starting to see it really in position. This, however, is surely a save.
Yeah, got to be going to try and hold on to the operator. 450, 200, 400 for fallen members of BBL. And this will be Karmine Corp's 11th. That's Nevera able to remove another one of these weapons. He's here very early on. Karmine Corp have got the read that they've already retreated, and they're on the hunt. They have a decent cushion on their side, so they can give up a rifle or two trying to remove this operator.
Well worth it. Kushner's screwed. Found by Scream, don't know where he thought he was going. Brave just trying to sit as quietly as he can.
Yeah, not a peep.
Our producer's upstairs.
Producer Sam.
I'm nervous, producer Sam's here. Producer Sam came up and dropped me off a note saying
No, you can't
wildest
leak.
things.
Yeah, you can't leak.
Well, he's got a talkback button. This is baffling.
Yeah.
Yeah, not fair enough. It's nice to see him happy.
Yeah. To bank that clip.
Yeah, that we can run that one back. This I hate saying it should be, but looking at the purchase that we have from BBL, this is a very big opportunity for Karmine Corp to get to that 12th, right? This is a big opportunity.
This time around with no operator, I'm feeling like they've won out enough here. Karmine Corp feeling like they have a decent opportunity towards A site. Suchny will fall off the rip. Another situation, you see the frustration in the player cam for him. A gap created and Karmine Corp collapse very quickly.
You can see if maybe that paranoia can cause a little bit of movement here, but the angle, Scream, I rarely see him being messy, but does find Brave, which will remove that paranoia, and Nevera's there waiting. Not a problem for him. Leaving Turco in a 1v4. And it ain't gonna be happening today. 12 for Karmine Corp, a necessity after that heartbreaking map 1 for them. Now on the verge of taking us the distance.
5 rounds unanswered. Feeling way more composed here. They were in the second half of Haven. BBL stretch things back again. Would have to force an overtime here.
It's 5 on the trot, though.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask with how this half has gone.
Lots of ults, though.
Lockdown available. Seekers, Rolling Thunder, 2 off the blade storm once again for Kushner.
Oh, the Scream's just going in there.
He looks so confident in some of these situations as well.
Headstrong approach sometimes.
Even get himself one off the showstopper here. Could be a...
And you feel like he's good for it, too.
Big curveball in this round. Force the adjustment here. Much deeper hold on A site. It's actually Aslan to pick up the slack here. His utility scattered. Does have a lockdown. So they might try and get Scream this orb outside B. Brave has to turn off it, but the wallbang comes through. Shin will find Kushner.
So diligent to double check that. Make sure, double check, triple check, they find him. And look how close Karmine Corp are here towards the site. The Seekers are so far away, it's going to give them so little. Basically stuck on
It doesn't tell them much at all.
No. Oh, this is massive.
I mean, there's actually misdirection that the Seeker has gone towards the door because there's nobody outside C right now. We'll confirm it with the flash, but Karmine Corp have a huge opportunity here.
On-time smoke, Paranoia a little off timing on it, but there is going to be a problem here for Brave. He's got a lot of bodies coming his way. He does succeed towards XMS, but he's still got to deal with the 3 who've made it towards B. Paranoia sent, it's time to swing. He's doing everything he can, and he's doing more. Brave goes huge for his side.
Shin down to 11 HP as
But
well.
Zysh's position, they do not have any idea about this. Zysh could be the difference maker. Shin almost needs to keep their attention here. Oh, and he's done so well. 2 big picks. Can he do any more? 2 more targets. He can't quite convert on Turco. And that will be 2 standing. That will be 8 for BBL. And they're not done yet, but it took a whole lot to get there.
Problem being, there's a massive economy to chip away at for BBL. They lose 3 rifles here. Well, not they even got the Blade Storm online. Kushner falling off the rip, well, I believe he was 2 away.
I think so, I might be wrong.
And lucky here, Zay's just desperate to find another target.
Yeah.
So yeah, still 1 away from the Blade Storm. Brave gonna struggle for whatever he settles on.
We got 1 off from that lockdown. Hunter's Fury on the cusp. We're getting real close to Karmine Corp in a big impact round here.
Like I said, it was big, right? Rolling Thunder, Seekers, and Lockdown invested from BBL.
Look at Nevera. The flash of Paranoia. He's on the run. He can't get away in time, but it looks like Karmine Corp are considering going back for this. Backfilling it at the very least, but now with that one-way,
Beautiful disengage as well from BBL. Not taking any damage.
Careful there.
Able to reset off this. Set up here from Aslan once again to slow things down. Scream will deal with the turret. He's way ahead of the curve here. I don't think they're anticipating how deep he is, but Aslan gets one off the fault line.
Yeah, but the trade was really good from XMS, so it's going to keep them in at least a competitive position, but it's that problem with clearing Turco. It's an awkward angle in the smoke, will not keep them safe from the cross. Oh, it definitely doesn't keep them safe from Turco. Beautiful work from him, and BBL starting to string together some rounds here.
It's going to take a lot to reset the finances, though. Gotta argue this is playing in towards Karmine Corp, getting one of those snowball rounds.
Yep.
Scream praying.
He's like, guys,
this one across the line. Yeah, it felt like Scream was going to be a real problem there with how far ahead he was of where BBL are expecting contact to come through. It's actually lucky that the fault line lands and sets up that first kill and kind of splits Karmine Corp.
Karmine Corp going to pump the brakes here. Kind of again, if you remember map 1, how that kind of felt, how that went, you don't want to let that creep into your mind. Let's get a grip on this game fast. Just double digits. I mean, once you get to 10, once you get to those 11, it feels so easy to close that gap. But again,
I'm going to have a quick look because I don't know if even Karmine Corp are protected for
what's the money at? Talk to me.
Oh my god, actually. Somebody must have been dropping weapons the last round because they're on a full shield purchase here.
Okay.
And there's 2 members below 1,000 credits.
Oh.
Lockdown available, TP available, 1 off the Hunter's Fury, 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. So some key ultimates. They're literally, the next round could be one of the snowballs without the showstopper. But it'll be a broken purchase behind this if BBL are able to win this round. You can see it now on the screen.
Yep.
It's way worse than I thought after a string of 5 rounds.
But it's still just 1 round, right? It's such an elusive one. It can slip through your fingertips so easily.
I mean, if they concede another round and we see a misinvestment here of potentially an ultimate.
And we just got a brawl to start with as well, though. TP has been taken, they're already across. And there's the first fight, and Cushion has gone down. Perfect from Karmine Corp, and the pace is second to none. Keeping it somewhat simple, they make it perfectly towards the site. Spike on the way, ults coming through, they've got a lot on their side. Sushi and Aslan, they are dead to rights. Sushi last one to fall and screams there. Signs it, seals it, takes them to their 3rd map now. Mike, this was a big answer back from map 1.
Absolutely, yeah, able to convert the second half here, way more comfortable in terms of their approach overall.
Absolutely.
On Lotus. Actually seeing some really good ideas coming out from Karmine Corp. BBL really struggling to, I guess, get a solid grasp on how they wanted to approach the second half here. Cushion, unfortunately, I don't want to say he had a slower second half, but definitely shut down.
No, he ran out of steam.
Exactly, yeah, he was dealt with way more efficiently than he was on Haven.
Well, that was a fabulous map too. I'm kind of glad we got to see the recovery from Karmine Corp, seeing them at their best, working out that second half that was so elusive on map 1. But now we find out if they've got the ability to go the distance. Map 3 coming up will be Bind, so I cannot wait for it. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
hear them.
Can we talk about
the analysis? Yeah.
Can we talk about the fact that there's a Sentinels jersey by the
wrong region. Security. Can we get that sorted out, please?
Most washed up team anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's the jersey's outdated at this point, right? I mean,
it's not 2021
long
anymore.
have we waited.
No.
Yeah.
It's long gone. But yeah, it's been a big factor actually. The crowd over the past couple of weeks, really, it's been heating up and up as the season's gone on. I think we're getting more fans out to the Messe, and it really is the home for Valorant.
I mean, we even have Gentlemates fans, right? It's like they got a package, like support your French team twice in a week.
They didn't get the other jersey though. That was too much for them.
Yeah.
I mean
look, they're spending on 2 weeks here. That's
you want to
fair
support one team, right? And
let's be honest here, okay, when we're looking at KC, the only French team at the moment in VC EMEA, Gentleman's joining us next year, they win their own map pick. So now it's 1-1. This is back to square one, back to ground zero for both of these teams with so much on the line. You have a chance to qualify for LCQ, or you are literally done with your VCT competitive experience for the year. And it's, we said it earlier as well, it's only July. Looking at Lotus though, this is being KC's map pick. We had a couple of questions coming into this. We're like, okay, interesting. But Scream did manage to pull out quite a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, Scream on the Duelist has been hyped. There was something that he was hyping up coming into this tournament, that he was back on it. It's been looking good. I think this map, you know, when we saw the veto come out, I said BBL, they got to win it on the third map, realistically. And I think when you're KC, moving into this, last time they played up against Giants, it was a 9-round attack side. Once we saw that 7-5 half, I think it was more or less in the bag. The impressive thing is that they get it done here, losing out on both pistols and the follow-up. They go 2-0 down in each half, and they still make it, all things considered, a fairly dominant game.
Absolutely. And that is the crazy part, considering that on Haven they were up 2-0 in the pistol.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
It doesn't have to.
It seems like it doesn't have to, but I still would like to have some sense in those games. Either way, it was kind of crazy to me, you know, as we're speaking about coordination and being factors like that. I think this once more was one of those stronger maps from the Karmine Corp side of things, considering, for example, how many retakes they have done, right? This was overall them manufacturing 6 retakes from 7 rounds won on the first half. That is very respectable. Okay, this says something about the afterplan of BBL as well. I think that is something you have to put really into that calculation here. But overall, this team looks once more much more coordinated in the way they work together. And it is impressive to me how they pulled that one off. Because, again, they could have been out of this 2-0 if they, you know, had a game plan for 2 halves at least.
I mean, you talked about the post plans coming out of BBL, and I mean, you know, as they were clocking up rounds, KC ended up on that the round on C side where they just stuck the defuse. Like it was unreal. It seemed like nothing could go wrong for them to start this one off. And
I bet this smells sweaty. That smells sweaty.
Smells like victory.
Oh, wow.
Does it? Does it really? Well,
does it though?
For
a bit
one
salty.
Map, for one map, maybe.
Maybe.
I think we have to be honest, though. Keeping up that performance, the map 3 will be tough.
Yeah, as well when we're looking at the win specifically coming through for KC on this one, it's very much down to individual players coming through some of these rounds and building up that reservoir of rounds added one on top of the other. Scream very much already being one of those players. We already highlighted it in terms of coming out as the MVP, but in general, Scream highlight reel.
Yeah,
the good old Scream highlight reel.
A classic. A Scream highlight is one of my favorites. I'm sure if I Google that on YouTube, I'm going to find millions of those.
You Google on YouTube?
I Google on YouTube. I'm that old. Most importantly, the guy was popping off with 6 entry kills on that defensive side, right? He was really everywhere. He was continuously stopping the advantages that BBL wanted to have in all those executes really they stumbled upon. It's mental what he performed, and I think this is the kind of Scream we want to see, because quickly coming back to Haven, total opposite in that department. Miserable on the entry side of things. And you've mentioned it, Mitch, right? You want someone who is, you know, alongside Scream, who's enabling that side, and then Scream is like, okay, I find the kill because I'm that good. I'm gonna find that kill because I'm that good. I'm gonna find that kill because I'm that good. And this time around, he did it all on his own.
He found all the kills because he's that good.
He is that guy. I think he's literally that guy.
It depends on the game, though, because first game he was not that guy.
Yeah.
Scream is that guy.
I think, yeah, he had a lights out series, and I think, you know, you got to give credit to Shin as well for some supportive play. Like the breach was popping off. At the end of the day, though, this is the Scream duelist that we wanted to see, and coming out of that, I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident in this team's rework, because they changed around a lot of roles here. There's obviously been a lot of work behind the scenes. Again, you know, I think it's a much deeper investigation into how the team's working and breathing in rounds, but it's certainly a good sign. Again, my worry is the fact that this squad, we knew this map could look good for them. The next one, though, we haven't seen this iteration of KC play. We haven't seen them play it since, like, only one of the players now was on the roster.
Well, I guess.
True,
I mean, the
true.
performance then makes you a little happier. It definitely makes you happier because you put quite a decent amount of money on the line as well. Imaginary money that might be. But guess what? Guess who else is happier besides the KC fans? It's PM, the coach of KC. We have a little cute highlight package as well, where he's very obvious with his emotions.
I love that guy. You know, he's always, when you talk to him, he's a little cynical about his team's performance, and he's a smile. Look at him. How can you want him to win? I want him to win. If we get this smile, if we get those facial expressions from him, I want him to win.
Well, it's certainly a breath of fresh air, considering the first map, as we said, there was a lot of dejected faces over on that team, and I think it's nice to actually see him have fun and smile. Remember, for one of these teams, the upcoming map is going to be the last one that they play this year, at least in the VCT circuit.
Which is Bind.
One of the last ones they get to play. And yeah, right. Bind coming up, like I say, this is something that KC haven't got a chance to play, but BBL been looking good.
Yeah, and I remember as well, when this map veto was going through, you saw Bind and you're like, oh yes! And what response did you get from the side of KC?
That was it. PM turned to me, he said, this one's just for you. He also told me 4 duelists. Now, I'm not certain that was the truth.
Could be.
I very much hope it wasn't.
I mean, it could be leaks.
But maybe there's just something insane being cooked up.
I mean, you'd hope so, because as you already highlighted yourself, this could be the last map for VCT for one of these teams for 2023. So there is a whole lot on the line. You want to stay in the competition for as long as possible. You want to try and get yourself to the LCQ. When it comes to BBL, they have the hope of joining their Turkish brothers. Last time it was so close, that game against Foot, for them to qualify to Masters Tokyo. This time around for KC, I mean, we said it, Nivera and Scream, they have never lost an LCQ before. There's always a first, but you said it yourself, that French saying, if you made it 2, gotta make it 3.
It's kind of ironic that in Aimlabs Plus they're playing on Ascent. Like
it's banned
from all the but from all the maps they're playing warm up on Ascent. I mean, this is the BBL side of things. They didn't get to play that map. But getting back to what you said, final map, it's going to be Bind. And it couldn't be. I'm honestly clueless. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna be that guy. I mean,
you've been saying that you're gonna be that guy for like the entirety of the broadcast.
I said it twice now.
You cannot name yourself as that guy. It's a title that you earn.
Okay, I'm gonna be a person, and
Are you?
For once, he's gonna be a person.
Yo, he's gonna be normal. Let's get it.
I'm not Sesh GPT. So most importantly,
you're not Vinny in the Binny.
Okay, listen. Okay. Let's get into this. Let's jump into it. First of all, what we're going to see is Kushner stepping over onto the race. Big change for the team, right? I mean, he is capable of playing that race, but not his most played agent. We go into the classic double controller, Brave as well as Suchny. It's a super basic comp, basically. It's not too crazy. The thing that I find interesting though, Mitch, on the Karmine Corp side, is a breach. That is rare.
Yeah, I think that they must have some serious ideas on how to navigate a breach. I think the rest of their comp, decent XMS on home, and I think that's personal comfort as well as, you know, the Paranoia's power is just unbelievable. Altogether, not hating either of these comps. Sage, I know Lothar will be losing his mind, but I think there's a ton of value to be taken out of it when coming into Bind. All in all, I don't think any team's won it or lost it on the comps, but I think BBL's history here and the lack of for KC puts them ahead.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we don't have 4 duelists, so you did get a little bamboozled. That's all right, because we're going to be heading into our final map of today. Day 1 of VCT EMEA LCQ is looking to get wrapped up. We're sending one team home, and one team will be victorious going further into that bracket. Let's head into Bind with Pansy and Hypok.
Yes, thank you. And for once, I genuinely have no idea how this is going to go. I mean, which map do we look at? Which one do we take stock in then?
Well, neither of them really, considering how much of a question mark this is in both teams' map pool from the regular season. So, yeah, this one really...
It's so hard.
It's very difficult to call now because we've seen... I don't want to say that map 2 was actually fairly polarizing because Karmine Corp actually did put on a very different performance to what we saw on Haven as well, able to replicate that success across both sides of the map. BBL, I don't want to say lagging behind a little bit, but struggling to keep up with that.
Yes.
Throw all that out the window now because it is effectively uncharted territory in my eyes.
Yeah, regular season, is there much to look at for these two teams, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, nothing from Karmine Corp on Bind.
No.
I think BBL played it twice, one win, one loss, Koi and Liquid.
Yeah, it's so hard to look into. We're truly walking into the unknown here. And, well, one of these two teams will be kicking themselves after this one if it wasn't sitting favourably. But here we go. BBL up against Karmine Corp. An even affair between these two. Stuck at 1 apiece.
That might be intentional. Yeah, it is.
Oh, that made me nervous. I went really
very
quiet.
worried.
Oh, hold on. Speaking of worried, look at the pace on this. Aslan is dead and buried. Scream off to a blistering start.
Beautiful set piece as well with the fault line to really set that play in motion. Nobody else here towards Hookah, but the awareness there from Karmine Corp. Early advantage created. Only real damage done towards XMS, down to 38 HP.
Oh, he wants a bit more.
It's spammed up.
Yeah. Caught in the end there. And now, oh, Navera takes the wind out of Brave Sails. Down to 3 though, Turco, Sushni, and Kushina. It's a lot to clear through. There's still players on the site. Still have that flash. Lovely swing there from Shin off the back of it. Expects the pressure from CT, but good, effective trades coming out from Karmine Corp, using their numbers very well, and Turco's options are dwindling. There's XMS, the one to seal it. A lovely little round there. Let's look at that start though, Mike. That was pacey as hell.
Yeah, really catching Aslan off guard, obviously, in the pistol round. Doesn't have the utility to really, I guess, peel away from that, slow down the hit. I'm not even sure, actually, if he had the wall available or anything, because you don't see anything invested ahead of that kill coming through. Very, very tidy set piece here. Karmine Corp. To open things up.
Toxins going up. Blinded.
They've got to be conscious now of some of these very early crunches.
Look at this. The pressure again, they're going to condition them to have to be either using that utility incredibly early or completely giving up long. If Scream's going to keep this sort of pressure up, which it looks like he is. Beautiful stuff from him. Already this round clearing through, allowing that plant to come in purely safely, and they want him on that ult as fast as possible.
Spike planted.
Might get caught off guard by the pace show. Yeah, it does bounce through. Kushner able to answer back onto screen, prevent any further progress towards that showstopper. But a 3v4 here for BBL. Upgraded pistols to work with, but definitely a disadvantage in terms of the inventory here. Shouldn't I would have pinned one of those down. The follow-up is there, though. Headshot lands, and Navera still applying enough pressure here with the Poison Orb, preventing any further reinforcements flying through from spawn.
Navera still alive on 5. But these other two know that this one's pretty much donezo here. Yeah, accept the fate. Spin on to the next. Brilliant start from Karmine Corp. I'm loving this condition.
Yeah, this should already be a sign.
Why have you gone back to it? You're horrible observers. They're such bullies, aren't they?
They heard you in the last map. Now
I got nervous.
Now they're toying with us.
Yeah, nice one. Real nice.
But yeah, this should already be a red flag for BBL to not really entertain some of these close points of contact.
And it's so single-minded with this approach up long that you don't get to kind of think out the rest of the map. You don't get to kind of warm into this. Well, anyone other than the 2 players or 1 posted on B long.
So the funny thing is now, actually, if it forces BBL into another area, potentially towards Hookah, you have that same fault line that can be sent from deep within spawn to open up. A push in there for screen. Brave just timing his toxin off Navera's. Navera able to post up at least. Yeah, spammed out though.
Yeah, just kind of countering each other off there, but it was going to be Brave joined by Sushni to succeed. But look at the Scream spacing now. Double stack towards long, and they know presence. Now, I don't know how much they're aware of, and they're getting a little curious. You know what happened to the cat here? Scream just keeping his head down. Flash does confirm there is presence. Now they're sitting deep backside. That paint shell could be a problem. As can be the follow-up here. Aslan does swing, finding Zyche. Now, follow-up, gets it, gorgeous. Finding 2 on the pour through. Leaving just Shin and XMS, and as much as Shin, yes, does at least have the Bulldog. Not finding any success here towards the CT side.
XMS tag down to 24 as well. Feels a little unrecoverable here for Karmine Corp, but Shin down to 1 HP. Able to secure that kill. Sushni with another spam kill. Coming through here, an XMS Marshall in hand, not much left for him to do in this situation.
Finds one, brilliant for him, I mean.
You're really asking for 2 here, though, for it to be any sort of meaningful damage done.
10 seconds left.
Don't expect BBL to give it to him, no. Curious to see here the fault line sent through and the paint shell invested towards Cubby as opposed to the aftershock. You feel like you've definitely got a better return in terms of the paint shell being forced towards backside, but regardless, Aslan, I mean, the timing of the smoke coming through, you can see here, perfect catch on the replay as well. The smoke deploys at the perfect time for Aslan to find that kill.
Just shaking off into this one. This is the buy, though, that we're going to be looking at now. Karmine Corp able to get those rifles out. No ults there just yet, but look at the two that are close by. Seeker's really nice, and the showstopper as well. Not to be saying that there isn't something to be said about the other side. Sushi not a million miles away from his, so maybe a battle here for it.
Toying with the idea, or at least posturing that they're going to try and deny this orb, but Sushni completely unaware that Scream had actually satchel beyond that point. Kushni here with the crunch through the TP. We'll find Shin at least, but now in a...
I'm in danger.
Yeah, fairly problematic situation.
Right there.
As I was saying, Devera is headed towards cave. I don't know if he was going to head all the way in there and maybe send a snake bite into the TP, but it's just the aftershock. It was like a little bit of a waste with no confirmation to find that kill. Key piece of utility as well with the breach not having a super high pick rate on bind at least.
They can clear close, but we can see that already BBL sitting quite deep on this, potentially just because of that. Scream investing the ult, and the timing's
There's no way
interesting
Kushner doesn't expect somebody to still be there.
A little bit of a weird round, to be fair. Star
very
and
strange.
that. Sushi kind of lazily, not lazy, but just not expecting anyone to be challenging for it, and now seeing similar scenes with Kushner. 3v4 though, not out of the realms of reality, but need a quick pick. Not going to get it with Scream doing that. On guard duty, but a trade comes in for Brave. The follow-up there. That's actually Nevera falling now. Last two players dug into a similar position, but Turco's going to have his work cut out. First challenger XMS, and he's actually fallen. And the correct read, but 4 bullets is all he's got to play with. A tap on the spike and to draw the player closer. Zaish, safe in the end, but a close round.
I'm curious if Kushner feels like every member of Karmine Corp is disconnected towards short there. There was no pinch from a teammate. We already noted, obviously, a much deeper hold on the site. Actually, TP opened up there. I didn't even catch that with the Trailblazer to enable that kill to even happen in the first place. Yeah, maybe a lack of consideration there. Especially if they, I mean, it's a big objective to really retake that space as well if that A-site hit comes through. But 3-1 the scoreline now. Karmine Corp very comfortable here on the attack.
Yeah,
And fairly diverse as well, to be honest.
Look at this! Flying through the air, Scream! Dives in on the site, they had no idea. He basically got past Kushner, he got past Sushi and found Brave. That's wild. Karmine Corp should have full control of the site here. Seeker's confirming where these players are. Aslan maybe looking for a little something here. Not going to be given any pixels out of place though. And the counter utility is stalling out this plant substantially, but a miss. And an opportunity for Scream that he'll take with both hands.
A reset on the nade. That's just going to force Kushner out. Beautiful utility there from Scream.
Spike planted.
Now it just comes down to Sujni and Turco. A 2v5 that you got to argue they're going to try and hold on to these rifles. Yep. Especially with Sujni's position. Well, I say rifles, it's a Spectre in hand for Sujni.
It is great seeing Scream finding this level of comfort with that utility in mind, because as much as when we talk about Scream, you know, they talk about his one-taps, cool, but like his aim and kind of his mechanical capability has always been the paramount conversation. But seeing really nice utility work,
really good examples today.
It feels like, because like sometimes teams and players do say, oh no, we've been back in the lab, we've been really cooking sign up, and it's the same old thing. Now, oh that's
TP across
gutting.
Maximus.
Oh, that's gutting. Oh dear. That's rough. But genuinely, I'm feeling like we're seeing tangible takeaways here from Scream especially, and the others, that there has been some serious work going on with this squad.
Yeah, for sure. And I come back to that same comment, actually, with however you want to take some of the information you've had from the Karmine Corp camp, but allowing Zaysh to come through and Scream to focus on his own game, get back to what he feels his strengths are, regardless of what the hell is going on with the IGL role in this team. Not really fussed. It's been a while since we've seen Scream consistently perform at a high level.
Oh yeah, because we all know that it can be those moments that almost above what anyone else can do. Because again, this guy's mechanically almost second to none at times. He hits higher points than most ever can. But it has been that consistency. It's like, okay, but if Scream doesn't have a good day, can they still have that same level? Can he still find that same value there on his kind of space-taking capability? And we have been seeing that now. And he does also seem to be having a good day, though. This time around, big chip damage. Down very low early on 19. Not seeing a heal coming out until now. Just about going to be connecting off of Shin there. And looking for stall. But again, Scream up and over towards that box. See if he can spot anyone peeking over. And he's found Sushni. Perfect entry again.
Poison's off.
There we'll find another as well. Brave will fall. A bit of pressure coming back towards Lamps here. Nevera stands tall though. We'll find his third, looking for the fourth, but Zaysh will seal the deal. Karmine Corp up to 5 now. A commanding lead to kick off map 3. There's another situation where we're almost calling for an early BBL timeout.
I want to see it now. I've wanted to see earlier timeouts from them in the previous maps, and they just don't go for it.
Like I said, there was an example on Haven where I think the realization came way too late of how Karmine Corp were approaching. Maybe you want to play this out if there's a plan in place around the showstopper, potentially.
Hey, we'll see. We'll see if it could come back to haunt them. We've seen some really well-tailored looks from Karmine Corp. A different challenge here with that double stack, though, coming in. This could potentially change things. Can Scream somehow dice this up cleanly? He has full kit to play with, but he goes in dry. And Turco's dead. Boombot goes in.
He's going to catch as well.
He now knows there's another player present if they want to double dip towards that, but they know now that at most, what, there's probably 2A? Like, you can kind of extrapolate that information.
Oh my God, looking to follow through on this.
Come on!
Scream unable to pin that one down, unfortunately. Brave will get the better of him.
They do have the ult to help. Kushner would love to find one of these players, and he just simply doesn't. But it does play an Aslan a little, slow to follow. Can he maybe capitalize on this now? Dicing them up, no! XMS turns and supports his teammate Shin. Not fighting alone, and a quick TP taken. Smoke it towards CT. They're away, they should be able to get a plant off this. Maybe they can get close enough, let's see.
Left.
Now plants can go down, no one can contest.
Spike planted.
3v3 here in the post plant. Nevera going exploring. Does he think Kushner's this deep already? No, doesn't anticipate. Maybe overstepping the mark ever so slightly. Paranoia will slow things down, but XMS and Shin left to try and recover this one.
Shin still has a flash. Oh, he's desperate for a pick there, XMS. He'd have loved to have found even just one. Give himself a little bit of a corner to play in, maybe. Looks like a one and done. Can maybe there be some support from Shin? Yes, they can! 2 picks. Flash collects on the third. Doesn't want to swing on that, though. Sitting pretty on full HP. It's Kushner on the other side. Living up to his name. Takes away the opponent, gets the defuse. And BBL will make it up to 2.
Unfortunate there, like I said, Nevera just not anticipating just how deep BBL are able to get towards elbow. And what's curious is the double stack in hooker here, with that early precedence set, you could argue about, obviously, Breach not having a high pick rate here, but with the raise, there's so many opportunities to just stun an angle like this, send a paint shell in, and you're done for. It's an opener created. Just so happens Screams and entering dry towards hooker and finding a kill regardless, but...
It was backed away before the Boombot even had time to do what it's meant to.
Another situation here, it's Aslan and Kushner tucked in here. Sure, Kushner can satchel away, but...
Toxin screen down.
I'm curious of whether or not Karmine Corp have any other set pieces that we saw them hint at in the first couple of rounds.
See what they do with this. You can see a little bit of a tempo shift here as well. Taking their time. Presented a different conundrum to work out. The wall now placed. Gonna kind of take away some of that free access that Scream's been having. Cancel obviously get over that if he wants to, but...
Well, they're looking to get behind this now, reading the fact that there's probably going to be a rotation on the back of that wall, because it's a new indicator for them.
It's not a wrong read by any means either. The 3 players are posted towards A. This will be the first utility committed if that smoke comes in.
He's heard the steps here.
Flash. Here it is. Okay, it's go time. There's no more secrets anymore.
Wall drops regardless, but Scream will have a second opportunity here to clear some space. Not going to find a kill, though. Just pressure applied.
Still goes Pain Shell. Still got bits and pieces to work with, but the plant maybe they were looking for isn't going to be happening.
I was going to say, the nade's going to follow up on the snake bite. Yeah, it's denied right now. It's bought a lot of time for the rotation to come through. Basically, everybody from BBL is here, Lauren.
They've got the Seekers. This could be the catalyst, that instigator, right? And you're going to see them going.
But Rolling Thunder to play off from Zaysh as well, so Karmine Corp can sit a little deeper on this. Force BBL into a weak spot.
There it is, just been sent. Should catch almost everyone. I think all of them are going to be affected. But the Viper's Pit going to keep a little bit of a window of safety.
The nade reset.
Cracking it open is Scream, finding two. Pain Shell goes in. Brave moves forward. Aslan takes away Scream, but the defuse is now started. But XMS's position, they didn't expect it, but it didn't matter. It's Zaishin and Chin. The defuse is on the way. Aslan's sitting that. He's got a little bit of safety.
They can't find it.
He can't see him. He's going to sit and he gets the defuse. BBL get up to 3, but absolute madness on the side.
The timing of the Viper's Pit preventing Karmine Corp from capitalizing on the Rolling Thunder was absolutely insane. When Scream gets away with 2 kills there, you think that they're going to swing it back in their favor. XMS just can't pin down either player nor the resurrection. It would have been a beautiful backstab there. You noted how quickly BBL had funneled towards that retake.
It was an expensive round, though. That took up 2 ults. Oh, sorry, 3 from BBL. Scream quick to task towards Shower. Not going to win that fight. There was support there this time. Yeah. Oh, they're laying it on thick, and Kushner's going hunting.
Oh, he just able to break line of sight around the corner. A ton of pressure applied, but actually some information on the back of that as well is going to draw the rotation. You can see Suchi now making his way over towards B site because that space cleared proactively. Outside Showers.
Oh, Hazan, the timing's everything.
It's awful.
I've got your trail.
And now Turco's screwed.
Suchi!
What?
It's more blind kills for him.
Has he seen a single player he's killed as of late? I don't think so, but Nevera going to take away Turco. Sushi this time will spot him out, and he carries it on! Massive impact in that round. Didn't see the first 2, but it slowed him down. After that, timing was heartbreaking towards Long.
Again, I think they're probably thinking it's Scream plus 1 or 2 outside A site. Which is why Asan thinks he's got time to put this wall so late. Absolutely sensational from Suchny, though. To find 4 there, and ultimately what feels like a bailout round after Aslan falls.
If we go back to this pacey approach, Scream going to take a lot of room here. Uh-oh. Nowhere to run. That's Scream gone. Big investment to take just Scream away.
On a round like this as well, where he's only got a judge in hand. There's 2 sheriffs, a guardian. Well, 3 sheriffs and a guardian, sorry, left for Karmine Corp, but...
I mean, he's scary. Scream. Oh, everyone's blind. Usually comes out the better. It's not a pretty round, but it is getting the job done for BBL here. 5 of them standing.
Hey, throw the orbital strike out here and get a flawless round victory. You're definitely happy with that. Just XMS and Shin left now. Brave on the hunt. And the first, but XMS actually responds.
He's so good with the Sheriff. It's actually wild. She's the Sheriff again. It looks cool. He goes from very interesting weapon skin choices too. Like his knife, XMS's knife.
Have you not noticed that he also has iron gun buddies on every single one of his weapons? I haven't noticed that yet.
Wow. Very curious.
A little bit of trivia for you.
The more you know. But I don't, like, because you see like certain players with like certain weapons, you're like, ah, that's theirs. But it's like, I'm just starting to see this picture of XMS now based on his weapon choice. Yeah, not going to find anything else this round though.
BBL tying things up here.
Tidy, as you said.
Did I?
Yeah, round 1.
Oh, okay.
It was a throwback. How dare you question me?
Well, I just didn't remember.
Yeah, I know. It was... Boop.
Yeah, curious now what the approach is for Karmine Corp. If actually we do revert back to what we saw at the start of the half, we've seen
right here,
kind of toying with the idea of a pacey hit towards Showers with the fault line set up for Scream, but you know, previously that was forced back away from BBL. No early stun coming through here. Scream actually only with the paint shell. No other utility to work with.
Didn't need it before. This time, I think
Back to his old ways.
Yeah, Brave's on red alert now. He's just like, I'm not sticking around for this.
Nearly getting caught there with the snake bite, the slow orb, and the paint shell combo, but nothing on the back of that for BBL.
Brave. The timing of that smoke dropping along as well then. Scream just getting a little bit... Don't give him a pixel peek. Just don't give him a headshot like that. He's so scary when he gets into it, but Karmine Corp just sitting kind of on that verge here, waiting for mistakes, waiting for a chance to be given. For now, BBL just tucking in.
Percutioner actually going back towards A site is curious. Not so much now. Considering maybe going back across, but does have the showstopper here.
Turco's still not cleared. And he's still going to get one with him. Going to find Shin. Brave going to follow up onto Scream, and now the cross gets watched until then. Navarro breaks past Brave, and the site's now available. Kushner going down to a little more of a surprise.
The wall drops just as Brave falls and opens up that sight line. Navarro not considered. Tucked into the corner here, just Suchny left to try and recover. And Navarro still posted in the same spot. Not considered once again.
The success on this side is starting to come back into form here. Nice trading, good spacing.
You see that same set piece replicated as well with the paint shell and the aftershock. Karmine Corp feeling pretty good about their B site here.
Do they go back to it? I think we've got timeout.
Yeah, timeout in the final round of the first half.
Reckon it's a real one?
It looks pretty real. Nothing's turned red yet. I feel like this one's real.
You think it's real? Okay.
Yeah.
BBL's timeouts baffle me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, no ultimates available as well, so it can't be that you're talking about building something around the ultimates, at least whether or not we're going to see them get a little proactive here. It's with that very early conditioning in rounds 1 and 2. Whether or not that's still prominent, but Karmine Corp haven't really lent back towards that in most of their gun rounds, to be honest.
I'm still just scratching my head about what they're coming out with in this round. Is it for like an extended half, basically? Like trying to, I don't know, you're on one to ask maybe later, but for now it has given time for even for Karmine Corp to check back in too. This is one of those things of when you call that timeout, the other coach does have the ability as well to talk, right? Like that's the counterpoint to this. So
on the flip side of things, actually, Karmine Corp a couple of kills or orbs away from some key ultimates in round 12. 2 off the Showstopper, 2 off the Rolling Thunder. Viper's Pit available here for Navarra, so they can get themselves towards a post plant. With a big tool at their disposal. BBL toying with the idea of playing aggressively towards long. Confirmation on the back of the flash here. And actually both players spotted the Trailblazer. They were unable to deal with it. They're going to have to take the TP. They leave one player here in the form of Brave.
Oh, wow.
Forced to try and slow things down. The Snakebite will buy him a little bit of time.
Can he live up to his name? He's got 5 against him. They're desperately trying to get over to help him, but he's dead to rights. He had nowhere to go. Navarro's found him within a heartbeat, and the rest of BBL trying to get back to it, but it's now just looking a little bit scrappy. And Scream looking clean as ever. Turco, last one alive in this last round, has been one they'd rather, I'm sure, soon to forget.
Everything was pinned on that double stack on long towards TP. Turco does find one with a shorty, actually. Seeker's invested now, but plenty more bodies left to find and down to 33 HP.
Yeah, he's taking so much damage. Smoke just going to be coming up as well. Ah, he's done for. Yeah,
this one crumbles off of that early round.
Yeah.
Unable to deal with the Trailblazer. That confirms the second player there. The fault line goes through. Brave toys with the idea of slowing things down with the Snakebite, but as soon as you see that util dump, I'm curious as to why Brave commits, because there's a huge gap in the rotation for BBL.
Panic. It just, I mean, what do you...
It did, yeah. It looked a little desperate, to be honest.
It did.
Hoping that somebody was going to walk out through the wall and the Snakebite. He's going to be gifted 1 or 2 kills in that situation, which...
You're clutching at
It's bold. It's very bold.
Yeah. But for now, we get to the half. It does beg the question. That timeout was very curious coming in. Still not sure about it, if I'm honest. But
Hey, we don't know what's been discussed.
Exactly.
There
So
could
it's
have
like,
been.
maybe there's something else to talk about, but who knows? That's something I'd love to kind of hear the thoughts of. But at this point, when we look forward, I'm scared of getting too committed towards one half if I see Karmine Corp play very well because of map 1, because again, consistency. But some of the looks on this half still look fantastic with them.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Q, we talked about obviously him heating up and being a driving force for BBL previously. I've seen him necessarily very active, but it hasn't really been called upon for BBL in this first half. Write something down there. Okay.
Yeah, it is just a moment to kind of like take this in, because I'm still very surprised that we've been seeing this kind of improved form from Karmine Corp. I think this map looks good. It looks like it's within the wheelhouse of things. What? Halftime, what is this? I'm going to leave you to look through that. I'm still just happy to see them kind of improving to this extent again. But I'm a bit nervous to put full faith in it yet. I don't know the longevity of these improvements, and hopefully in this half we find out.
Because also we've seen both teams kind of lacking consistency in that regard across this series already. We're here, map 3, Karmine Corp have a lead, great. But we haven't seen either team really solidify themselves. Karmine Corp maybe towards a stretch at the end of Lotus, and BBL on that run to actually force it into overtime on map 1, but there are still question marks, I guess, across the playbook of both teams here.
Absolutely.
And I think I was going to give it a go, but
Mouse Peach time look.
Mouse Peach time look. It's not where I would have gone.
Okay, so 5-7. This is still anyone's game. BBL on the attacking side, Karmine Corp defending. Now remember, Karmine Corp were exceptional on those retakes. We've seen some really good looks from them.
Seen them lean heavily on that today.
Do we see them go back to it here? Oh, bloody hell, the Vera just got deleted in a blink of an eye.
Puts XMS on red alert. We'll call the rotation here, but it draws 2 members of Karmine Corp towards B site. Just leaving Shin. And he's actually tucking up into a committed one and done position here, Lauren. Now, if he gets 2.
Well, he does have the flash and the dog, so who knows? But it does feel like a one and done. But there is only one opponent, Mike, so I don't know how it'd be done.
Yeah, it's the weaker side with
just Turco.
4 members of BBL actually going to find themselves outside showers now.
Shin has a chance.
He's clearing it. Shin still wins.
He snaps back on that. Beautiful connection from Shin. Follow-up not going to be there. One and done.
Spike planted.
And now a 4v3 for BBL. Brave in a very deep position here. Does catch the rotation coming through. Another headshot to follow up, but
they're just not clean enough. Those guys down so low. 22 HP is so difficult to play with. Sushi's going to find him. And I'll leave it to XMS and the paint shell just catching him at the end there. Oof, a tense round to start with there.
Taunts. Yeah, I'm really surprised actually, because it's Turco's hard clearing that corner. She's done so well to get that. And great placement as well from Q on the paint shell. Another situation where BBL are able to at least capitalize, I guess, negate that lead from the first half. Vera toying with the idea of playing aggressively once again. A couple of sheriffs here, so a little bit of a, I guess, a bite to this purchase.
It could have something. Look, if XMS has a sheriff, I'm a little on board to it.
And BBL back on a 3-rifle purchase here in round 2.
So dangerous to go for this. I mean, by all rights,
with XMS landing sheriff shots today, Nevera being Nevera.
It makes me, you know, it gives me that like percentage chance, but we'll see how clean BBL can keep this. Should have just spotted the player towards shower. Yeah, just at the end of it before it dissipated. Shin does go down.
Spike planted.
A beautiful utility here to stop any pinch coming through. The molly behind it. Just so many tools for KC to navigate their way through.
They needed someone on the side to try and alleviate some of that, and they're just not going to get it. Zaysh couldn't close the gap in time. He only had a classic anyway. It was going to be Scream, if anyone, to cause that distraction. But the stall there from BBL was very, very solid. And now it looks like they're going to be able to probably keep these 3 rifles in hand. It'd be very surprising to see that not be the case.
Actually, it would be a big buff in terms of the first few rounds. XMS, a number of different sound cues here. You find anything forced out by the paint shell this time around, Kushner will find it and deny it. Turco also finding Nevera. Zaysh will give it up. So a flawless round here for BBL to get themselves firmly in control of the start of the second half here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a game back on, it feels like. They get their way with this purchase too, which we didn't really see before. There were some damage in the last time we've seen them go for this rifle buy.
And this is I guess the part of the map where you really question what the overall ethos is with the breach, whether or not it's to enable proactivity or for stalling, maybe combos with Scream and Nevera's utility. Those are the real questions I've got as we come into the buy round. First anti-bonus of this second half.
Yes, the anti-bonus with 10 rifles. For now, pressure on long. Nevera falling incredibly deep towards CT here. Karmine Corp not really entertaining an early fight on this one. TP taken, and that's the spike.
I hope no one's here.
Yeah.
I mean, it just so happens 3 members of Karmine Corp positioned towards Lamps. Actually, one behind truck.
He's obviously. Yeah. I made an error. Coming back. He's asked for an escort
guys.
from Sushni.
Yeah.
So Mum, pick me up.
It's actually given Scream to time to rotate across as well.
Oh, it's fine. 30 seconds, smoke's gonna go up now.
30 seconds left.
Gonna break that crossfire as Kushner dives on in. And Scream! The hit stream! Come out! What? How the hell did Scream get through there? Show me that, please. Even he looks a little bit bewildered by it, but that was just baffling. What a bizarre round.
It completely shuts this down.
No one looks at him and there's a stun.
Yeah.
That'll probably
just can't pin down the 4th, but beautiful read from Karmine Corp. Again, to send somebody else preemptively ahead of this. In that same wall again, and it's this wall from Nevera kind of just makes the TP rotation a little safer, maybe denies some information early on towards long. Yeah, don't see anybody playing aggressively on the back of that wall. Or back of contact. BBL just decide to force their way through, but there's a judge in Lamps here. The diligence shown here, but still Kushner will fall. Nevera 46 HP.
He's so good at this. The dog to follow, but it doesn't matter. No one can prime out of this position. They get the plant, but they have so little space for this post plant. Look how uncomfortable this is. And Karmine Corp forced him out. Yes, they can. Brave, nowhere to run. Scream's got him pinned. Up and above we go. Aslan denies Scream, but it's Shin to double down on it, leaving just 2 alive. Aslan and Sushni. Molly goes in to try and buy a couple of seconds, but you can see them trying to get it towards half already. And it does at least deny. Gonna take down Shin.
One more kill and the orbital strike's available.
Wait, you might have a chance on this one, Zaysh. Better be ready for it. He is. Oof. Now we're getting a little bit of heat coming through.
Karmine Corp, just so good, so confident in some of these retakes as well. Because after initially, Nevera goes huge to fight. The Kushner's utility is perfect. In response as well, another fantastic follow-up from Scream with the paint shell. Trailblazer is there as well there to maybe catch the stun, make sure that finds a kill. But then the showstopper comes through reactively and creates so much chaos on site.
It's so impressive watching Karmine Corp do that, because you could see it almost from BBL's perspective there. Once they got that spike down, they had 0 control toward Lamp, because, as I said, from the word from Navarra was great. But even trying to hold anywhere else on the site, as soon as Scream comes in, as you noted, all that utility poured through, cleared by Bench, there was nowhere safe to be. What is that one?
Scared too strong?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That's it.
I'm going to need some people to start letting us know on Twitter what their interpretation of...
People could just be making it up as well. Like, this could mean nothing.
Probably does.
Yeah, they're just like, put funny one in there. Make them say silly word. We already do.
We got that covered.
Yeah, we're on top of that. But for now, this is now where you're starting to ring the alarm bell a little bit, right? You're starting to get a little bit more nervous if you're BBL, because these last 2 rounds were very characteristic of things we complimented Karmine Corp about. So now you start getting a bit worried if BBL can't break back in here.
Sushi buying down to 600 credits here. But just the Sheriff and a crunch outside
no way.
laps here.
Look at the damage.
Actually seen his wall capitalized on for aggression.
And trying to backfill the space. There's still so many players here for Karmine Corp as well. Brave's audacious to be going for this. Yeah, not a hope in hell. Karmine Corp in firm control of this.
Another 3 from Scream in the same sort of position here. Yeah, very curious. I mean, nothing actually utilized here from Suchny, so going to be able to get the light shield back on, but no molly, no stim beacon. When there was funds elsewhere, I mean, Kushner comes into this with 1,400. There's 1,000 credits for Turco. Somebody could have dropped him a Sheriff if he was that desperate about it, but...
We're seeing the operator out for XMS.
Don't see that very often.
No, that's not. I was about to say Navarra, and I was like, ah.
But you see the Omen for
yeah,
calling like, up, you're like, sure, okay.
And they're walking a short here. And Kyusha's getting aggressive. Hold on, this could be actually that catching is massive. It delays the time a little. Scream now gets time to work, takes down Brave, and they get back to business. This late aggression coming out in the second half is working out perfectly.
They have to come and get the res. Problem being Scream didn't use the paint shell, still have the aftershock, so I'm not seeing Karmine Corp positioned towards punishing that res.
What do they go for on this? Trying to explore towards Shower. Turco now on the chopping block. He's in danger. Gonna get out in time. They're now pinned in towards Showers, 2 of them. Seeker should confirm that. They've got to know it. Gonna pop the ult on the way back out. Turco sends it. Excuse me. Kushner sends it. Finds Scream. And now they get a little bit of access towards the site. There's still a player loose towards Shower. Still one on the site. Still one on Heaven. Still one CT. Karmine Corp are here. And look at Zeich. Oh, it's gorgeous work from him. Dives through the smoke. They win as much as they could. But it's down to 2v2. No plant in sight. And now with the ult on top. Another hope in hell. Karmine Corp controlling every aspect.
That could be the nail in the coffin, Lauren. That was the big investment round for BBL. They had 4 out of 5 ultimates available at the start of that one. A massive investment, and they fall short. After initially what looks like a little bit of a win, Zeich goes huge with that swing out of the smoke. That's a big, big round for Karmine Corp.
Yeah. Oh, and the buys.
Look at the ultimates.
Nothing. He got 1 ult on Brave, and that's it. Viper's Pit. Confirmation. Scream. A chance. Oh, of course, he still gets one. Still going to find value, but that's a weapon recovered. That's something they can get back into the fold here. An upgrade for sure.
BBL can recover anything in this round. It's 4v4, yes. Decent utility available for Suchny. Brave has lurked up short here. Again, the double stack on the back of the operator towards Showers. An aggression on both extremities here for Karmine Corp.
Very close to connection there, but none to be. Shen gets to fall away.
Stim beacon here.
Suchny dumping a little bit of util here.
Both
smokes invested here, but yeah, Navarra and XMS haven't moved.
No, and this is what scares me. XMS has that operator.
The smoke's not going to cut sightlines off. The poison orb's there as well, but...
Starting to get a little worried if you're on your way in. You're like, wait.
Navarra's still got a snake bite.
There it is, stalled.
There's the second.
Flash will note that he's probably on the site now, but still, there's so much value to this.
30 seconds left.
So close by, on a knife's edge now. XMS, stunning shot, follow up from Navarra.
Wait,
Aslan couldn't see him. Blinded up, and XMS supporting perfectly. They thought they had it. They thought they had something to hold on to as the Poison Chalice. All that presence was still held in Shower. Karmine Corp dividing this map up perfectly.
Coming out on top in what's felt like a war of attrition between these two teams. Talking about neither team really stabilizing throughout here, but Karmine Corp definitely showing they have on bind. So yeah, the timing was awful for Aslan. The near side taking effect just as he wanted to swing out and try and trade that kill onto Nevera. I don't even think up until that point he's even considered in that position.
No. 7-12. Karmine Corp starting to come alive here. Heartbreak on the line for BBL, but you've got to say, Karmine Corp have been playing an exceptional game, and it looks like a gear shift, a pace change, and potentially a vulnerability. Nevera still good for one. Still takes down Aslan. Going to make this post plan, if they even get that far, a little bit trickier. 2 on the side still, and a quick flank on the way. Don't forget about the other 2 slowly creeping around here.
Spike planted.
You're going to have Shin there pretty soon. You're going to have Scream there. This post plant ain't comfortable. Sushi doing the best he can. Nice work towards one, but a quick trade out for Scream. 3v3 now. Pain Shell to put pressure. Oh dear, they got to make haste here. They got to scatter. Turco digging in his heels though. Takes down XMS. But look who's remaining. It's the man himself. Cannot do enough this time. A lifeline for BBL gathered.
Forcing 3 rifles to be repurchased, though. Seeker's online for BBL. 1 away from the orbital strike as well, so a massive ultimate. However they choose to invest, the fact that, I mean, even on the replay there, the fact that Nevera gets 1 is fairly outrageous. BBL clinging to life, but 4 more rounds to find. After that string of rounds from Karmine Corp.
Aggressive lean from XMS, not seeing this one yet. Well, tag 2! Takes Brave down to 52. Gonna slip away. Sushi do it off the rip. Yes, he does. There's danger now. I could have caught.
XMS has TP'd into it!
No, XMS, what's gone on? This is not the time to be making these errors. Nevera, though, has to pick up the operator. A fine delivery. Thanks for that. Right to the doorstep. But still, not the time. But there's still 4 players standing. Zysh still has his ult as well. Plenty of utility on the others. Kushner going to try and levy anything coming his way with that Pain Shell. Not going to find it. They're closing that gap in now. Taking over towards the site. Aslan denies Nevera. No trade. No swing off the back of it. Scream clean with it. Going to find Turco. Can't get the follow-up from BBL. Locking this one down. Zysh, do the best you can. Try and make it hurt. Make it cost them something. It ain't going to cost enough. Aslan finding form here, and BBL answering back.
Clawing their way back into... I don't know if XMS thought he could TP to the other side of the orbital strike.
Let's watch that one again.
But falls to it and creates an opener here.
The POV. He was close. Yeah, he's not happy with that one. Because he had such an outstanding round before, but again...
He's been making this operator work for Karmine Corp.
Yeah. Not something I expected either from him. Not something he's known for either.
I don't think we've ever said that.
No. But these sort of buys might... I get nervous when I see these buys because then you get like a little bit of like fast and loose almost from Karmine Corp. Less to lose and they get a bit more creative. See what they do with it. Rifle for Scream, 1 for Zysh. The rest, Sheriffs and a Judge for XMS.
A scrappy purchase trying to ride this out. BBL have to convert another. No margin for error for them. And 3 left to find to tie things up. Potentially force a second overtime in this series. Shin on the walkabout. Suchny will catch him, knife out. Can't recover from it.
Yeah, the bonus to this scenario as well for BBL, all the rifles were on the other side of the map as well. So not going to have much of a fair fight in that. Nevera not particularly shy about showing presence, but trying to draw attention his way. The rest of Karmine Corp are here, and they've been great on these retakes, but this would need a lot. Kushner can just post that Pain Shell, but forced out position. Aslan's in danger. Kushner gonna do well enough to keep control of this. XMS closing the gap a little. But with that late round utility, you're not gonna find much more value here.
Yeah, Zysh takes a ton of damage.
Get this.
XMS as well. If they get a consolation, it's not gonna amount to much considering BBL setup here. If they keep 4 in hand, BBL are going to look pretty comfortable in terms of playing a couple of scrappy rounds.
Okay.
And 2 left to find now for BBL. Karmine Corp have to be frugal about the economy here. Don't want to leave themselves in a position where potentially on that 12-11 scoreline, not in a position to
Infamous.
get everything.
I think it's going to be that timeout, isn't it? Yeah. Has to be done.
Have to see that consideration of what's at stake here.
Absolutely. Pressure moment now for the boys. See Karmine Corp how to work through the options. A little bit of the chat back and forth as well. And for BBL, an opportunity here as well for them to find a little bit of, I don't want to say safety, because you never feel safe. If you're up against 12, there's 0 safety anyway, but it just feels like we've just got to make that right choice every time, which is so hard to play into.
Yes, and looking back over towards the ultimates. 1 away from the Viper's pit, 1 off the Seekers. Rolling Thunder available for Zysh. BBL side, the Res, which notoriously difficult to really guarantee value from.
Absolutely.
Unless they try and work a pick from the default, but we haven't really seen them rely on that too much. I guess on the flip side of that as well, having the Rolling Thunder, the Paint Shell, the Aftershock, a number of things that can punish that Res coming through.
Couple more seconds, we find out what the plan is. Operator back in play for XMS.
Feeling himself.
And he's on that B site though. A bit of a switch up this time. 3 players posted towards A. XMS and Navera dedicated towards B. A slower approach from BBL.
Smoke will dissipate and switch up of the wall as well. And Navera actually playing ahead of it this time. Just shouldering the angle. That snake bite in hand. Trailblazer will clear a little bit of space, and I was going to say XMS got to be careful here not to be noted or stunned, but a fabulous headshot from him. Sushni will fall.
Yeah, no discomfort in that. He's happy. And Navera's position, good readjust it. Could catch Kushner if he's not careful. What does Brave hear, though? He might time this so well, he's going to hear everything.
That's a ton of information.
Whoa. Shin's turned around. Shin's still waiting on this. Just about getting back to business. Kushner wants to get ahead of it. He doesn't get affected, but he still gets overwhelmed. Navera in unison with Scream, holding this line. A quick rotation for Turco, and it's going to be Brave to go big. He has to be the hero this time around. How much can this man achieve here? And his patience. Oh, it could be everything.
Oh, no, Brave.
He tried so hard, but it just isn't going to be enough as Turco now. It's all in his hands. A Seeker on the way. 4 players to follow. Stunned up, blinded. It's all in front of him. He's got 1. He's got 2. A 3rd. Oh! How much can one man do? Turco is out of this world.
The Red Bull clutch to keep them alive. That is absolutely out of this world.
There's no way. There's no way. Watch it back. Watch this back. You give him fight after fight and he succeeds time and time again. Even his teammates didn't think it was happening. You see it drop.
There was so much utility dumped towards him as well. That is one of the most outrageous clutches.
Yeah, timeout.
Yeah,
timeout.
PM's on the mic. That is absolutely absurd.
Because their utility was just flooded in, right? It was everything. Back to back to back. And you thought Brave was going to be the one, didn't you? Like, if you run that scenario again in your mind.
The crazy thing is, I don't even think the 2nd or 3rd player from KC had even checked him. Again, in that situation, you let one pass, you start questioning, when do I guarantee a kill here?
Of course.
The Brave, you can even see on the player, I think he thinks the game is over.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because you're in a, 1v4?
That is ridiculous.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
The crazy thing is, the util looked so good towards him, and then it was 4 individual swings. The fault line catches, the counter flash comes through from Turco.
It could all be a blip on the radar.
They give him 4 1v1s.
Which, that's something that's unforgivable at this point.
And we haven't seen those mistakes
No,
in terms of fundamentals from Karmine Corp. They've looked so good at stacking up and swinging together.
Have been perfect. It's what we've been saying. But will this break their mental? Will this be the round that they are left in pieces? They have to try and pick themselves back up. I mean,
I dread to think.
Their money's certainly not looking pretty. Now the Seeker's going to come through. Kushina's got his ult as well, but can they hold on to this Karmine Corp? This is the ultimate test. A tough one as well. Scream waiting on the...
He's spammed off the angle.
He's been caught. Turco's got him. This guy can't stop winning. Everything's lining up for him, and now they're in the post plant. They've got utility on deck. They're ready for this. Oh, Kushina standing bravely. Oh, he eats that flash, though. Has to dip away. Dog to follow, anyone there to deal with it? Yes. Stun is there, though. They're trying to pour this on. You can see that utility, the things we've been saying, look so good. But this time, Turco is rising above again. Shin goes down, but it's answered back. Back and forth, Turco! No,
Are you kidding me?
Once again! An ace! An ace! After what he's just done! An ace!
He has single-handedly destroyed the mental of Karmine Corp in 2 rounds back-to-back, Lauren. I can't believe it.
Neither can they. Neither can they.
Out of nowhere, BBL with a surge to force overtime here. 5 rounds to claw this back. And the mental has to be in the bin for Karmine Corp.
Because you thought that was great. You saw that utility again. Karmine Corp looked great on that retake. They had him pinned, pushed back. And then Turco does something so out of the realms of reality that I am still reeling. Back in we go, though. We have to course correct, because so do the players. Kushina, a quick evacuation of showers. Scream's going to take that space. Still leading the charge on this map. 27 kills to his name. A monster by his own rights. But now we're in OT. A miracle given for BBL. This is nothing short of it. But do they let it slip? Because by tradition, this has been Karmine Corp's game. It's needed miracles for BBL to even get here. Is there anything more that they can do?
Aslan still on top here. He's going to get a ton of information, ton of pressure. Zeish will find it.
But it's Turco.
It's Turco.
Pause for thought now. Boombot to follow, he's in danger. He's still standing, he still gets one. He's stuck around for it, but Karmine Corp bulldozer in towards the site. They're not sitting back for a second now. Playing as 5 as a collective, but they are wounded. They are taken down a little lower. This would need a lot though. Tagged up further. Sushi on the molly.
He walks back into the molly.
On the molly gets him. 2v3 now. Scream, Nevera, and XMS. No more util to play with for them.
Toxin screen down.
All about to go down. Brave needs to get this kill. He can't do it. Karmine Corp calm themselves down now. Get the game back in hand. Get that lead back on their side.
Is that enough to steady the ship?
It's stormy waters, Mike. It is stormy as hell out here.
And Aslan is so overzealous with this peak as well. It's a full shoulder on top of the wall. Gives away that opener, and Karmine Corp, like you said, bulldoze their way onto site. Karmine Corp with a chance to close things out here. Series point.
This is so tense now. Turco taking the space up towards B. 2 players from Karmine Corp as well tucked in here. Over towards Lamps. Got Scream patrolling on towards site. No aggression this time. Flash. Gonna note the 2 players are present, but look where the spike is again. That's still towards B. The double stack towards elbow here.
Yeah. Trying to feign a little bit of presence here. Kushina got to be careful not to get picked off here. Punished by Scream though. Doesn't leave enough of an opener to capitalize on this B site hit though. XMS and Nevera still here.
Sticking around. They're sticking around on this.
They've read it.
They've read it really well. With that flash, it makes you feel confident in it. They know it's the right call. They're in the right place. The plant's going to come in. The wall goes up towards CT. Dog to look for any players towards elbow. And now Karmine Corp have to wait this out a little bit, right? They've got very few options in
They're getting proactive.
Oh my god,
they're going to triple swing this.
This is what it's all about. But Nevera ready for the first, but not the second. Brave there to double down. Trying to buy some time towards CT. They've broken through the wall, and they've broken through the player. And now Brave, in between a rock and a hard place, shot to the side of the head. And now Sushni trying as best he can here. He needs to somehow summon those level of heroics. It's all over. Karmine Corp weather the storm and make it out.
What a decider. BBL pour their life and soul into that last map. But Karmine Corp able to capitalize in overtime.
What a game. What a game.
What a banger.
Wow. Wow, you don't see those often. You don't see miracles like we saw as well that often to even take it that far. But credit to Karmine Corp for keeping their cool. They kept their heads about them. They went into OT and were able to course correct.
They were stretched to their limit as well.
You thought that 4K was enough, right? You thought, God, that's going to test them. Then the ace to follow. But they still pick themselves up. They still get back to work. So impressive from Karmine Corp here.
Yeah, and overall, even though there's still some question marks, I guess, a couple of doubts over this roster. There's no surprises in that, obviously, after the regular season, but notable improvements in a number of areas today. BBL having one of those performances that's just so slippery, so it's so difficult to really pin down and take control of. It's the reason we see it go to 3 maps, but my God, those last 5 or 6 rounds.
You don't see those
wild.
often. Yeah, and again, if you told me, oh, someone's going to get 4K and then you go straight back to back into an ace to like get to OT, I'd be like, oh, probably Scream maybe, someone like that. Nah.
Yeah.
Turco, out of nowhere, absolute heroics from BBL, but we talk about marked improvement here for Karmine Corp, and again, yes, the result kind of makes it feel like almost recency bias, but the way they got to this win was really the kind of key characterization of improvement and growth.
For sure, yeah, and a number of those things that we're talking about was obviously around the fundamentals in terms of their ability to coordinate kind of set pieces and really play off each other, right? Some of the basics that were totally lacking in the regular season. In my eyes today, a lot of those have been quelled. Those questions aren't as prominent today. It comes down now to the consistency, the stability. Can they make a run further in LCQ and build upon, obviously, what has looked like a very, very productive off-season, or downtime, I should say, sorry.
No, absolutely, you're right. It is that they've been able to kind of cultivate something that I don't think we saw in them before. This capability to work together, the synergy is off the charts. And again, highly impressed with the work. Yes, now going forward, we question depth, we question repeatability, we question all of the other things that come alongside that. But for now, it has ticked enough of a box that I think at least we've got a competitive game out of them here.
And sure, the big one for me today, you watch the press conference, there's a question that comes out of screen that just leaves you scratching your head thinking, oh God, they've still not got it.
Yep.
We're going to see the same things again. But even him individually today, even if he is back in that IGL role, delivering on all fronts today. A standout performance from him.
Utility work alone has put a big tick in the box for me. Again, I love seeing the synergy between this team. I like seeing them come together as 5. And for BBL, I mean, they pushed as hard as they could. Watching that back is just...
yeah, and then the round that follows. Like, it's, I don't think we've ever seen anything like that.
Ever. Flat out. Flat out. But then in OT, I mean, this is what I was saying, the fact that it got to OT off the back of that, and they were able to secure, to bring that back down, to have faith in that structure, in that synergy, and everything we've been complimenting, and bring themselves to that win. That is huge. And honestly, I'd rather hear it from kind of, you know, the coach, the brains behind the bunch as well. So, if I'm not mistaken, we do actually have an interview lined up with PM and Jenny down on stage.
Hello, we do have an interview indeed with PM, the coach from KC. So first of all, what a series, what a day. Congratulations on that win. You guys are now going to be heading against Giants. What's the emotion like at the moment?
Relieved. Yeah, it's done. It was maybe tougher than expected on Bind. Should have ended sooner. But we're happy to have won this. And yeah, I think that we show mental strength, especially after losing that 4 versus 1.
Absolutely.
We had to still be in it. and we have shown that.
Yeah, you have showed resilience throughout the entire series.
Yeah.
One of the starting points was on Haven, so on the defensive side, it was going very, very well. BBL didn't have an answer for the Harbor util, but on the attacking side, it wasn't as maybe intense as we expected it to be. So what happened on that side?
We couldn't foresee their utilities, usage, their inventories, and when we expect them to play retake, they are not. When they play retake, they are. We expect them to play on site, and mostly we failed our retakes situations. Well, their retakes, obviously, because all the time they were retaking us and succeeding in this. So that's mostly it.
All right. When we're looking as well at the way you guys have been performing, whether it was Haven or Bind or the second map, there's been a lot of glimpses of a very coordinated Karmine Corp, something that we didn't really see during the regular stage. So what exactly has been going on behind the scenes that allowed you guys to really get into that headspace?
We did a lot of experiments. We actually tried to go back to the no duelist system. Then we went to a system where I like better. We try to build on our strengths, so having a duelist on Adil and pushing people to show what they're capable of individually, and it's clicking.
Yeah.
When it's clicking really well, and that's what we have shown today. Then we throw the game for the show, you know.
It happens.
We have to throw, we threw Haven, and we have to throw some rounds on Bind.
Yeah.
Just for the spectacle, you know, just for the show.
You gotta put on a show for the fans. I mean, they're all here cheering for you guys through thick and thin, so that's definitely something to look forward to. I mean, when it comes to LCQ in general, so when we're looking at Scream as well as Nivera, they have won both LCQ in 2021 and 2022. Does that change your expectations or maybe increase them when it comes to this roster and how they'll be performing over the next couple of days?
Considering the expectations, not so much. I don't expect anything but to play a match tomorrow, and then we see. And that's how I want to have the mindset for my players, the coaches, and everyone, because we expect too much of ourselves, and I think we got stuck into it. Okay. For the brothers, I know they did it twice, so it's creating faith.
Okay.
We have faith. That's it.
Well, having faith is very important with everything that's going on. You guys at least escaped elimination. It's now a double elimination bracket, so you guys are chilling a little bit. But we're doing something a little new. It's called the Logitech Pro segment. We're gonna try and pick your brains of the best in Valorant and see what you guys have to say about what's going on.
Right.
We're gonna bring on round 12 specifically because this was one of the rounds where there was excellent utility usage and coordination. Can you walk us through what the comms look like and just the process of setting this up as a team?
Well, right now they're shooting, they're here, they will TP. So now we know that Viper is alone. If there is someone, obviously there is someone because two playing so far in the map so deep, there have to be a third man. And this guy is doing a mistake, he shouldn't be on site right now, so he's being assassinated because we are executing on site. Then someone is speaking and we have to punishing them. So when you have Scream on the team and someone is speaking, you just win your duels. That's the way it is. So mostly we played with in a rigorous way. We take information, we act on it, and then they are making mistakes. And when they do the mistakes, we punish them, which it can be simple, but sometimes you just lose the duels or you're not ready to punish them, and that's how it goes bad, and that's when you hate yourself, because that's mostly them.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, right? Well, thank you so much for that insight, and thank you guys as well for tuning in. Let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule, because we're going to be seeing you guys again tomorrow. This time around, it will going to be up against Giants. We also have Koi. They're going up against Na'Vi, so make sure you guys keep your eyes tuned for that. Oh, there we go, schedule. How are you feeling? Do you want to give a little comment, actually, about tomorrow's game?
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, we're going to see.
Just like every match is, we'll see.
We'll see. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We're going to be back tomorrow with some more bangers. Take care.
Benjyfishy, it's fishing. Oh my butt. butthole. What the?
Koi, they are absolutely demolishing Heretics here. They'll take the first map, 13-8. Job's done. Heretics force us through to the third. It's a repeat of what we had last time these two teams played. Yet again, Koi win the El Clasico.
They're frothing at the, at the mouth.
Ready. One spike down.
What the hell's just happened? Scream falls! A BBL! Turn this game around! Oh! Wait, whoa. Sorry. I'm nervous, producer Sam's here. Sushi and Aslan, they are dead to rights. Signs it, seals it, takes them to their third map now. And Shin goes down, but it's answered back. Back and forth, Taco!